protocols. Certain set of protocols needs to be followed by any investigating officer when they arrest and investigate into a matter, and those protocols were fully defined. No drugs recovered from Aryan Khan and those 5 others who were arrested. Of course, this also a big reason to why clean chit was given to Aryan Khan and 5 others. No medical examination, lack of sufficient evidence is what the NCB officer says very clearly, saying that there is lack of sufficient evidence to really implicate Aryan Khan and the 5 others who've been let off on a clean chit, saying that there was really nothing that could be probed into. When there is nothing, how can we implicate someone? How can we accuse someone of being guilty? Here, NCB further saying that Aryan Khan asked others not to carry drugs. In fact, the NCB further giving Aryan Khan a full clean chit, saying that Aryan Khan was a man who showed some kind of moral responsibility, also told his friends very clearly not to carry drugs. The other 5 accused who were also arrested and now have been given a clean chit, all of them, a bunch of them in fact, were owners and organizers of that event company. In fact, all right, let me quickly cut across to a full timeline of this case. Here's a big relief for Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan. Undoubtedly, the Narcotics Control Bureau has been given a clean chit in this drug bust case. The NCB says there is no evidence against Bollywood superstar's son, Aryan Khan, and 5 others who were booked in this case but now been let off on a clean note. The Home Ministry has also asked the competent authority to take a look into Sameer Wankede's shoddy investigation into this entire case, saying that this could have been Wankede's conspiracy to lay out quite a plot to trap some of the accused in the case here, including Aryan Khan, who's now out free.
Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets a clean chit in the Cordelia cruise ship drug scandal that rocked the country last year. The Special Investigation Team of the Narcotics Control Bureau on Friday filed a 6,000-page charge sheet in a Mumbai NDPS court. While 14 people are charged, Aryan and 5 others are let off. The NCB says Aryan, who spent 26 days in jail as part of the investigation, was never in possession of drugs and there is no evidence he consumed any.
We found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. So the basic premise that a drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious.
The SIT has elaborated why a case was not made out against Aryan. Aryan did not undergo any medical test. His WhatsApp chats were not related to the case. Aryan did not take any drugs and dissuaded others from doing so. Sources also say that NCB did not find any evidence that linked Aryan with any international drug trafficking network. Several questions have cropped up after the NCB's U-turn. First, what proof did Narcos claim to have that they don't now have? Second, can action be taken against Narcos for Aryan chat leaks? And last, will Shah Rukh's family demand action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? For SRK and family, Aryan's clean chit comes on a special day. It is Shah Rukh Khan's son Abram's 9th birthday. Aryan was arrested in the Mumbai cruise drugs case on October 2nd. After several court hearings and lots of drama, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on October 28th. Aryan walked out of jail on October 30th.
Cordelia drug cruise case went on to become the most high-profile drug case of the country as Aryan Khan was arrested in it. But when the charge sheets are filed, no charge is seen against Aryan Khan, which reflects badly on the anti-drug agencies and their work done, because it puts them in bad light, saying if the most high-profile case was done without evidence, how many such other cases have been done by the agency? With cameraman Sahil Chavan, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
All right, I'm going to quickly quickly cut across to two of our guests joining us. We have Gopalji Anand, who is the owner of Namaskre, Samir Sehgal, who is also the co-owner of Namaskre. Namaskre is the event company that organized this party on that Cordelia cruise ship. And we do know that event company came under a lot of fire for allegedly organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. Thank you very much for joining us. Gopalji and Samir, both of you are now on a clean sheet. Both of you all were also booked in the case. You all are out on a clean sheet. The NCB says no incriminating evidence to pursue a case against any of you, including Aryan Khan. So this must have come as huge harassment, embarrassment, and at this point, since you all are out, what is it that you want to say? We hear that you are furious with the way this investigation was carried out, and you want to speak your mind. Gopalji, you first.
Right. First of all, I would want to thank the SIT team that did this investigation in a very thorough and a proper manner, which I think is very clear now. Initially wasn't the case when the Mumbai team was doing it. But yes, we are very happy to be out now, like completely out of the case. And we were never, like, we couldn't even imagine in the wildest of our dreams that, you know, we will be implicated in a case like this.
No, I mean, at this point, we know that the Narcotics Control Bureau were keeping a close watch on this case. And while the NCB further probes into it, they say that a bunch of them who've got a clean sheet did not have drugs on them. But on that Cordelia cruise ship itself, we hear that there was rampant usage of drugs on that ship, and the needle was pointing straight at the events company, saying the events company encouraged drugs within the premises of that Cordelia cruise ship, and it was a drugs party that was organized by Namaskre. How would you clear those allegations?
No, ma'am, it was never a drugs party which was organized on the cruise. It was neither us nor the cruise. Right, and all these contrabands which were found, they were all already got. I mean, the NCB team got it at the port itself. And then, see, the first thing that you need to realize, it's an international port, right? The security is completely with the CISF. They are probably the most trained people to be carrying out searches like this, right? And then on top of that, on the cruise itself, the entire security is, as per the maritime law, is with the captain of the cruise. So if we don't have any access or control over the security, how do you expect us to be like controlling all these things, number one? And we are never into this, as I said earlier as well. We couldn't have even imagined in the wildest of our dreams that, you know, we can be implicated into something like this. We are just a bunch of passionate people who really love partying and have the passion to be organizing some very good events in the country. And that is what the whole idea of Namaskre is on the first place.
You know, Samir Sehgal, you are also yourself, you were booked in the case and then now you're out on a clean sheet. It must be a huge relief for you and people like Aryan Khan. We know the kind of trauma and torture that Shah Rukh Khan's family had to go through. I'm sure your family had to go through the same. Do you feel this was a plot to or a conspiracy to defame you or the company or Aryan Khan itself? How would you look at the investigation of this case, which the Narcotics Control Bureau today deems as flawed?
Well, since we already know that Mr. Samir Wankre is already under a lot of investigations in different cases, so I think we would not want to comment on this as of right now and let the investigation take its due course of time.
Right. Samir, the question was to you.
Slowly and steadily, as in this case, that we are sure that the truth will prevail.
Gopalji, for the moment, my question to Samir. Samir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, Samir, like the same question goes to you. The trauma must have been unbearable. We know that you are out on a clean sheet yourself. You were also booked. And as an event organizer, I'm sure the kind of, the kind of allegations that have been leveled against Namaskre as an events company, which is well known across India, today seems to be, colored with all these allegations and people accusing it of organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. So the needle is pointed at you, not on Cordelia cruise ship, not on the people who were on that party, but on that events team itself who organized this alleged drugs party. As you get your clean sheet, how would you receive this piece of news?
See, like Mr. Gopalji also said, we would sincerely like to thank the SIT team for their efforts and to get to the bottom of this and realize where all of this actually went south and where it went wrong. And second of all, we're not a party that promotes drugs. We are not a party that promotes any kind of contraband or other kind of substances or abusers of them. We are arts and musical experience that just is looking to provide international level of music experiences to the Indian audience. We have a very good crowd control policy in our parties. We try and make sure that we only get the right kind of crowd to be coming for our festivals. And the investigation that went through had a lot of flaws in it in the beginning, which have completely been cleared out today. Yes, it's a big relief for all of us to be out and to know that what we knew already, that we are not at fault and we've not done anything illegal or against the law, to come out to the public.
You know, I'm sure that you must be relieved, but at the end of it, the visuals that we saw, in fact, I'd like my panel director to play up those visuals of that cruise party itself. We saw that guests at that party certainly looked like they were on contrabands. How do you think that happened, Gopalji? Because we know that the officials who raided the cruise ship did find some amount of drugs on that ship.
I would love to see those videos that you're talking about, because I really fail to understand that where are these videos coming from. We never happened to see it. I was there on the cruise myself, and initially some people of your fraternity from the media, they said that Gopalji Anand Bhagoda, he's absconding. Wherein I was on the cruise itself. That's number one. Then, well, as far as these allegations goes, we were even linked with Taliban in between. I saw a clip like that as well, wherein it was a terrorist-funded party which was organized. I don't know from where all these things they come up, but yeah, some people definitely have some real weird imagination.
No, but we saw, you know, the videos that you're saying that I'd like to see. We saw quite some videos that showed all sorts of props, you know, like your rolling papers, your stash, and all of that nicely gift wrapped and boxed and kept in different rooms.
And
you know, these are, I mean, not to signify that these are doubts that one raises, that what were those props really doing there if drugs weren't consumed?
No, ma'am, nothing of that sort happened there. And when we talk about the rolling papers, they are legal all over the world. They are legal in India as well. That is why they are manufactured on the first place. Why did the government give a permission if there is something wrong with the rolling papers? So internationally, you should know that rolling tobacco is getting more into the scene now because of the cigarettes being very, very expensive all over the world. And rolling papers are used to roll tobaccos and nothing else, as far as we know.
You know, Gopalji, you spoke of the videos. You said that where are the videos that shows that drugs were found, but you had the officials who raided the cruise ship who claimed that they had found drugs on the cruise ship. Where do you think it came from?
They raided the port. So yeah, there was this another thing that I heard in the media after coming out of the jail. That was that apparently the NCB team, they came into the waters, they stopped the ship mid-water. The ship was going from Mumbai to Goa. I think nobody had a clue what was going on. Everybody was speculating anything that was just coming to their mind, anything that was appealing enough, like to make it like a very good Netflix series, but it wasn't like that. The raid happened at the port. They caught people, whatever they are saying, with contrabands. It was at the port. It was never on the cruise.
What motivated people to come on the port, turning up with drugs on them?
If somebody is doing something, it is completely at their own will. We never promote it. You check any of our social media networks or any of our profiles. We always discourage use of drugs. We never promote them.
But are you responsible to filter, to frisk for security while people enter? Isn't it also the events team who actually checks and frisks people who enter so that they don't enter with contraband? Is security your responsibility at all?
Ma'am, it is an international port. It is like an airport. How can we have the security? It is with the CISF. Everything is going through all the scanners. And if people are stupid enough to do something like this, we can't help it.
So you're saying as Namaskri, you have no responsibility whatsoever for security at that ship? Why do you organize that party?
We never had. That's what I mentioned to you earlier as well. The security at the port is with the CISF. CIF is a government. It's a different government security entity. You need to understand that. It is CISF is everywhere on all the ports in the country. That includes the airports as well. It's the same security which is there. It's an international port.
So you're saying there's absolutely no responsibility on your end as an events team. So what exactly and primarily was your role as an event organizer there, which now we know you're...
We were the entertainment service providers. So the arrangement was that Cordelia, as the cruise was the organizer, we were the event service providers. That means we organized everything that was happening on the cruise with respect to the show itself. That means what artist will play, what time will he play, what kind of lights are going to be used. The entire blueprint of the show was with us. So that is what our job was.
So in that case, are you trying to say that you were completely targeted? Why were you arrested in that case? Why you and few others?
We are still trying to find an answer to that, which nobody has. And probably that is the reason why there is a case now. In fact, an investigation, not the case, let me rephrase. There's an investigation going on against Sameer Wankhede.
So you say that you were targeted?
Sorry?
You say that you were targeted?
Yes, ma'am, definitely yes.
And Aryan Khan was also targeted in that case, in your view? In your view, even Aryan Khan was targeted. This was a conspiracy to frame y'all.
Ma'am, probably yes. He's a star kid. I can assure you one thing. He did not have any contrabands on him. Because I was there at the cruise at the time when Aryan was detained. I was definitely standing there. And I was the one who went up to Sameer Wankhede and asked him that, why are you detaining him?
So you're saying that you met Aryan Khan, you interacted with him, and he had no contrabands on him? No,
he did not. Being one of the heads in the company, I was there on ground that day because there was another issue of check-in failure that had happened, and there was a major chaos because of the check-in. So at that point of time, I was on ground, and when they detained Aryan, I was standing right there.
And when they detained Aryan, when you were right there, did you interact with him? Did you know what were they doing? What did the officials try to do at that point when they met Aryan or saw Aryan? Did they recognize him?
Ma'am, it's again in the pending investigation. Let it all go through, and you will know all the facts by yourself.
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
Sorry?
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
At that point of time?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
So how do you know that nothing was found on him? You saw that
because I was standing right there when they frisked him.
All right, but his friends had something on them?
Sorry?
His friends had something on them?
Ma'am, it's again pending investigation. Let it go through, and then we'll all get to know about this.
Now that you've got a clean sheet, would you look into a defamation case for all that for all the trolls and the allegations and how your company has been defamed?
Ma'am, we have already gone through a lot of hell because of all this. It's a very different kind of a trauma that one can only experience once they go through it. It actually felt in those days that we were literally out of a TV screen and into a Netflix series, wherein everything was just happening around us, and we did not know how to react or what to do at that point of time because it was all very, very new to us. We had never been in a situation like this in our lives.
And how long have you organized parties of such nature?
Sorry?
How long have you all organized parties of such nature, which the officials had called a drug party? How long have you all organized?
Just because the officials are calling it, they called it a drug party, wherein it was not. So it doesn't make us stop doing our business, no?
Sure. A final question, both of you. We know the trauma must have been painful. We'd like to hear from you itself. What is the message you want to convey to the officials who thought you were the ones who organized this drug party and you're directly responsible for whatever happened on that Cordelia cruise ship? All fingers pointed at you for that party that you organized. Would you want to justify as a final explanation here?
Well, I think the justice has already been done by the due diligence and what the government has looked into the case, and they've done quite a long investigation regarding this case, and the charge sheet was also filed 2 months later. So they had enough time to get to the bottom of this and find out every loophole that was there, and post that I think the honorary judge has given his decision, and it's for everyone to see.
And you welcome this, Gopal.
I would want to request all the officials sitting in that kind of with that kind of power that you have to be very sure in what you are doing, and never like try to misuse it, because you never understand what is the kind of trauma that the families and everybody goes through with it. It's not that one individual that you are putting behind bars or doing something ethically wrong with, but a lot of people, they get affected because of this. And it's a long-term effect. It is not something that can be just covered, initially very quickly or in a very small period of time.
So you say that this has scarred you for life and your family?
Maybe yes, because it's definitely a trauma. Every time I tend to think about what had happened, what we all went through, and what my family must have gone through when we were inside for no reason. And I think the worst part here was that we could not even understand that what wrong did we do. So it kind of leaves that very bad taste in your mouth, and it's kind of a very bad memory that always every time it's talked about, it just becomes very dark.
All right. Really appreciate that you took the courage, because we know the kind of trauma that you may have gone through. You just spelt it out. Samir and Gopalji, appreciate your time, and I'm happy for you that it's all clear now. Both of you have got a clean sheet, and so has Namaskar. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Ma'am, one more thing.
Yeah.
The government to encourage and rather to let us do this in a very bigger manner, wherein the government supports us into this, because end of the day, as Samir also mentioned earlier, we want to make India as a destination wherein people from abroad, they come in to enjoy these kind of events and festivals.
And one should not chase them away. But that said, Gopalji, there should be a way to also restrict people showing up with drugs so brazenly, thinking that it's all right and it's allowed and they can enter the cruise ship with drugs on them. There should be a way from either end to discourage this kind of rampant usage of drugs.
Definitely, that is why I mentioned that we would want the government to support us in the same, right. And wherein we can just figure out with a way that these kind of illegal activities should not happen anywhere.
Right. Gopalji, appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Gopal, for joining us on that.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
We've got some breaking news that's coming in right now. Firing on Punjabi singer Shubdeep Sidhu Moosewala near Jawahar ke village of Mansa. He was brought to Mansa hospital in critical condition. 2 others were also injured. Sidhu Moosewala's security had been recently withdrawn by Punjab police. He had received threats from gangsters. Sidhu Moosewala was among 424 people whose security was recently withdrawn by the government. It appears it's part of a vicious gang war. Punjab Congress Neta Sidhu Moosewala, who's also a singer, has been shot at in Mansa multiple times. He is critical as well. He was stripped of his security. It was recently withdrawn by the AAP government in Punjab. And now it appears he has been shot at in Mansa. That's the latest piece of information that's coming in right now. Also, an update which is coming in, some very unfortunate news that's coming in right now. Sidhu Moosewala, who was just shot a short while ago, was critical, was brought to Mansa Hospital, is no more. That's the latest information that's coming in. Singer turned Neta Shubdeep Sidhu Moosewala has been shot dead in Mansa. My colleague Manjeet is joining me on the phone line. Manjeet, extremely unfortunate news that's coming in. Punjab Congress Neta and singer Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in Mansa.
Yes, indeed, Pauline. It was around 6 o'clock when Sidhu Moosewala brought to Mansa Civil Hospital in a serious condition. 2 other people were also injured by the unidentified gunmen. Sidhu Moosewala's condition was critical when he was brought to the hospital, but he could not survive and he has come to the bullet injuries. The people who are behind this attack is still not known, but Sidhu Moosewala in the past had informed the police that he was receiving threats from the gangsters. The Punjab government recently also reduced his security cover, and only one gunman was with him when he was moving near Johar Ke village, which is located just 5 kilometers from his village, Moosewala. So big loss to the people of Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala was extremely popular among the young Punjabis. He had also contested the election, this 2022 assembly election, but had lost to the Aam Aadmi Party candidate. Sidhu Moosewala is still in the Mansa government hospital, and his death is being condoled by the politicians and people from various walks of life. So it's a big loss for the people of Punjab.
Absolutely. This is extremely shocking news, Manjeet, that you're reporting for our viewers right now. Those images, those very tragic and unfortunate images coming in from Mansa Hospital, where Sidhu Moosewala was immediately rushed through in a critical condition. He was shot at multiple times, his security having been withdrawn only recently by the government. He was among 424 others whose security had been withdrawn. Sidhu Moosewala, a famous Punjabi singer, rapper, who in fact joined the Congress party ahead of the Punjab Assembly elections earlier this year, contested the elections as well from Mansa, was defeated by the AAP candidate in the region. Now, reports coming in that he is no more after having been shot dead multiple times. Manjeet, any further information that's coming in about these unknown gunmen? What exactly happened this evening?
Well, the sequence is still not known. He was going to a village known as Johar Ke, located just 5 kilometers from his native place, Moosewala. He was accompanied by 2 other people also. The unidentified gunmen attacked them when they were moving on the road. They were injured, and then he was rushed to the civil hospital by the locals. Sidhu Moosewala's condition was critical when he was brought to the hospital, but the doctor shortly declared him brought there. He succumbed to the injuries. The condition of 2 other people who were injured in the attack is also critical. The unidentified gunmen fled from the scene. It is not known who they were. whether they were the gangsters, as Sidhu Moosewala in the past had informed the police that he was receiving threats from the gangs. They were demanding money from him. He was given the security cover, but that was withdrawn. Recently, he is among the 424 dignitaries whose security cover has been withdrawn or reduced by the state government. So Sidhu Moosewala has been declared dead by the Mansa Civil Hospital. SSP Mansa has also confirmed it. So big loss to Sidhu Moosewala's fans and the Punjabis in like. Sidhu Moosewala was very popular among the young Punjabis. He had given a number of musical hits. Particularly, he was popular among the youngsters, people, young Punjabis who used to sing his songs. He was a great crasher. His songs attracted millions of views on the social media. So Sidhu Moosewala recently was not happy after he lost the assembly elections. The Vijay Singla, who had defeated him, was recently arrested on graft charges. So Sidhu Moosewala had also reacted to the action taken by the Maan government, but the big loss to the Punjab people as he has been shot dead by unidentified people. So this also puts a question mark on the Punjab police as he was already facing threats from the gangs. Though it is not known who was behind this murderous attack and who were the people and whether they were chasing Sidhu Moosewala or Sidhu Moosewala was in touch with someone else. So details will be available after the investigations are over. So police so far has registered a case against unidentified persons, and Sidhu Moosewala and his fans, besides the family members and the Punjabis, are in a big shock because his death was unimagined and has come at a time when Sidhu Moosewala also trying his luck in the politics. Salome.
Right, and extremely young in age as well. Only 28 years old, we believe he was. Manjeet, any details about the kind of threats that he was facing?
Well, follow me, not only Sidhu Moosewala, but many other Punjabi singers were getting threats from the gangsters in the past. Sidhu Moosewala had also received threats, but there are no details who had issued him the threat. But one of his managers was also found involved in the murder of Akali Dal leader Nidhu Kheda. So he was also questioned by the Punjab police. So it is still not known who is behind this attack. But Sidhu Moosewala had informed the police that he is getting threats from the gangsters. So the police might be looking out for the possible for the people who could be responsible for this murder attack. But so far, the case has been registered against the unidentified persons, and Sidhu Moosewala is no more. His friends are in big shock. His family members and people from various walks of life and the politicians and other people have also expressed shock over the sudden death of Sidhu Moosewala, who was a young singer, young Punjabi singer, who carved out a niche for itself in a very short span of time. He was very popular among the young Punjabis and now was trying his luck in the politics, but he's lost his very first assembly election to the Aam Aadmi Party nominee, Vijay.
Right,
Singla,
absolutely tragic and shocking news that's coming in from Punjab. A young man, only 28 years of age, a popular singer who was growing in his career, who had just in fact recently turned to politics as well, joined the Congress party ahead of the Punjab Assembly elections, contested the elections as well, though unsuccessfully, had a long way to go politically, even in his artistic career, shot dead in cold blood in Mansa district, in fact close to where he hailed from. Two others were also injured in the incident. They are said to be critical as well. They've been brought to the hospital as well. Sidhu Moosewala was also rushed to the hospital in a critical condition, shot multiple times, but unfortunately didn't survive the attack. The whole of Punjab currently in mourning, in absolute shock over the death of this young man. Manjeet, can you confirm for our viewers, was his security withdrawn only yesterday?
Yes, his security cover was withdrawn by the Punjab government. He is among the 424 people. This also includes some Dera chiefs and some former MLAs and bureaucrats. So Sidhu Moosewala's security cover was also withdrawn by the Punjab police. Sources say that only one gunman was accompanying him when he was attacked by the unidentified assailants. They fled from the scene. It is still not known who they were. Police has registered a
Okay,
case.
Manjeet, just hold on for a bit. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining us on the phone line. Sir, how do you react to this absolutely terrible and shocking news which is coming in from Punjab right now? A young man shot dead in cold blood in Punjab, a popular singer, a rising star, also had a political career which he wanted to pursue as well, shot dead in cold blood.
इससे ज्यादा दुख क्या हो सकता है कि पंजाब का नौजवान अरविंद केजरीवाल की घटिया राजनीति, भगवंत मान की घटिया राजनीति के शिकार हो गया। ये क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि आप पहले उनकी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ करते हैं, फिर उनकी लिस्ट ऑनलाइन डालते हैं। आप मेरा कल का ट्वीट पढ़ें। मैंने कल ये ट्वीट में कहा था कि आप ये ऐसे कैसे कर सकते हैं? सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उनकी लिस्ट छाप रहे हैं मीडिया के अंदर। तो आप तो ये तय ही चाहते हैं, आप तो चाहते हैं कि उनके ऊपर हमला करें। आप तो लोगों को बता रहे हैं अब इनके पास सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, जाइए और इनके ऊपर हमला कीजिए। 90 सुरक्षाकर्मी अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली में दिए गए। 90 सुरक्षाकर्मी अरविंद केजरीवाल जो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, उनको दिल्ली में 90 सुरक्षाकर्मी दिए गए। भगवंत मान ने अपनी सिस्टर को 20 सुरक्षाकर्मी दिए। राघव चड्ढा जो दिल्ली राजेंद्र नगर में रहते हैं, 45 सुरक्षाकर्मी उनके साथ हैं और इस गरीब आदमी को मरवा दिया अपनी गंदी राजनीति के चलते। भगवंत मान शुड बी बुक्ड फॉर दिस मर्डर, अरविंद केजरीवाल शुड बी बुक्ड दिस फॉर मर्डर, एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट government of India also, MHA also, that they should take note of this and find out who are the behind this, why this document was leaked, and those officers should be put behind the jail and should be booked under 302 for leaking this document purposely to make a media hype and create कि देखो हमने सुरक्षा वापस ले ली। They should be booked for this. ये क्राइम हुआ है पंजाब के एक नौजवान की। आज किसके माँ का बेटा चले गया क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल गंदी राजनीति, भगवंत मान घटिया राजनीति कर रही थी, इसलिए आज ये सब कुछ हुआ है।
So by the document, I believe you're referring to the names of the individuals whose security was withdrawn by the government?
Their names were published. And in fact, in this document, it is said that it is a confidential document. How can you display this document in public and say that we had withdrawn the security to such and such person? It's a sensitive issue. It's a government issue. It's a government who has to decide whom to withdraw and whom to give us security. It is not a public document. And you are displaying in our TV channel and proudly saying कि हमने सुरक्षा विड्रॉ कर दी। देखिए।
और सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कहना था सिरसा साहब कि उनके ऊपर थ्रेट है। वो हमेशा कह रहे थे कि
बचा ही नहीं है, कुछ कहने को क्या बचा है? बचा ही नहीं है कुछ कहने।
Okay. So that is, of course, an emotional reaction which is coming in from Manjinder Singh Sirsa, who says that it is on the Bhagwant Mann government of Punjab to now respond to this absolutely shocking incident which has come to light from Punjab. A young man in his late 20s being shot dead in cold blood in Punjab. A rising singer, rapper, Sidhu Moosewala, who also in fact entered the political fray just a few months ago when he joined the Congress party, contested the Punjab Assembly elections. He is no more. Shot at multiple times. Critically injured first, brought to the hospital and declared dead on arrival. Questions now being asked of the Bhagwant Mann-led government. This is just a day ahead. Day after, I beg your pardon, just a day after Sidhu Moosewala's security cover was withdrawn by the state government of Punjab. He was among 424 persons whose security had been withdrawn. Manjinder Sirsa there, if you heard him over there, of course, expressing his absolute anger and anguish over this incident which has taken place in Punjab, which obviously has shocked everyone across the nation, not just in Punjab as well. A young life being snuffed out so easily in cold blood in Punjab. He, of course, referring to the fact that a confidential document naming the individuals whose security cover was being withdrawn was out in the open for everyone to see.
Yes, indeed, follow me. Big lapse on part of the Punjab police and Punjab government. The names of the people whose security cover was reduced or withdrawn should not have been published like this. And if the killers were following Sidhu Musewala and were known, came to know that his security cover has been withdrawn, is really shocking. And if we are to believe the visuals from the spot, Sidhu Musewala was attacked and multiple bullets were pumped into his body. The pictures are showing that he might have been driving the vehicle which was attacked by the unidentified assailants who fled the scene. Sidhu Musewala was very critical when he was brought to the hospital. The doctors tried to save his life, but he could not survive. He's come to the bullet injuries. Big loss to the people of Punjab. Follow me. Sidhu Musewala was very popular among his. He was an icon, youth icon, and his songs used to attract millions of hits on the social media. He always used to sing for the youth, and he was always. He had told the media persons in the past that he belonged to a place which is called Musewala. This was a village, a small hamlet, a small village in Punjab. Nobody knows about this village, but this village came on a world map after Sidhu Musewala started writing his village name with his name, and he went to some foreign countries as well. He was also very popular in Canada. He was educated at various places. He also lived in Canada. So Sidhu Musewala's death has come as a big shock to his fans, his family, and Punjabis. Now the visuals also show that the assailants were either chasing him and pumped multiple bullets into his body when he was moving towards Joharke village, located just 5 kilometers from his ancestral village, Musewala. His family members have reached the hospital. Everybody is in shock. The hospital authorities and have already declared him dead. The police officials have confirmed his death. So big loss to the people of Punjab, to the fans of Sidhu Musewala. He was extremely popular among the young Punjabis. He was accused of promoting gun culture in his songs, but had he was also facing some cases, also some viral videos in which he was shown shooting or holding the guns. Also became talk and also got attracted headlines in the media. So Sidhu Musewala was also facing these cases, but now he was trying his luck in the politics. He had lost his 2022 assembly election to the Aam Aadmi Party's candidate Vijay Singla, who was made health minister, now has been arrested on graft charges. So Sidhu Musewala's reaction had also come when he was removed from the cabinet, saying he had also thanked the Guru Nanak Dev Ji, saying that the truth will always win. So Sidhu Musewala's reaction was sharp and poignant. So Sidhu Musewala was, according to the sources, heading to Joharke village when he was attacked by the unidentified assailants. It is still not known who were they, but Sidhu Musewala in the past had informed the police that he is getting threats from the gangsters. They were demanding money, but shockingly, his security cover was withdrawn
Manjeet, why was his security cover withdrawn? That's the question that everyone's asking. If he faced such gangster threat, and the fact is the day after his security cover has been withdrawn, we see what happens. So clearly those threats were not unfounded. His worries, his fears were not unfounded. Why was his security cover withdrawn?
Well, follow me. When the Aam Aadmi Party came to the power, Bhagwant Mann, the chief minister, had announced that many people were getting security cover, and police force was reduced and was not available for the security and safety of the common people, as politicians, bureaucrats, and former officers were given security not only in Punjab but other states as well. So now security has been withdrawn from many people. 422 people who were given security in the past were informed in a letter. Sidhu Moosewala's name also figured among those people, and many other people, including the chief of the Akal Takht and other Akal Takht dignitaries, were also stripped of the security cover. Sidhu Moosewala was only having just one security guard with him when he was attacked. So big lapse on part of the Punjab police and Punjab government, as this document was
absolutely
made public.
it seems like they did not do the right kind of threat perception analysis before, of course, withdrawing his security cover. Manjeet, stay on with us. Harmeet Singh Shah is now joining us on the phone line as well. Harmeet, a huge loss. Okay, just hold on. Hansraj Hans, BJP MP, is joining us on the phone line right now. Sir, आप कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं? एक बहुत ही शॉकिंग खबर जो आ रही है, एक पॉपुलर सिंगर, एक उभरता सितारा जिसने पॉलिटिक्स में अभी बस कदम रखा था, इस तरह से ब्रॉड डे लाइट में उसको मार दिया जाता है।
बहुत शॉकिंग है, बहुत तकलीफदेह है, बहुत ज्यादा है
सर,
बहुत ज्यादा तकलीफ।
सिद्धू मूसेवाला को थ्रेट्स थे, गैंगस्टर थ्रेट्स थे, इसके बावजूद सिक्योरिटी कवर जो उनको पहले दी गई थी वो अचानक से निकाल ली जाती है। इसके बारे में आपको क्या कहना है?
गलती की है, गवर्नमेंट ने ये गलती की है, सिक्योरिटी वापस नहीं लेनी चाहिए थी। ऐसे मामलों में ऐसे लोगों की सिक्योरिटी के बारे में बहुत सीरियसली सोचना चाहिए।
सर, आपको क्या लगता है कि किसकी जवाबदेही होती है? एक 28 साल का नौजवान,
अभी तो नॉर्मल, अभी तो कुछ सेकंड पहले की बात है, समझ नहीं लग रहा क्या बोले, पता चल जाएगा। अभी क्या बोले आपको, किसी का बेटा इतना नामवर, इतनी फॉलोइंग थी करोड़ों की उसकी, इतना प्यारा बच्चा चले गया, क्या बोले, कुछ नहीं, बहुत तकलीफ है, वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट।
सर, हाउ बिग अ लॉस डू यू कंसिडर दिस? कितना बड़ा लॉस आप मानते हैं इसको?
बहुत बड़ा लॉस है। कहीं भी कोई आर्टिस्ट तो सबके संगे होते हैं, सबके प्यारे होते हैं, आर्टिस्ट को इस तरह का नहीं होना चाहिए। ये बहुत बुरा हुआ है, बहुत ही बुरा हुआ है।
जी, हंसराज जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए। That was Hansraj Hans, BJP MP, who is of course saying that this is a huge loss and it's an extremely unfortunate incident that has taken place in Punjab. Harmeet, my colleague, is still with me on the phone line. Harmeet, can you explain to our viewers how big a loss this is?
This indeed is a huge loss to the Punjabi entertainment industry. Follow me. Sidhu Moosewala, as I would call him, I think he was the disruptor-in-chief of Punjabi pop music, and he would rap about aggression, he would rap about narcissism, he would rap about critics and competitors. His rise happened when he went to Canada in 2016 on a student visa, and there he started coming out with his album. And in a way, he was compared to the American rapper Tupac Shakur. So he was indeed the Tupac Shakur of Punjabi hip-hop scene, and indeed is an extraordinary loss to the entire Punjabi film industry. And yes, he joined politics, and one of his latest songs post-election was a Scapegoat, which drew a lot of criticism because it in fact criticized the Punjabi voters for having elected the Aam Aadmi Party, or making a choice they did. So that was his. He leaves behind a very unique legacy so far as Punjabi pop is concerned. Follow me.
Absolutely. A unique legacy, as you say, Harmeet, that he leaves behind. Now, this obviously will raise questions, really. A young star like him, Harmeet, facing gangster threats as well, that is something which is obviously very disturbing and worrying, and we see, unfortunately, what that resulted in.
Indeed. So far as Punjabi singers are concerned, yes, many of them do have their own private security. But I don't remember that in living memory there is anyone from the Punjabi entertainment industry who had been assaulted this way and assaulted legally. So this, of course, it's up to the investigators now, Punjab police now, to determine what happened. But as Manjeet explained, that how his security cover, along with a number of other people in Punjab, including the Khas Jathedar and other top figures in the religious domain, was withdrawn. Probably, as you rightly mentioned, there was some sort of, or rather, a huge miscalculation in terms of security assessment, in terms of assessing who needs what kind of security cover under the present circumstances.
And Harmeet, before I let you go, what sort of an icon figure was Sidhu Moosewala for the youth of Punjab?
Follow me, before his song Scapegoat came in, he was hugely admired, but after Scapegoat, there was quite a lot of dent so far as his image as a singer, Punjabi singer, a singer who espouses the cause of, Punjabi hip-hop scene was concerned. But before that, his album would draw huge viewership on YouTube. And you go to any event, any celebration, no celebration would be complete without his songs being played up there. That was the level of his popularity, and the videos that he would shoot were highly produced videos, and his co-stars and the way he would project himself like a rapper. You know, artists do not have any boundaries, and his songs. More so, I mean, the poetry of his songs was so compelling. Single syllable words, sometimes short, crisp, aggressive. So that was Sidhu Moosewala, put together so far as an artist was concerned.
Right. Harmeet, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a sense of what a huge star Sidhu Moosewala was in Punjab. My colleague Manjeet is back with us on the phone line as well. Manjeet, any further details that you've managed to gather on what exactly happened and who's behind this shocking murder?
Well, follow me. Initial details say that Sidhu Moosewala, along with two of his friends, was driving a Thar vehicle, and when the assailants came in a black-colored vehicle, they attacked Sidhu Moosewala and his friends, and fled from the scene. So these are the initial details which have emerged from the eyewitnesses who took Sidhu Moosewala and two of his friends to the Mansa Civil Hospital, where he was brought in a critical condition. Doctors could not save his life. He succumbed to the bullet injuries. Multiple bullet injuries can also be seen on the rear and other glasses of the windscreen of his car. So this is the murder which might have been planned in advance. Particularly, the assailants might have got the information that Sidhu Moosewala's security cover has been reduced, and earlier he used to move with 8 to 10 guards, but now only one guard was left with Sidhu Moosewala. So this is a big lapse on part of Punjab police also, as Sidhu Moosewala was receiving threats from the gangsters in the past. This was also known to the Punjab police, and particularly the document which shows that the security cover of 424 people has been withdrawn or reduced was also made public. It was released to the press as well. So the assailants had all the details that Sidhu Moosewala might be moving without his guards. So they were either chasing him or had planned an ambush. So the attack was gruesome, and Sidhu Moosewala, a very popular singer, popular among all type of Punjabi. Sidhu Moosewala's songs were full of emotions, full of strength, full of josh. So every, be it the college or be it any party, Sidhu Moosewala's songs were very popular. As said earlier, his songs also attracted millions of views on social media. So Punjab now has lost a very popular young singer who was also very new to the politics, though it is still not known whether the attackers were the gangsters or or any other criminals behind this
Okay,
attack.
Manjeet, just hold on. I'll give you those few moments now to try and collect more information as to what happened. Let's listen in to Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला जो कि प्रसिद्ध सिंगर हैं, पंजाब की उन्होंने शान बनाई। अरविंद केजरीवाल और भगवंत मान की घटिया राजनीति के चलते आज वो शिकार हो गए। 20 गोलियों के साथ उनके ऊपर कातलाना हमला किया, जिसमें उनकी कीमती जान चली गई। ये क्यों किया गया? एक राजनीतिक पार्टी ने घटिया काम करना शुरू किया। लोगों की पहले सुरक्षा हटाओ, फिर उनका नाम अखबारों में छपवाओ, वो लिस्टें बाजार में डालो। मैंने कल ही ट्वीट करके ये कहा था, कल ही, कि तुम ये पाप कर रहे हो। पहले सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ करते हो, फिर उनके नाम छपते हो, जो कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट है उसको छापते हो। इससे किसी की जान जा सकती है। और आज वो सामने आ गया। लोगों को पता था सिद्धू मूसेवाले की सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ हो गई है, उसके ऊपर जानलेवा हमला हुआ और उसकी जिसमें जान चलेगी, इसके ऊपर भगवंत मान के ऊपर 302 और अरविंद केजरीवाल के ऊपर आराध्या कत्ल का मुकदमा 302 का दर्ज होना चाहिए। आज सिद्धू मूसेवाले की जान के, उसकी मौत के जिम्मेवार भगवंत मान और अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनकी गंदी और घटिया राजनीति है।
So the BJP there lashing out at Bhagwant Mann, the AAP government in Punjab, at Arvind Kejriwal for withdrawing Sidhu Moosewala's security just a day ahead of this very tragic incident. It appears his assailants had information of his security cover having been withdrawn, knew of his whereabouts, his movement as well, knew that he was in fact moving around with only one guard at the moment and decided to attack him. Unfortunately, Sidhu Moosewala lost his life. If you look at the visuals of the Thar vehicle in which Sidhu Moosewala and two others were in fact travelling, you can see that it is riddled with bullets. Multiple rounds seem to have been fired at the three passengers of the Thar vehicle. Our colleague Manjeet, of course, was earlier telling us that the assailants came in a black vehicle. Sidhu Moosewala, in fact, was someone who had a certain amount of threat from gangsters, and that is exactly why he had the security cover that he had. Of course, he had joined politics earlier as well, but very recently, the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab had withdrawn the security cover for 424 persons in Punjab, saying this was unnecessary and they did not need to have that kind of security, and it would save money if they withdrew their security. Clearly, they hadn't done the requisite amount of threat analysis as far as Sidhu Moosewala was concerned. And as a result of which, you can see a very tragic incident which has taken place today. Several questions that the government of Punjab will have to answer. A young life having been lost in a very tragic incident in Punjab's Mansa district. My colleague Manjeet is still with us right now. Manjeet, the fact that Sidhu Moosewala's security cover had been withdrawn very recently, yesterday itself, there was only one guard. Was this guard armed? Was he among the two others who are injured in this incident? And what is their condition at the moment?
Well, Polomi, it is still not known whether the guard was armed or not, or whether he was accompanying Sidhu Moosewala or not, because only 3 people have been injured, and one of them succumbed to his injuries, that is Sidhu Moosewala. Now, initial investigation shows that 7 rounds were fired, and the assailants came in a black vehicle and fled from the scene. Now, police has reached the spot and is also trying to scan the CCTV footage from the nearby buildings. The police is also questioning the eyewitnesses who had informed the police and took Sidhu Moosewala to the Mansa Civil Hospital in a very critical condition. The condition of two of his friends, which also very serious. They are being attended by the doctors. But meanwhile, the Sidhu Moosewala has left for his heavenly abode. It's a big shock to his supporters, to his family members, and to the people of Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala was very young, died at the age of 28, and now had also tried his luck in the politics. So Sidhu Moosewala was very popular, and his death has come as a big shock to the Punjab film industry as well. Sidhu Moosewala had was also recently featured in a Punjabi film. Many of his albums were very, very popular on the social media. He used to receive millions of views. As Harmeet Shah Singh told us that no party and no event was complete without Sidhu Moosewala's song. Sidhu Moosewala was very energetic, very popular, and a Joshila kind of singer in Punjab who used to attract young eyeballs.
Okay, Manjeet, just hold on. We have a doctor on the line with us from Mansa Civil Hospital.
ਤਿੰਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰੋਡਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੇ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਡਰੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਹਾਇਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੀ
ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੱਕ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਕਹੋਗੇ
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ 3 ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰੋਡਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੇ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਡਰੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਹਾਇਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੀ
ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੱਕ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਕਹੋਗੇ
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ 3 ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰੋਡਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੇ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਡਰੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਹਾਇਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੀ
ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੱਕ
So that was the civil surgeon at Mansa Hospital where Sidhu Moosewala, he says, was brought dead to the hospital, and he says there were 2 others who were injured. Their dressing has been done and they're being referred to a higher medical institute for better treatment at the moment. We are of course waiting to get more details about the 2 others who were in fact travelling in that Thar vehicle with Sidhu Moosewala. My colleague Manjeet is still with us on the phone line. Manjeet, any further information that you've managed to gather from the authorities? What are they saying about this absolute lapse that has taken place?
Well, Palomi, we heard the civil surgeon explaining that Sidhu Moosewala had received multiple bullet injuries. He was brought to the hospital and was brought dead. And the 2 others who were injured are now being referred to the higher institutes or medical colleges for further treatment. So the attack was very brutal. Sidhu Moosewala might have died immediately after the attackers pumped multiple bullet injuries. Sidhu Moosewala's vehicle also tells how brutal was the attack. The panes have been smashed and there are multiple bullet marks on the screens, the windscreen of Sidhu Moosewala's vehicle. He was driving a Thar vehicle. The assailants, as the sources say, that came in a black vehicle and attacked Sidhu Moosewala. As you said, it's a big lapse on part of Punjab Police, Punjab government, which had decided to reduce the security cover of Sidhu Moosewala, despite Sidhu Moosewala having informed the police that he was receiving threats from the gangsters and criminals. But his security cover was reduced yesterday. Only 1 gunman was with him. It is still not whether the gunman was accompanying him or not, whether he was armed or not. Only the investigation will tell. But the police has reached the spot where Sidhu Moosewala was attacked. Is questioning the eyewitnesses, gathering more information, and also the CCTV footage from the nearby CCTV cameras is also being scanned to get leads. Police officials have so far registered a case against the unidentified assailants. The investigations are currently on. We will be able to tell our viewers more details when the investigations are over. But Sidhu Moosewala's death has come as a big shock to the Punjabi film industry, his fans, his family members, and Punjabis who were settled abroad, as Sidhu Moosewala was very popular among the young Punjabis.
Absolutely. This is extremely shocking news that we're reporting to you from Punjab. A young singer turned politician Sidhu Moosewala, only 28 years of age, having been shot dead in broad daylight, in cold blood, in Mansa, just about 5 kilometers away from his ancestral home in Moosewala in Mansa district. Any official word, Manjeet, that's coming in from either the Punjab police or the government or the Home Department? Because we believe the Chief Minister holds the Home Department.
Well, there is no word from the Chief Minister yet, Paulami, but the Civil Surgeon and the SSP Mansa have only confirmed death of Sidhu Moosewala as the security cover for Sidhu Moosewala was reduced yesterday. So government is also in the dock. So no word from the authorities yet why his security cover was reduced, as he was already facing the threats. So big lapse on part of the administration, part of the Bhagwant Mann government and the police, which failed to assess the threats being posed by the criminals to this young Punjabi singer who was very valuable to the industry, very popular among his fans. So big loss to the people of Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala, who was born in 1993, died at a very young age. Follow me.
Manjeet, also again for the benefit of our viewers, can you explain why was the security cover for Sidhu Moosewala and the 423 others withdrawn?
Well, follow me. When Aam Aadmi Party government came to the power, the Chief Minister had announced that the government will withdraw security cover of the people who were not facing any threat from the criminals, but they were enjoying the security cover. Hundreds of cops were engaged by these people, and there was less police force left for the safety and security of the common people. So this was a drive, and as per this drive, 424 people were selected. This includes some Bera chiefs, some religious leaders, including the chief of the Akal Takht, and some retired bureaucrats, wives of some former MLAs, and other family members were also given security cover. So this was a move to reduce the security cover. But Sidhu Moosewala and 2-3 other people, even there were some politicians also whose security has been restored. This also includes the religious leader, the chief of the Akal Takht, whose security has been restored. But Sidhu Moosewala was left at the mercy of just one guard. But whether or not the guard was with him when he was attacked by the unidentified assailants, it's still also not known whether he was armed or not, because only 2 people have been injured. They were friends of Sidhu Moosewala, who was heading to Joharke village, which is located between 5 to 7 kilometers from his native place, Moosewala.
Okay. Manjeet, I'll give you some time off to try and collect more information so that we can relay that information to our viewers. Shiv Arora is also joining me live right now. Shiv, absolutely shocking information that's coming in from Punjab. A young singer, only 28 years of age, had just entered the political fray, having been shot dead multiple times. He was shot at multiple times by unknown assailants in Mansa district, not very far away from his ancestral village, and all because his security cover was withdrawn yesterday, part of some sort of a what seems like a populist measure that the government of Punjab undertook, but clearly did not do a proper threat perception assessment as far as Sidhu Moosewala goes.
The number of questions, Polomi, that are going to be landing like a ton of bricks on the Bhagwant Mann government at this point of time, cannot be imagined. For the 28-year-old, globally popular Punjabi pop star, someone who had made gangster rap really popular the world over within the realm of Punjabi pop music, to be murdered in this manner less than 24 hours after his security cover was withdrawn is beyond alarming. You and I both reported on this story. Remember that Sidhu Moosewala needs no introduction. His music is famous the world over. He's a person who has been no stranger to controversy because of the subject matter of many of his songs. They're about gun culture and things like gangster life and things like that. But that's his pop star and his music life. The fact is that this was a person who had joined the Congress party amidst a lot of fanfare last November. He fought from the Mansa from the Mansa constituency, which is where he is from. He's from the Musa village in the Mansa constituency. He lost to the AAP, the person who won from the AAP, Dr. Vijay Singla, but he was a person who was seen to be, the big kind of popular face that the Congress needed to turn the tide. But politics aside, the fact that a populist measure of some kind that may have, followed some kind of process resulted in the removal of security of over 400 people, as you rightly said, which is part of a process. Every year, these things are updated and reviewed. So on the face of it, there may not be anything alarming about security of individuals being reviewed. But for this particular individual, for his life to be taken away less than 24 hours after his security was removed, throws up an obvious alarm bell, Polami. And that's a question that only Bhagwant Mann and his fledgling government in Punjab will be able to answer. Already on social media and in the political landscape, you are seeing a great deal of finger pointing that has already exploded, saying, we told you so, this is what the Punjab government is worth, this is political vendetta. They've just, you saw what Manjinder Singh Sirsa said, that a young Punjabi pop star's life was, played around with. There was tamasha over a young life. And that's what happens when you mix politics with the security of people. This is a nightmare scenario, Polami, as far as Punjab is concerned. You were in Punjab. You covered the elections. You remember the mood on the ground, with the Khalistan factor, with the violence factor, playing such a big role at that time. It became a very, very emotive issue. This young man, 28-year-old Sidhu Moosewala, whose real name is Shubhadeep Singh Sidhu, is something that's not going to settle down very easily. There are going to be enormous questions, and I think the first big questions are going to be with the Bhagwant Mann government. Yes, there will be a police investigation. Yes, there will need to be a deeper probe into what precisely what the circumstances under which he was killed. Who were the killers? What was the issue over whether he was killed? Was it drug related? Was it gangster related? Some kind of personal enmity? Were these people simply waiting, Polami, for his security to be withdrawn before planning this hit? I think is going to be the biggest and most hair-raising question at this point.
And that is an important question, and that is a question that many will be asking. Were these people simply waiting to, in fact, go ahead with this hit, because it comes just a day after his security cover was withdrawn? And, speaking of Manjinder Sirsa, Shiv, one of the points that he raises, and he raised it yesterday as well, when the security cover was, in fact, withdrawn, you can see it on his Twitter timeline, that a list which is a confidential list of 424 persons whose security cover stands withdrawn is out in the open for the public to see on the day the security cover is withdrawn, and the next day a young life is in fact snuffed out.
Absolutely. I mean, just think of it this way, Polami. If whoever it is who has killed Sidhu Moosewala, couldn't do it all this while because of the kind of security that he actually had around him. He had elaborate security around him because he enjoyed the security that was provided to him by the government. If the government has, through due process, basically said that you don't need this security anymore, then it points to an even bigger lapse, which is an intelligence failure, which means that they failed to detect the threat to Sidhu Moosewala's life. Now, I find it hard to believe that Sidhu Moosewala or his team or the people who he was with, it's highly unlikely that, they wouldn't have known that there was a threat to his life of this kind. He was a person, like I said, who dabbled in controversial things, who had strong political views, who had said things in the past about Khalistan, who had been in controversy before, over training with an AK-47, that kind of thing. The gangster life is something that he embodied. But if the Punjab government has somehow failed to detect a specific threat to his life and therefore withdrawn the security that was actually keeping Sidhu Moosewala alive, then I'm afraid that the questions for Bhagwant Mann and the team that advised him to pull away this security is going to be beyond just the usual questions that will be asked in the political landscape. Because right now, the Congress party and many others will be saying that this is practically political murder. That's what the mood is going to be right now. And like you rightly asked, Polami, were these people simply waiting on the sidelines for the security to be removed before, mounting this hit, appears to be borne out by the fact that this 28-year-old pop singer was murdered 24 hours after that security was withdrawn.
Absolutely. And those questions are being asked, and the questions will be asked not just of the Punjab police, but of the Chief Minister himself, because he holds charge, Shiv, of the Home Department.
That's right. And, who else but him to answer these questions? The fact is that the Punjab election was fought with Bhagwant Mann as the chief ministerial face. He had come to power in the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal with huge questions, with huge promises of, a new start, a Naya Punjab, moving away from the violent, unpredictable past, all the political things that had been said at this time. There were promises that would be taken away. It's going to be very easy for Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann's detractors and critics to say, you've lied to the entire state and thereby won the election when you've actually changed nothing. They're going to accuse the Punjab government as well as Arvind Kejriwal of, playing with the life of a young, Punjabi pop star. And let's also remember one thing very, very clearly, Polami, which is that Sidhu Moosewala was a Punjabi. He had spent some time in Canada as well. But his renown, it is too little to call this guy a Punjab Congress Neta. He was a global superstar. He needs no introduction. Everyone knows who Sidhu Moosewala is. He isn't a person who needs any introduction because his music was truly viral and iconic the world over. As Manjeet Sehgal was telling us a short while ago, he was a sensation on YouTube. Generations of young Punjabis all over the world, and they do have some of the largest diaspora, considered this man iconic. Of course, he was controversial. There were many people who, criticized the kind of subject matter that he dealt with in some of his songs, because there was a lot of gun culture, the life of a gangster and things like that. But, that's very much part of gangster rap. That's something that can perhaps be debated later. But there were some lines that blurred for sure between his art and his real life. He got into trouble, over videos that went viral over him firing an AK-47. He got into trouble for his views on Khalistan. One of his songs, praised Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale. There were other controversies that dogged him as well, not very long ago. So the line between him and, his art was always very blurry. There was an Arms Act case that was filed against him in 2020 during the pandemic as well, Polami, a year before he joined the Congress. So it's not like his real life and his, music life were very separate. Sometimes he embodied that kind of gangster culture. So the questions that will now be asked are going to be, who killed him? Did they know about the security being withdrawn? And how did they react so quickly to actually get him bumped off? This is a gangster-style killing. Let's make no mistake about it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Shiv, stay on with us. Now, speaking of the global star that Sidhu Moosewala was, let's watch some of those iconic songs and videos of the young sensation.
ਸੋਲੋ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਮੰਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੱਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਟੰਗਿਆ ਦਾ ਕਰੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਯੂਜ਼ ਦੁਨੀਆ
Leader Pratap Singh Bajwa is now joining me on the phone line. Sir, how do you react to this very tragic and shocking news that has come in from Punjab this evening? A young singer turned Congress Neta being shot dead in broad daylight in Punjab, sir.
It's most depressing and most heart-rending, because he was the only son of his parents, the information that I have. And the most unfortunate part is that only just a day earlier, his security was withdrawn. And today the young budding star, who is a youth icon of Punjab, has been shot dead in daytime. And I hold it as a political murder, and I directly hold Bhagwant Mann responsible, who holds the Department of Home Portfolio. He should immediately resign if he has any kind of sense of, you could say, respect. He should be the first one to offer his resignation and step aside. See, the most unfortunate part is, only yesterday they have withdrawn security from almost 400 to 500 very important people. And on top, it is said on the memo that it is a security, it's a secret document. But the police department
through the PR department of the Punjab government, releases it to the press. So all these people whose security has been withdrawn, immediately the people who wanted to hit at them, they were informed that they are now totally without security. You can go ahead with whatever your plans are.
Right.
So it is actually this whole government has been on a PR exercise. I want to ask on the India Today, can Bhagwant Mann tell us how his mother, how his sister, and how the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, has been given 80 commandos by the Punjab police? How his sister and mother holding 25 to 30 people each? And how is Raghav Chadha given 15 to 20 people, when important people who have fought against terrorism in the state, whose families are under threat, they have been withdrawn without getting assessment of security assessment. This is a clear-cut political murder, and I directly, as the CLP leader of Punjab, I hold the Chief Minister responsible. He should immediately resign.
You're making a very strong statement over there, Mr. Bajwa. You're saying that this is a political murder because you hold the Chief Minister himself responsible for this gruesome murder, because you believe that under the garb of a very populist measure, the security for Sidhu Moosewala was withdrawn while he still faced grave threat to his life.
Yeah, I fully stand on my statement, what I have given. And another thing, what I want to inform you. All these singers, Punjabi singers and actors, film actors, are getting daily calls or ransom calls from the jails of Punjab, from the gangsters, in jails and outside the jails of Punjab. And the government of Punjab and the Home Department knew very well they are under severe threat. And in spite of that, they have withdrawn this young icon security. So I directly hold Bhagwant Singh Mann and the Director General of the Punjab Police responsible for the murder of this young boy.
And this raises some very serious questions about the law and order situation on the ground as well.
There is no law and order, ma'am. There's no law. There's total mayhem in the state. These AAP guys are treating Punjab Police like a private militia of theirs. Nobody's life, nobody's property is safe in the state of Punjab at the present moment.
So while we of course await official word from the government or the Punjab Police on what has happened, what has tragically happened this evening in Mansa, there might be an argument they would put out as far as the withdrawal of security is concerned, that this is part of a process. Not everyone can continue to enjoy security for as long as they wish to.
Can he give us argument in favor of getting his sister and mother security? What is the threat to Bhagwant Mann's sister and mother? What is the threat to Raghav Chadha? Can you please tell us? Did they fight? Have they even fought a single step during militancy in Punjab?
So
why have they been given? How has Arvind Kejriwal ji given 80 commanders from the Punjab Police? He is already the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi. He is already under that security of the central government.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Bajwa, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Pratap Singh Bajwa there, of course, expressing his anguish over the incident which has taken place, the absolutely tragic incident that has taken place in Mansa this evening, saying it is a political murder and Bhagwant Mann is solely responsible for a young life having been cut short in Punjab. Manjeet is back with us on the phone line. Manjeet, any further details that you've managed to gather about what happened this evening and who's behind this gruesome murder?
Well, Palomi initial investigations show that the Punjab gangsters could be behind this murder, and the name of Lawrence Bishnoi gang has cropped up.
Manjeet, I'll request you to hold your thoughts over there. Mr. Sunil Jakhar, who recently joined the Bharatiya Janata Party from the Congress in Punjab, is on the phone line with us. Mr. Jakhar, how do you react to this very tragic news that's coming in from Punjab of a young singer turned Neta losing his life because his security cover was just withdrawn yesterday, today being shot dead in broad daylight?
It is most unfortunate and is a really very sad day for Punjab. Especially I sympathize, I share my condolences with the family members and lakhs of young followers which Sidhu Moosewala ji had. And most tragic part of this incident is that If the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab had not played politics with the security, as sensitive issues such as security, I think his life would have been spared. Just to gain cheap publicity, they had withdrawn wholesale on a massive scale the security of so many political and public personalities. I do understand that certain people must have been misusing security as a status symbol, but there's a due process through which security is either allotted or withdrawn, considering the threat perception to each individual. You cannot do it en masse for 400 plus people in one day without ascertaining the threat perception. It was not only Sidhu Moosewala ji, but there are other public or religious personalities. I think they should have been treated with more responsibility. They have withdrawn security of Akal Takht Sahib Jathedar Gyani Harpreet Singh ji also. They have withdrawn security of Dera Byas also. I think there are so many people, their threat perception should be evaluated dispassionately and not for political gimmickry. That's what is most tragic, which I feel. Hello?
Okay, Mr. Jakhar, we are of course getting those very disturbing pictures coming in from Mansa right now of Sidhu Moosewala having been shot at multiple times as he was travelling with two others in his Thar vehicle very close to his ancestral home in Mansa, near Moosewala. In fact, he was very close to home at this point of time. We do not know if he still had that one guard that he kept, if that guard was with him, but he, of course, was brought dead to the hospital, and the two others who were injured, who were travelling with him at that point of time, brought to the hospital. The doctor there, of course, telling the media that their dressing has been done and they will be referred to a higher institute for better treatment. Mr. Jakhar, if you're still on the phone line with us, so you think that this whole act of withdrawing the security of Sidhu Moosewala and 423 others in one fell swoop was political gimmickry?
Yes, that's what I believe, because they are doing it to divert attention of people from the promises, tall promises they had made. They had promised the moon to the people of Punjab, and to take away their attention and also to brush up their image for the forthcoming Himachal Pradesh election. I think it was nothing more than a political gimmickry which has cost life of Sidhu Moosewala. Another self-contradictory thing which I think your viewers must know is that only recently Bhagwant Mann ji, the Chief Minister of Punjab, had gone to meet the Home Minister of India, Shri Amit Shah ji, and asked for 10 additional companies of CRPF in view of the law and order situation in Punjab. So how do they explain this? On one hand, he is asking for additional security forces. On the other hand, he is withdrawing security for people who are having a threat perception. So these things, I think, in the coming days, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Chief Minister will have a lot to answer. It is not a matter of which political party I'm affiliated to or which political party Moosewala ji represented. This is a tragic and most unfortunate incident which has happened, and it brings not only disrepute to Aam Aadmi Party, it brings bad name to Punjab also.
Right. Right. Mr. Jakhar, thank you so much for joining us on the phone line, sir. And of course, expressing your anguish and anger at what has happened this evening in Punjab. Those images, of course, from the scene of the crime and from later, from the hospital as well. The doctor, of course, telling the media that Sidhu Moosewala was brought dead to the hospital. Two others who were injured with him have been receiving treatment at the Mansa hospital, but will be referred to a higher institution for better treatment. You can see that vehicle, the Thar vehicle, on your screens right now. Multiple rounds seem to have been fired at Sidhu Moosewala, who seemed to have been driving at the time when he, in fact, was shot dead in cold blood by unknown assailants. The police has registered a case. Manjeet, of course, has been giving us all the updates. And my colleague Shivarur is also with us. Manjeet, to you first, any sort of updates that you're gathering from your sources on the ground, from the police, from the government, as to whether they've been able to identify the assailants or who was behind this incident or how it happened?
Well, Polomi, there is no information about the assailants who came in a black vehicle and shot multiple times when Sidhu Moosewala died on the spot. But sources say that Lawrence Bishnoi gang would be behind this attack. Sidhu Musewala had received threats from this gang as well. So police is now investigating the case, has registered a case against the unidentified persons. It is still not known how many people were involved in this attack. The people only knew that they were in a black vehicle. The police is on the spot. It's scanning the CCTV footage of the nearby from the nearby houses, and also getting leads from the locals who had first spotted Sidhu Musewala, who was driving his Thar vehicle when this attack took place. He was taken to the hospital in a very, very critical condition, but doctors declared him not dead. Two other friends were also critically injured in this attack. These people, these two friends of Sidhu Musewala, have been referred to the other hospitals. The police, on the other, is silent on the attack. Has not the officials and any government official has not spoken anything about the attack.
Manjeet, can you give us more details about the gang that you were referring to earlier that could have been possibly behind this murderous attack on Sidhu Musewala?
Well, Palami, Lawrence Bishnoi gang could be behind this attack, as this gang was also previously injured in similar demands in the past, and many Punjabi singers, including the Parmesh Verma, was also attacked in the past. Rinda, the Pakistan-based gangster, was also involved in demanding the ransom and in demanding the extortions from the popular Punjabi singers and actors. But it is exactly not known how many people were involved in this and who exactly were they were hired by, and what was their modus operandi, what was the how and why they masterminded this attack. Were they the normal criminals, or what was this a rivalry gang? As Sidhu Musewala's one of the Sidhu Musewala's manager was also questioned in connection with the murder of Akali Dal leader Middu Kheda, who was shot dead last year. So Sidhu Musewala's connection with the gangsters or with his controversial songs, it's a matter of investigation. Sidhu Musewala in the past had received many threats from the gangsters. He had also informed the police. That is why he was given at least 10 gunmen by the then Congress government, but his security cover was reduced on Saturday, and within 24 hours he died because of a serious lapse on part of the Punjab police and Punjab government, as his security cover was reduced. It is still not known whether the gunmen which were deployed or were accompanying him or not, whether they were armed or not. It is still not known. But Sidhu Musewala is moving with two of his friends when he was attacked by the unidentified assailants at Joharke village, which is located just 5 to 7 kilometers from his native village, Musewala.
Okay. Manjeet, we will, of course, let you have a few moments to gather more information, because we've still not had any official word from the Punjab police or the Punjab state government about this gruesome murder that has taken place in Mansa district of Punjab. Shiv Arur, of course, continues to be with us. Shiv, one of the points which was being made by Mr. Pratap Singh Bajwa earlier, an extremely serious point, where he said that Punjabi singers, rappers, popular stars, artists, in fact, are given threats from gangsters, not just the ones who are outside, those from jail as well are issuing threats all the time. So that threat perception is not something which is unreal, it's real.
It's definitely real. You know, like I said, the line between, the culture that they espouse in their art and the actual lives they live is very, very blurred. Sidhu Musewala never made any bones about it, in fact, Polami, when he took this on as something that was very much a part of his life. He embraced it. It was something that fed into his music, his persona, his culture, his personality. When it's down to the real world, when it's down to an actual threat to your life, when it actually comes down to the unsavory characters and gangs that Sidhu Musewala may have been dealing with, it becomes a very, very serious issue, because this young man, 28-year-old, globally popular hip hop star, is dead. He's been shot multiple times. Look at those images, that India Today has accessed of the vehicle that he was traveling in. It was not one or two gunshots. There are multiple gunshots. There are multiple bullet holes in that vehicle. It was clearly, someone or a group of people who knew Sidhu Moosewala's whereabouts. They had obviously been tracking his movements. These are obviously people who are, in the business of crime and killing and, gangster-style eliminations of rivals. This is not some random amateur kind of crime that has taken place in Mansa. And therefore, for the Punjab government to be silent all this while, of course, investigations need to happen. Due process needs to take place. Nobody should jump the gun over, who may have been responsible, etc., etc. But the very fact that this man, this singer, has been shot dead 24 hours after his security was withdrawn directly points to, a catastrophic collapse or a disconnect with intelligence on the ground. This was not some small fry neta. He was a globally popular celebrity, a person who enjoyed, security that was provided to him. Controversial, obviously a controversial life that he lived, but nevertheless, for the government to withdraw that security and not know about what was clearly some kind of threat to his life is a question that is going to be a very uncomfortable one. And I'm not surprised that Bhagwant Mann is not on record just yet.
Absolutely no surprises over there, because several questions are being raised. Mika Singh Singer is joining us on the phone line. Mika, how would you react to this absolutely tragic and shocking news that's come from Punjab? Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in cold blood in Mansa.
No, I'm feeling very sad and bad, because it is like किसी animal को मारते हैं आपने, किसी जानवर को मारे या राह चलते हैं, जो हम 30 साल पहले, 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे gangster होते हैं, ऐसे कर देते हैं. And this is 2022. This is what happening. I'm surprised. किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया, कोई डर नहीं रहा. Nobody scared. They can kill anyone. अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी. एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है, लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी, जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने एक वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी.
तो आपका मानना है मीका?
और बहुत ही घटिया बात है.
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही शॉकिंग बात है. मीका, आपका मानना है कि ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर ही सवाल उठा देता है कि पंजाब में इस वक्त लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, देखिए अभी क्या है, अब क्या पॉलिटिक्स है, क्या पॉलिटिशियन का अपना है, मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं जी 3 साल, अभी जस्ट 4 दिन पहले ही उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी हटाई उनकी. अगर सिक्योरिटी हटाई तो व्हाई दे टारगेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला? किसी और की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? सिंगर की ही डेथ क्यों हुई? कि ठीक है यार, एक सेलिब्रिटी को मारेंगे ताकि हम आपस में क्या पॉलिटिक्स का क्या चल रहा है वो हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा. बट सबको पता है कि ऐसे लोग गैंगस्टर हैं जो पैसा मांगते हैं, हर हफ्ते उनको पैसा जाता है, सिंगर्स बेचारे डर के दे रहे हैं. ऐसे बहुत बड़ी आम बात होगी पंजाब में. बट इसलिए हो रही क्योंकि वो गैंगस्टर जाते हैं और बाहर आ जाते हैं. जब बाहर आते हैं और फिर अपना कांड करके फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं. ऐसे लोगों को आप कड़ी से कड़ी सख्त से सख्त सजा क्यों नहीं देते आप?
मीका, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको? लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने बड़े स्टार थे वो. व्हाट अ यंग राइजिंग स्टार.
देखिए कि जस्ट 3 years के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम, इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया. आई थिंक मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में, वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग. इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं, ही यूज्ड टू फॉलो सिद्धू मूसेवाला ऑन इंस्टाग्राम. तो जिस बंदे ने इतना बड़ा पंजाबी म्यूजिक को वर्ल्ड वाइड वो लेके गए हैं और अच्छे लेवल पे लेके गए हैं, बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिक लेके आए, पूरा यूथ उनको फॉलो करता है. बहुत सच्ची बातें अपने गानों में वो लिखते थे, ना कि सिंगर थे, बहुत अच्छे राइटर थे वो. और मेरे बहुत ही प्यारे दोस्त थे, भाइयों की तरह थे. और कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि उनके बारे में मैं उनके मुंह से किसी की बुराई या कोई किसी को वो किसी की बुराई करते हो या ऐसे चुगली करते हो. वो अपने काम में मस्त थे और विद इन 3 years उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा नाम कमाया. और एक लौता बेचारा बेटा है अपने पेरेंट्स का. पहले कनाडा में अच्छी खासी मेहनत करते थे, सब कुछ छोड़ के उन्होंने अपने गाँव में जाके उसी जगह पे जहाँ पे उनका छोटा सा घर था, उसमें ही उन्होंने अपनी अच्छा घर बनाया अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए. तो क्या सक्सेसफुल होना, हिट होना जुर्म है? क्या उसने जुर्म करने के लिए इतना बड़ा अपना नाम बना लिया और यही उनकी जान ले लेगा? और ये आज उनकी जान ले रहा है, कल को किसी की भी जान ले लेगा.
मीका, व्हेन वाज द लास्ट टाइम कि आपने सिद्धू मूसेवाला से बात की, और कुछ मेमोरीज बताइए. आपने बताया कि ही वाज योर वेरी क्लोज पर्सनल फ्रेंड. Do you remember the last time you spoke to him? What was that conversation? What memories can you share with us?
अभी जो पिछले हफ्ते मुंबई आए थे एंड मुंबई में वो यही मुझे बता रहे थे और हमारी बात नहीं हो पाई बिकॉज मैं शूटिंग में था। तो मैंने उनको ये भी बोल दिया था कि यार तो जब भी तो आता तो मेरी गाड़ी यूज कर और मेरे घर पे रहा कर, क्योंकि मेरी भी मैं मजाक में बोल रहा था कि मैं छड़ा हूँ, शादीशुदा नहीं है, तो आप जब मर्जी मेरे घर पे आओ, रहो, चिल करो। एंड वो यही बात बोल रहा था कि पाजी मैं तो मुंबई में घूम रहा हूँ, यहाँ तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं यार, अकेला गाड़ी में घूमूं, कोई बॉडीगार्ड की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई बंदा घूर के नहीं आपको देख रहा। तो मैंने यही बोला था कि यार आने वाले टाइम में तो इधर ही रुक जाया कर। मुझे क्या पता था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा उनके साथ होने वाला। और वो 4 साल पहले भी यही बातें करते थे कि यार मुझे ऐसे ऐसे गैंगस्टर ने धमकी दी है, ये दी है, वो दी है। तो समझ नहीं आता
मिका जी, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के गाने में और लिरिक्स में समटाइम्स कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल चीजें थी, बंदूक एंड गन कल्चर और गैंगस्टर कल्चर ऐसा था। सो देयर आर सम पीपल हु से कि रियल लाइफ एंड हिज म्यूजिक लाइफ गॉट ब्लर्ड and he mixed up many things. What would you say about that? There are people who say that his music became his real life in some ways.
देखिए, मैं कहता हूँ अगर कोई बंदा अपने गानों में बयां करता है, आज मेरा गाना आया था गणपत बहुत पहले, वो मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ, मैंने गाना फिल्म के लिए बनाया, लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं। गणपत जलदारू ऐसे गाना एक आया था शूटर लोखंड वाला में, वो गाने का एक फिल्म का एक कॉन्सेप्ट था कि उनको ऐसा गाना चाहिए। इट डजंट मीन कि मैं ऐसा हूँ, पर अगर आदमी अपनी बातें लिख रहा है गाने के अंदर तो उसमें वो एक एटीट्यूड है। इट इज नॉट कि वो ऐसा है। यूथ सुनता है गाना, यूथ को अच्छा लगता है, उन्होंने गाने बना दिए। पर ये जरूर प्रॉब्लम है कि उनको किसी ने उनसे पैसे मांगे होंगे, उसने पैसे नहीं दिए होंगे। अब उसको जैसे किसी ने गोली मार दिया, वो कल को 4 और सिंगर्स को बोलेगा ठीक है उसको मैंने मार दिया, अब तेरी बारी। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
So you're saying that it could have been some kind of extortion by some gang, some attempt to extort from him, because reason we are asking Mika कि ये जो murder जो हुआ है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का, it has happened the day after his security was withdrawn. इसका मतलब है कि जिसने भी सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा है, he was aware कि उनका security withdraw हो चुका है अभी।
वही है ना, जैसे सिक्योरिटी विथड्रॉ हुआ, आप दूसरे दिन ही तो हर न्यूज पे आ जाता है कि उस सिंगर की या उस पॉलिटिशियन की सिक्योरिटी हट गई है। बट मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बाकी की तो सिक्योरिटी हटी हुई है। अब इसमें जिसने भी गेम चलाकी से खेली होगी उसको यही लग रहा है कि ठीक है यार मैं अपना काम कर देता हूँ, लोग बोलेंगे उसने करा होगा, और इसके जरिए मैं बाकी सिंगर्स को बोलूंगा कि ठीक है जी कल मैंने उसको मारा है, अब तुझे मारेंगे, अब पैसा देना शुरू कर। बट एक बंदे की जान चलेगी। मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस को और सरकार को बहुत तगड़ा एक्शन लेना चाहिए। इट इज नॉट ओनली सिद्धू मूसेवाला, इट इज फॉर जो आम जनता बेचारी, वो क्या करे जाके।
मीका रिसेंटली क्या
बिजनेसमैन को भी वो टारगेट करेंगे?
नहीं, रिसेंटली क्या सिद्धू मूसेवाला ने आपसे कोई बात कही थी किसी थ्रेट के बारे में? आप कह रहे 4 साल पहले किसी गैंगस्टर थ्रेट के बारे में बताया था रिसेंटली।
हाँ, उन्होंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया था, मुझे लंदन में मिले थे, उन्होंने भी बोला यार ये बहुत नया सिस्टम शुरू हो गया कि यार मैं हूँ, 2-4 और सिंगर्स हैं जिनको ऐसे कॉल आते हैं और हमें समझ नहीं आता कि हम उनके साथ कैसे डील करें। तो मैंने उनको वैसे ही बोला था कि यार तुम वहाँ रह रहे हो, तुम इधर ही आ जाओ, मुंबई में शिफ्ट हो जाओ, तो यहाँ पे अपना जितना मर्जी काम, यहाँ तो शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, अमिताभ बच्चन जैसे सुपरस्टार रहते हैं, उनको तो कभी कोई धमकी नहीं आती और अपना काम करते हैं, खूब पैसा कमाते हैं, बहुत बड़े स्टार हैं। मैं वहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ, मैंने बहुत नाम कमाया, सब कुछ है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फील वेरी सेफ इन मुंबई। तो बोलता नहीं मुझे गाँव में रहना है, मुझे गाँव से प्यार है। दिस इज व्हाट वो लास्ट टाइम बोले थे।
पर वो डर महसूस करते थे पंजाब में?
100% करते
उनको जान
और ये सब तभी कोई सरकार भी अलग थी। ऐसा नहीं मैं बोलूंगा कि आज की सरकार को मैं ब्लेम करूँ या पिछली सरकार को करूँ। इसमें सरकार का दोष नहीं, इसमें एक ही चीज का है कि सरकार या पुलिस अगर इस चीज को सीरियसली ले ले कि हमने इसको ठीक करना है, तो वो 1 सेकंड का काम है। ये चीज दिल्ली या मुंबई में क्यों नहीं हो रही?
तो उनको महसूस होता था, जान को खतरा महसूस होता था उनको, ये उन्होंने आपसे कहा है?
100% होता था। उनके अलावा और भी सिंगर्स हैं, मेरा एक छोटा भाई है गिप्पी गरेवाल, उसके साथ भी हुआ है, उसको भी शायद सिक्योरिटी मिली थी पीछे, उसको भी यही प्रॉब्लम आई थी, उनको कॉल आ गया था, पहले वो पैसे मेरे ख्याल दे रहे थे, उसके बाद उन्होंने फिर कंप्लेन करी, शायद अभी बंद हुआ। तो ये जो भी गैंगस्टर आते हैं ये अपना उनको जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं और जब वो प्रोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं अपना फिर कान करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं।
निका जी, just couple of last questions just for clarity, क्योंकि जो आप बोल रहे हैं this takes the story to a very much more serious level, sir. So I just want to clarify this. You are saying that Sidhu Moosewala had spoken to you and said that he and some other people like him, pop stars jo hain Punjab mein, they are facing threat. There is a threat to them. He said that to you personally.
4 साल पहले उन्होंने लंदन में मुझे बोला था कि यार ऐसी प्रॉब्लम आ गई है पाजी, आपके साथ कभी ऐसा होता है? मैं शायद पंजाब में कम रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरे साथ ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं है, और जब कभी हुआ तो मैं सीधा कंप्लेन करता हूँ जाके, जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है। बट पंजाब में सिस्टम शायद ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि आप कंप्लेन करो, क्योंकि जैसे परमीश वर्मा पे भी गोली चली थी, आपको याद होगा
जी।
एक परमीश वर्मा का सिंगर है, उनको भी अभी 3 साल पहले उन पे भी गोली चली थी
जी।
तो उनका भी यही था कि गैंगस्टर राम से अपने जेल से उसने फोन करा कि ऐसा कर दो, उसने नहीं करा तो उसको गोली पड़ेगी।
Mika ji, last week जब when Sidhu Moosewala was in Bombay and he met with you, क्या इसके बारे में कुछ भी hint था? Did he talk about any threat, any concern about life in Punjab, any threat to him? इसका कोई भी hint था क्या?
मुंबई में आए थे अभी जस्ट 4-5 दिन के लिए आए थे, तो मेरी जोधपुर में शूटिंग चल रही थी, तो मैंने उनको यही कहा था कि यार तुम मेरे घर पे रुका करो, और तुम सोचो कि तुम्हारा पंजाब यहीं पे है, और यही जो तुम्हें खाना पीना, जैसे हम पंजाबी लोग एक दूसरे की हेल्प करते हैं या सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो यही बात कर रहा था कि यार यहाँ तो कमाल है, हम आराम से घूम सकते हैं और इधर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई दिखता नहीं था, तो मतलब मैं अकेला ही गाड़ी में घूम रहा हूँ। ये ऐसी पूरी खुल के बात उसने नहीं करी, बट आई विश कि मैं उसको मिल पाता या उसकी बात समझ पाता।
क्या आप ये मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी कवर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कल ही बस विड्रॉ हुआ था, ये बात सामने आना, कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट का सामने आ जाना, सबको पता चल जाना कि किन किन लोगों का सिक्योरिटी कवर विड्रॉ हो रहा है, एक तरह से जो लोग बैठे हुए थे शायद उनको एक मौका मिल गया बस?
नहीं, मैं सर इतना बोलना चाहता हूँ, जिसको भी मौका मिला उसको मौका सिद्धू मूसेवाला को क्यों मिला? 400 लोगों की सिक्योरिटी हटी है, तो किसी के साथ भी होना चाहिए, ये हो सकता था। वाई सिंगर को टारगेट करो कि ठीक है यार इसको टारगेट करते हैं, सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इससे शोर भी मच जाएगा और कोई भरोसा भी, किसी पे शक भी नहीं होगा, अपना हम काम कर लेंगे, कल को हम ऐसे लोगों को और परेशान करेंगे, उनसे पैसे मांगेंगे।
तो आपको लगता है कि और भी लोगों को इस तरह के आर्टिस्ट को जान का खतरा हो सकता है?
मुझे लगता है कि 50% ऐसे चांसेस हैं कि बहुत सारे सिंगर्स बेचारे अभी जो भुगत रहे हैं वहाँ पे, तो शायद मुझे लगता है उनको सामने आना चाहिए, अपनी आवाज उठानी चाहिए, बताना चाहिए। पुलिस भी आपके हेल्प के लिए बैठी है, जब आप बताओगे नहीं, आप डरते रहोगे समवेयर। अब डरना जरूरी भी हो गया, क्योंकि अगर हम सिद्धू मूसेवाला को देखते हैं, उनके साथ इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ, तो हर आदमी डर जाएगा।
जी जी। Mika, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Mika Singh there, popular singer, speaking exclusively to India Today and in fact confirming some very disturbing news, saying that Sidhu Moosewala in fact had confided in him and told him that he faces a threat to life in Punjab. This is in a personal conversation with Mika Singh. Mika Singh is questioning the system right now, that if Sidhu Moosewala was indeed under threat and he had said so enough and more number of times, then why was his security cover withdrawn, and why did the gangsters allegedly who attacked Sidhu Moosewala, shot him dead, in fact target Sidhu Moosewala? If there were 424 persons whose security cover had been withdrawn, why was Sidhu Moosewala the only one to be targeted? Was he a soft target? Was this a larger message which was being sent out by the gangster mafia in Punjab? Is this to scare others into, in fact, coming out and then just giving them the money that they're trying to extort from them? Shiv Arur, my colleague, with me still. Shiv, shocking revelation by Mika Singh.
This is a bombshell of huge proportions, Polomi. What Mika has basically confirmed here, first and exclusive on obviously India Today, is that Sidhu Moosewala personally spoke to Mika and said to him in explicit words that there was a threat to his life and certain other singers who were in Punjab. Now, Mika clarifies that this conversation happened a few years ago, but he got the sense that this is the kind of sentiment that Sidhu Moosewala had even when he came to Mumbai just a few days ago. 4-5 days ago is when they spoke last, is what Mika is telling us. And Mika had in fact sensing the kind of mood that Sidhu Moosewala was apparently in. He asked him to stay in his own house in Mumbai. and repeated his advice to Moosewala, saying, why don't you shift to Mumbai? You will be safe here. There's nothing to worry about here. Now, this is an incredible piece of information because it is the first time someone who knew Sidhu Moosewala closely as a personal friend, not just as a professional associate, has said that in a personal conversation with him, the dead singer had said there was a threat to his life. Now, I am guessing that this will become part of the investigation most certainly, because remember, Polomi, Mika is not just some random bystander. He's a also a global superstar, hugely successful Punjabi singer, hugely successful Bollywood singer as well. And therefore, what Mika has said here on India Today is going to add another very, very fat layer to the little that we know so far about how Sidhu Moosewala was murdered.
And also, Shiv, Mika, of course, talking about a conversation that he had with Moosewala a couple of years ago, 4 years ago to be precise, in London. But even now, when in fact Moosewala was visiting Mumbai, and when Mika spoke to him and he offered Moosewala to stay at his apartment in Mumbai, Moosewala also referred to the fact, yet again, in fact, referred to the fact how unsafe the climate in Punjab is, because he, in fact, commented on how everyone seems to be moving around in Mumbai so coolly without any sort of safety net or security cover, and everyone seemed to feel so safe in Mumbai. So clearly, he again felt very unsafe in Punjab, Shiv.
That's right. And it's incredible. The other big takeaway from what Mika has said is, if Sidhu Moosewala had said this a few years ago, Pallavi, 2018 is when Sidhu Moosewala moved from Canada back to Punjab. So, a few years ago, if that conversation happened with Mika, that would mean it happened around the time, maybe a few months or a year after he moved back from Canada to Punjab, which means he has been feeling unsafe in Punjab since he came back to Punjab, Polami, as per what Mika Singh is telling us here on India Today. And if that is the case, now the obvious question becomes, did the police know about it? Did the security agencies know about it? And if they did, then under what pretext, with what data did they actually withdraw his security is going to become the very big question. Let's be very clear about a few things. The reviewing of security on an annual basis for celebrities and politicians is a necessary process. It is supposed to happen. So theoretically speaking, I don't think anyone is questioning the review of security. That's very much part of what needs to happen. People should not endlessly enjoy VIP security, which, as someone on the show just said, has become a bit of a status symbol in Punjab. But for this 28-year-old globally iconic singer, there was obviously a threat perception to his life. So what kind of procedure was followed to assess that there was no threat to his life? Because whoever recommended and signed off on those bodyguards being pulled away, Polomi, has more than egg on their face right now. They've got Sidhu Moosewala's blood on their face right now, because as we know, the picture of Sidhu Moosewala on your screens right now is a picture of his corpse.
Right. Shiv, stay on with us. We've got some information that's coming in right now. Punjab cops are probing the gang rivalry angle in this case. That's the latest information that's coming in. Remember, our colleague has been, in fact, reporting to us and saying that there is the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle, which possibly is being probed by the Punjab police. Moosewala was, in fact, a Lawrence Bishnoi gang target. My colleague Arvind Oja is on the phone line with me right now. Arvind, और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप?
जी देखिए, जो ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला है, जो इंडिया टुडे को मल्टीपल एजेंसी के सोर्सेज ने कंफर्म किया है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है वो पंजाब के कुख्यात गैंगस्टर, डेयरेड गैंगस्टर जो फिलहाल जेल में बंद है, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, उनके टारगेट पर था, उसके गैंग के। मैं आपको बताऊं, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई पंजाब का बहुत बड़ा गैंगस्टर है, पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में उसके शूटर हैं, तकरीबन 700 से ज्यादा शूटर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के पास हैं। और जो सोर्सेज हैं वो ये बता रहे हैं कि जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है उसके टारगेट पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला किस लिए था। दरअसल लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो राइवल गैंग है उसको सपोर्ट कर रहा था सिद्धू मूसेवाला, ऐसा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का मानना था, जिसके बाद लगातार जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उसके निशाने पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला था और ये न सिर्फ दिल्ली पुलिस के को जानकारी थी, बल्कि पंजाब पुलिस को भी इस बारे में जानकारी थी कि जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला को टारगेट बना सकता है। इसको लेकर इनपुट्स भी था, बहुत मुमकिन है कि शेयर भी किया गया हो, उसके बावजूद भी इस तरह की वारदात हुई। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है वो AK-47 जैसे खतरनाक हथियार जो गैंग है वो इस्तेमाल करता है, और यहाँ भी AK-47 का इस्तेमाल हुआ। तो अभी जो इनिशियल स्टेज पर जो इंडिया टुडे को सोर्सेस ने बताया कि बहुत मुमकिन है कि जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उनके शूटर्स वो चाहे वो इंडिया में हो चाहे इंडिया के बाहर, जो उसके शूटर्स हैं, जो उसके गैंग के लोग हैं, उन्होंने ये प्लान बनाया हो और वो एग्जीक्यूट किया हो। तो ये एक पॉसिबल एंगल है जिस पर पंजाब पुलिस इस पूरे हत्याकांड की जांच करेगी। पॉलिटिक
अरविंद, जो आप जानकारी दे रहे हैं वो काफी महत्वपूर्ण है। एक दो सवाल आपसे। पहला सवाल ये कि आप कह रहे हो कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का शायद ये मानना था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला जो है राइवल गैंग को सपोर्ट करते हैं, वो कैसे?
देखिए, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उसका जो राइवल गैंग था वो विक्की गोंडर एक पंजाब का बहुत बड़ा गैंगस्टर था जिसकी हत्या कर दी गई थी, इनकाउंटर में उसको मार दिया गया था। लेकिन अब वो गैंग फिर से खड़ा हुआ। उस गैंग में छोटे बड़े कई गैंगस्टर, कम से कम 10 से ज्यादा गैंगस्टर है, वो उन्होंने हाथ मिलाया है और उसके बाद वो गैंग खड़ा हुआ है। अभी पिछले दिनों पंजाब में तकरीबन 2 महीने पहले मोहाली में एक हत्या हुई थी और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का मानना था कि उस हत्याकांड में कहीं ना कहीं सपोर्ट सिद्धू मूसेवाला ने भी किया था। इस वजह से जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उनके निशाने पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला थे। और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि न सिर्फ दिल्ली पुलिस की जो स्पेशलाइज्ड यूनिट है, बल्कि पंजाब की जो स्पेशलाइज्ड यूनिट है, उनको इस बारे में जानकारी थी कि इस तरह की चीजें चल रही हैं। जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है, आपको बताऊं कि अभी दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी इसको लिया था कस्टडी में, लेकिन उसके बाद फिर से उसको, चूंकि यहाँ पर काफी ज्यादा गैंगवार होने लगी, तो इस वजह से सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न की वजह से उसे फिर राजस्थान की जेल में भेजा गया। लेकिन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग वो गैंग है जिसका प्रभाव पंजाब में काफी ज्यादा है। खासकर जो पंजाबी सिंगर है उनको धमकी देना, उनसे एक्सटॉर्शन वसूलने में जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उसका नाम लगातार सामने आता है। और एजेंसियों का मानना है कि बहुत मुमकिन है, चूंकि ये पहला जो इनपुट है, चूंकि ये स्ट्रॉन्ग इनपुट है क्योंकि पहले से जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उनके निशाने पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला थे, तो ये एक एंगल है जिस पर पंजाब पुलिस जांच करेगी।
और जो आप बता रहे हैं अरविंद कि ये इनपुट जो है एजेंसीज के पास थी, दिल्ली पुलिस के पास थी, शायद उन्होंने पंजाब पुलिस को भी इसके बारे में बताया, इसके बावजूद जो है सिक्योरिटी जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला को दी गई थी उसे विड्रॉ कर लिया गया। तो एक सीधा थ्रेट परसेप्शन था सिद्धू मूसेवाला पर, इनपुट्स भी थे, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन थी, सारा डेटा था, उसके बावजूद जो है उनका जो सिक्योरिटी कवर था वो विड्रॉ कर लिया गया।
जी देखिए, हेलो
जी अरविंद
जी देखिए, पॉल, मैं आपको बताऊं कि दरअसल ये कोइंसिडेंस हो सकता है क्योंकि जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है वो लगातार जब कोई अगर इस तरह के इंसिडेंट होते हैं तो बाकायदा प्रॉपर रेकी करते हैं। और आपको बताऊं इस गैंग के लोग कनाडा में भी मौजूद है, कनाडा से भी एग्जीक्यूशन होता है, चाहे दिल्ली चाहे पंजाब में। पहले भी ये जो गैंग है, भले लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जेल में बंद हो, लेकिन उसके शूटर लगातार पंजाब में हाल फिलहाल के 2 से 3 महीने की बात की जाए तो लगातार इस तरह की हत्याकांड को अंजाम देते रहे हैं। बहुत मुमकिन है कि बाकायदा जब रेकी की हो, जैसे आप बता रहे हैं कि काफी महीनों से टारगेट में था, और इस दौरान अगर न्यूज मिली है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को कि सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की गई है, तो उसका काफी फायदा उठाया इन गैंग ने, जो ये खासकर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग की बात करें, और उसके बाद इस हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया है। तो इस पूरे मामले की जांच करेगी। लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि इंडिया टुडे को मल्टीपल एजेंसी के सोर्सेज ने बताया है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जो पंजाब का एक डेरेड गैंगस्टर है, जिसके गैंग में 700 शूटर हैं, उनके निशाने पर सिद्धू मूसेवाला थे।
Okay, Arvind, thank you so much for joining us with that information. That's very crucial and critical information that my colleague Arvind Oja is bringing to us, that this incident in fact could be the fallout of a possible gang rivalry. That is what the cops will be probing, but agencies are already in fact sharing those inputs, and that shocking gang war angle has now surfaced. That is what is being probed at the moment. There is a gang, a huge gang called Lawrence Bishnoi, a dreaded gang, in fact led by gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, that in fact operates in and out of Punjab, has close to over 700 shooters, which possibly was behind, this gang was possibly behind Siddhu Moosewala's gruesome killing. That is the gang war angle, which in fact will be probed by Punjab Police, which is in fact investigating this matter. Neha Bhasin Singha is now joining us on the phone line. Ms. Bhasin, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. How shocked are you over the developments that are being reported out of Punjab this evening, ma'am?
I'm a bit shocked and so saddened because I honestly just heard about this 10 minutes ago. Because I can't believe it. It's such a talented human being and so young, and it still seems like this is, it's not real.
Right. Ma'am, did you know Sidhu Moosewala? Did you speak with him? Could you tell us a little bit about him?
See, first of all, who doesn't know about Sidhu Moosewala? I mean, he was the shining star of the Punjab industry, and since I am a Punjabi myself, I was introduced to him and his music by my husband a few years ago. And, my husband is an ardent follower and loves his music. So, I have never met him, but honestly, I'm still very shocked. It's such a sad day, and what a colossal loss for everybody.
Ma'am, if you speak about his, you of course say that you personally did not meet with him, but if you speak about his music and the young sensation that he was, what can you tell our viewers, ma'am? Like you said, everyone knows the name, but many out there possibly don't know the sort of legacy that he leaves behind and the kind of work that he'd already done in the young music world.
I think most importantly, what really struck me about him as an artist when he started out was that he was an absolutely independent artist who was ironically singing about the gang wars of Punjab, rapping about it. And, he had this, what we've been hearing in the West for years, but we hadn't seen that kind of attitude, or we hadn't seen that kind of, very earthy, he had that earthy appeal about him from Punjab, and he was bringing that gangster rap to forefront, wherein all other rappers were talking about women and gold and, maybe their mother. Sidhu was not doing that. He was talking about maybe what he had experienced. And that's something that probably struck as very interesting to everybody. Little did we know that this would also become his reality because, like I said, that honestly, I don't know much about these wars, gang wars in Punjab, but it's just, coming from a city life, you just feel like, does this even happen in today's world? But it does, and it's shocking to know that. And recently, he had also started doing more commercial work, and he was, I think he was working with series and stuff, and everyone was very happy for him. But he came literally from nowhere, like as an independent artist, and me being an independent artist myself.
Right.
सिक्योरिटी थी उसे हटाई, फिर आश्चर्य का विषय है कि जो विषय कॉन्फिडेंशियल रहना चाहिए, ये पूरी लिस्ट किन लोगों की सिक्योरिटी हटाई गई, यह कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट दैट वाज मेड पब्लिक. Never in the world we have seen a situation where people who are threatened, their security is taken back, and the list as to whose security has been taken back, this confidential list is published for the public consumption. तो एक तरह से ये एक इनवाइट था, यह एक आमंत्रण था हत्यारों को कि हमने इन लोगों का सिक्योरिटी वापस लिया है, अब आप अपना काम कर सकते हैं. सही मायने में अगर देखा जाए तो आज कुछ संगीन सवाल केजरीवाल जी के सामने खड़े होते हैं. पहला सवाल जिसका जवाब आम आदमी पार्टी को देना चाहिए वह प्रश्न है कि कोई आपने इनपुट लिया था, कोई एनालिसिस की थी. ये जो सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ किया आपने कई लोगों की, सिद्धू जी की जो सिक्योरिटी आपने वापस लिया, आपने कोई इनपुट लेकर किया था, कोई थ्रेट परसेप्शन कितना है, थ्रेट परसेप्शन नहीं है, ये एनालिसिस की थी या केवल और केवल कोरी राजनीति के लिए, अपने वाहवाही के लिए, अपने लिए ताली बजवाने के लिए आपने ये सिक्योरिटी वापस ली? पहला प्रश्न है. दूसरा प्रश्न है, सिक्योरिटी कल वापस ली और तुरंत उसको आपने पब्लिसाइज किया, यह दुनिया में कहीं नहीं होता है, यह क्यों किया? तीसरा प्रश्न है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आप ये जवाब दीजिए कि ये जो पंजाब पुलिस है ये तो आपके इशारे पर, राघव चड्ढा के इशारे पर ट्विटर में कौन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के लिए कमेंट कर रहा है, कौन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से सवाल जवाब पूछ रहा है, उन लोगों को दिल्ली में जाके गिरफ्तार करो, उन लोगों को घसीट करके आप पंजाब लेकर आओ, उन पर एसआईटी बैठाओ. ये सारा तो आपने पुलिस तंत्र को, अपने पूरे फोर्स को आपने इस काम में लगाया हुआ है। अगर आपकी फोर्स वास्तविक रूप में जमीन में काम करती तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती, ये दुखद घटना आज नहीं होती। स्पष्ट रूप से मैं कहना चाहूंगा, और ये बहुत दुखद है, मेरे साथ सिरसा साहब है, वो खुद पंजाब के हैं, वो तफसील से आपको ये पूरा विषय बताएंगे। किंतु जो आज फौरी नजर से दूर से भी दिख रहा है पंजाब में, जो लोग पंजाब को नहीं समझते, जो लोग पंजाब को नहीं जानते, वो रिमोट कंट्रोल के माध्यम से दिल्ली में बैठ करके पंजाब को चला रहे हैं। And that's the reason as to why we are seeing the situation that we are seeing in Punjab. People who don't know what Punjab is, people who don't understand Punjab, they are the ones who are remote controlling the politics of Punjab, the government of Punjab, sitting in the thrones, in the high thrones of Delhi. अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा, ये दोनों आज पंजाब को कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं। भगवंत मान पर तो खुद सिद्धू मूसेवाला की मां ने सवाल उठाया है। भगवंत मान इज ऑलमोस्ट अकीन टू अ पपेट सीएम। अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा ने भगवंत मान जी को तो एक पपेट सीएम के रूप में बैठाया हुआ है, और किस प्रकार दिल्ली से पंजाब चल रही है वो हम देख रहे हैं, उसका नतीजा भी हम देख रहे हैं। केजरीवाल जी, राघव चड्ढा जी, आप दोनों इतना ऐलान कर रहे थे कि हमने इतने लोगों का सिक्योरिटी वापस ले लिया, पब्लिक को हमारे लिए ताली बजानी चाहिए। मैं नहीं जानता हूं, मगर मैं पूछना चाहता हूं जस्ट आउट ऑफ क्यूरियोसिटी, क्या राघव चड्ढा पंजाब में बिना सिक्योरिटी के रहते हैं, या राघव चड्ढा जी के पास पंजाब में सिक्योरिटी है? आज हिंदुस्तान की जनता और खास करके पंजाब की जनता जानना चाहती है कि राघव चड्ढा के पास कितनी सिक्योरिटी है, और अगर राघव चड्ढा को डेंजर है तो पंजाब के जो वासिंदे हैं, जिन्होंने पंजाब के लिए संघर्ष किया, क्या उनके जीवन के ऊपर कोई सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट नहीं है? और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप तो खैर चुनाव में कहते थे कि आप वैगनार से आएंगे, वो नीली रंग की गाड़ी से, और आप सिक्योरिटी भी नहीं लेंगे, घर भी नहीं लेंगे, बंगला भी नहीं लेंगे, एक एक करके सब कुछ ले लिया है। आपके पास सिक्योरिटी है या आपके पास सिक्योरिटी नहीं है? बाहर अभी मुझे मीडिया के ही किसी बंधु ने बताया कि 90 गनमैन के साथ तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चलते हैं। अरविंद जी, वॉट यू प्रीच यू शुड प्रैक्टिस। जो आप प्रवचन देते हैं, जो आप सिखाते हैं, उसे जीना सीखिए। आज अगर सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या हुई है, उसके जिम्मेदार सीधे तरीके से, सीधे तौर से अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा हैं, जो दिल्ली में बैठ करके पंजाब को चलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। दोनों को तुरंत इस विषय पे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके न केवल माफी मांगनी चाहिए, अपितु एक्सप्लेनेशन देना चाहिए कि आखिर ये पंजाब में क्या हो रहा है। बंधुगण, अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि हमारे सीनियर लीडर पंजाब से,
That is, of course, the BJP holding a press conference there after the tragic death of Punjab singer Sidhu Moosewala, alleging that Bhagwant Mann, Arvind Kejriwal, Raghav Chadha are directly responsible for what has happened in Mansa district of Punjab this evening. Jazzy B, songwriter, singer, on the phone line with us. Sir, thank you so much for joining us and staying on the phone line. Your reaction to this very tragic and unfortunate news that we're bringing to our viewers this evening of we are of course going to try and reconnect. We seem to have lost the line with singer-songwriter Jazzy B, but that is of course the Bharatiya Janata Party's charge against the AAP government in Punjab. Listen in to Manjinder Singh Sirsa.
अरविंद केजरीवाल, अगर तुम्हें शांति मिलती है तो मुझे भी एक गोली मार के अपने बेटे के साथ डाल दो। उसकी मां ने कहा मेरे तीन बच्चे गए हैं, 3 लोगों का आज कत्लेआम क्यों हुआ? अरविंद केजरीवाल की घटिया राजनीति के लिए लोगों की सुरक्षा विड्रॉ करके मैंने कल ही ये ट्वीट करके कहा था, 24 घंटे पहले ये ट्वीट किया था, a high-level inquiry should be ordered against the reckless Punjab government officers leader involved in sharing the document with public.
How can such sensitive document of Punjab government become public? I demand a strict action against those who have leaked the confidential list of people whose security has been withdrawn. First you withdraw the security and then you make the vulnerable by leaking the names. आप उनके नाम डालकर जनतक करके आमंत्रण दे रहे हैं लोगों को कि आइए, अब इसके पास सुरक्षा नहीं है, आपने जो करना करिए। मैं राघव जी, अभी भाई साहब पूछ रहे थे राघव जी का, मैं आपको बताऊं 90 सुरक्षा कर्मी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास पंजाब के हैं, 90। अरविंद केजरीवाल कहा करते थे मेरे को एक स्टेट की पुलिस दे दो, ले ली पुलिस। मैं आज भारत के लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं, माताओं अपने बच्चों को सुरक्षित करो। एक बहुत खतरनाक आदमी जिसके अंदर ना जाने किस किस तरह के इरादे हैं इस देश के प्रति, क्या सोच रखता है इस देश के प्रति, वो दिल्ली और पंजाब पे काबूज हो चुका है और देश के अंदर अपने आप को फैलाने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकता है, लोगों को मरवा रहा है। अपनी रिमोट कंट्रोल से दिल्ली से सरकार चलाने की इच्छा रखने वाले राघव चड्ढा के पास 45 गनमैन है, 45। हरजिंदर नगर में रहने वाले आदमी को इतना खतरा है, उसको 45 गनमैन चाहिए, आगे पीछे गाड़ियां चलती हैं। भगवंत मान जी की बहन के पास 20 गनमैन है, 20 सुरक्षा कर्मियों के साथ वो चलते हैं। 450 गनमैन हैं। आप सुनकर हैरान होंगे भाई, 450 गनमैन। आप सुनिए, मैं आज मीडिया को बताना चाहता हूं, और मेरी बात गलत है तो भगवंत मान अरविंद केजरीवाल जवाब दे इस बात का। 450 गनमैन, 12 लैंड क्रूजर गाड़ियां, 12 लैंड क्रूजर गाड़ियां, 2-2 करोड़ रुपए की 12 गाड़ियां, 32 स्कॉर्पियो, 18 जिप्सियां, ये भगवंत मान जी की सुरक्षा के अंदर है। पंजाब का खजाना लूटकर पंजाब के लोगों की पैसे की सुरक्षा अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली में ले रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल केवल आज इन 3 बेशकीमती जानों के जिम्मेवार नहीं, बल्कि उनके कत्ल के लिए जिम्मेवार हैं। इनके ऊपर 302 में मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। अरविंद केजरीवाल शुड बी बुक्ड फॉर दिस मर्डर। ये दिन दिहाड़े अरविंद केजरीवाल सुबह से लेके, कल से लेके आज उसके सारी वीडियो देखें, चिल्ला चिल्ला के कह रहा है, जगह जगह जाके कह रहा है मैंने सुरक्षा वापस ले ली, सुरक्षा वापस ले ली, सुरक्षा वापस ले ली। अरे पंजाब को तुम रिमोट से काबू करके ये पंजाब का हाल बना दिया, ये हालात बना दिया आपने। 2 महीनों के अंदर कितने सिंगरों की जान चलेगी, कितने कबड्डी प्लेयरों की जान चलेगी। नशा करते हुए 40 लोग मारे गए, 60 लोग, माफी चाहता हूं, 60 लोग नशे की भेंट चढ़ गए। और अरविंद केजरीवाल का सपना क्या है कि दिल्ली से मैं सरकार चलाऊंगा। मैं देश के लोगों को हाथ जोड़कर विनती करता हूं, देश के लोगों, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का चेहरा देखो, ये किसी के बच्चे भी मरवा देगा। आज मैं नहीं कह रहा, आज सिद्धू मूसेवाला की माता जी ने जब कहा मेरे को तो मेरे पास अपना काबू नहीं रहा, जब मैं उनकी अब बात सुन रहा हूं, यार एक मां का आप दर्द सोच के देखिए, जिसका अकेला बेटा है, वो एक गंदी राजनीति, घटिया कमीने लोगों की राजनीति की भेंट चढ़ गया। अरविंद केजरीवाल की सत्ता हथियाने की लालसा की भेंट चढ़ गया। अरविंद केजरीवाल, मैं मुख्यमंत्री बन जाऊं, मेरे हाथ में पंजाब हो, हरियाणा हो, यूपी हो, इसकी भेंट बच्चे चढ़ रहे हैं। आज आपके सामने ये नमूना है, आप देख रहे हैं क्या पंजाब किन हालातों में जा रहा है, और इसका जिम्मेवार अरविंद केजरीवाल। वहां अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा जैसे लोग हैं जिनके मन में सत्ता हथियाने का इतना लोभ और लालच है, उसके लिए पंजाब को तबाही की लाइनों पर लेके आगे कुछ भी कर देंगे, लेकिन पंजाब को तबाह कर छोड़ेंगे। मैं आज जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, आप बताइए, मैं आपको देश के लोगों से आज पूछता हूं, मैं पंजाब के लोगों से आज पूछता हूं, राघव चड्ढा इंपॉर्टेंट है इस देश के लिए या जत्थेदार अकाल तख्त साहिब द सुप्रीम टेम्पोरल अथॉरिटी ऑफ द सिक्स? टेम्पोरल अथॉरिटी ऑफ द सिक्स के तो गनमैन उतार दिए जाते हैं, कहा जाता है तुम्हें जरूरत नहीं है, हटाओ इनको यहां से, उनको बेइज्जत किया जाता है। और राघव चड्ढा 45 लोगों की गनमैन के साथ घूमता है। यह पंजाब ने आपको दिया। ये आप कह रहे थे मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, ये आपका मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस है। आप कह रहे थे कि हम इनकलाब लाने वाले हैं, ये इनकलाब लाने वाले हैं कि बच्चों को मरवा देंगे उनकी सिक्योरिटियां उठाकर। ये देश में पहली बार हुआ। मैं तो ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार को इसका संज्ञान, मैं जाऊंगा कोर्ट में, मैं आज कहता हूं मैं कोर्ट में भी जाऊं, कचहरी जाऊं, पर मैं सिद्धू मूसेवाला को आज एक बात आज वो नहीं रहा, उसके परिवार को और उसको भी कहना चाहता हूं, जिन लोगों ने तेरी सिक्योरिटी वापस करके बाजार में तेरे डॉक्यूमेंट डाले हैं उनको उसका सबक सिखाएंगे। ऐसे घटिया लोगों की जेल की सलाखों के पीछे छोड़ के आएंगे और ये घटिया राजनीति जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कर रहे हैं इसको भी एक्सपोज करके दुनिया को बताएंगे और इसके ऊपर भी मुकदमा दर्ज कराएंगे। आज उन 3 जानों का अगर कोई जिम्मेवार है वो अरविंद केजरीवाल, राघव चड्ढा है। इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। पंजाब पुलिस इन पे कार्रवाई करके इनको बंद करे जिन्होंने पंजाब के बेगुनाह लोगों को मरवाने के लिए सड़कों पे छोड़ दिया।
धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें। थैंक यू सो मच।
That, of course, was the Bharatiya Janata Party and emotional Manjinder Singh Sirsa saying that he will avenge the death of young singing superstar and politician Sidhu Moosewala, who was tragically shot dead this evening in Punjab's Mansa district, not very far away from his native village and ancestral home in Moosewala. My colleague Shiv Arur is still with us. Shiv, of course, the BJP, they're hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying it is the Aam Aadmi Party that needs to answer for this brutal killing of a young life which was taken away this evening in Mansa district in Punjab. Okay, SSP Mansa is giving a soundbite to the media. Let's listen in.
एक गड्डी जी बोलेरो हैगी है, एक गड्डी स्कॉर्पियो हैगी है। इमीडिएटली जी थार गड्डी के उत्ते हैवी फायरिंग शुरू होती है। हैवी फायरिंग के दौरान जी मिस्टर सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मल्टीपल जी गन शॉट वूंड्स होंगे है कि उन्होंने जो नाल साथी है उन्होंने उत्ते भी जो गन शॉट वूंड्स आते हैं। इमीडिएटली उन्होंने जो गनमैन है और फैमिली मैंबर्स ने उन्होंने सिविल अस्पताल मानसा मूव किया गया कि मिस्टर सिद्धू मूसेवाला वाज डिक्लेयर्ड ब्रॉड डेड टू द हॉस्पिटल। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੋ ਸੀਗੇ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਰਦਰ ਟ੍ਰੀਟਮੈਂਟ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਪ੍ਰੀਲਿਮਿਨਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਦੈਟ ਮੈਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਟਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀਮਸ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਅ ਕੇਸ ਆਫ ਇੰਟਰ ਗੈਂਗ ਰਾਈਵਲਰੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਗੈਂਗ ਤੇ ਲੱਕੀ ਪਟਿਆਲ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੇਬਾਦੀ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਪਿਓਰਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਗੈਂਗ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਟੋਟਲ 4 ਗਨਮੈਨ ਸੀਗੇ। 2 ਗਨਮੈਨ ਘੱਲੂਕਾਰਾ ਦਿਵਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਮਰਜੈਂਟ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵਿਡਰਾਅ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ, ਪਰ 2 ਗਨਮੈਨ ਕਮਾਂਡੋ ਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੀਗੇ। ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਨਮੈਨ ਸਟਾਫ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘਰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ, ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਗੱਡੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਗੱਡੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੀਡਸ ਵੀ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਵਰਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ FIR ਰਜਿਸਟਰ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰਸ ਇਨਵੋਲਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲਸ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਛੇਤੀ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ।
ਸਰ ਕੋਈ ਟ੍ਰੇਸ ਹੋਇਆ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 2 ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ, ਕੌਣ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ BMW ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ?
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੀਲਿਮਿਨਰੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਇੱਕ ਬਲੈਰੋ ਗੱਡੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਗੱਡੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਲਟੋ ਕਾਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਰਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।
Okay, that is the SSP of Mansa speaking with the media, giving out some preliminary information. He, of course, saying that this seems to be an act of gang rivalry. He, of course, also pointing fingers at the Lawrence Bishnoi gang as well, referring to 3 vehicles that possibly the assailants came in, 1 Bolero, 1 Scorpio, 1 Alto. He says multiple rounds were fired at Sidhu Moosewala's vehicle when he was travelling with 2 of his friends. He was given 2 gunmen, but they were not present with him at the time. Of course, we're trying to get more details. We'll ask our reporters to collect more details from the ground in Mansa. But you, Shiv, we could hear outside the police station as the cop was speaking with the media, protests in fact having erupted and voices and slogans being raised against the police. Clearly, the sentiments are running high in Punjab at the moment, and that's why you, in fact, read the Chief Minister of Punjab, in fact, tweeting out and appealing for peace to be maintained in Punjab.
You know, the slogans that you heard right behind the SSP of Mansa is going to be pretty much the mood on the ground, Polami, because, you know, even though Sidhu Moosewala had joined the Congress party in November last year, he was drafted in, you know, as a kind of big crowd puller, celebrity face. The fact is that Sidhu Moosewala is a person who, you know, was not particularly political. He cut across political lines. He was a global icon, a cultural icon of Punjab, someone who had spent a lot of time in Canada and had come back in 2018, you know, to really become a huge face, you know, in the rap music and hip hop music scene, you know, of Punjabi pop, and therefore the kind of adulation that he enjoyed within Punjab, like Nika was telling you and me, Polami, is something that goes way beyond just you know, VIP culture and Netagiri that he had become a fresh entrant into. So I'm not surprised at all about the sloganeering that's taking place. That's the kind of pressure that the Bhagwant Mann government is going to be under. The Chief Minister of Punjab has said he is deeply saddened by what has happened and that nobody will be spared. But there are there are blood-drenched questions to be answered at this point of time. There is going to be a huge amount of public anger as well over this because, you know, like Manjinder Singh Sirsa said in that emotional speech at that press conference by the BJP, that the publicizing of the withdrawal of his security could very well have played a role in alerting his killers, you know, to actually orchestrate this execution-style murder. And that seems a very reasonable point to believe. And remember that Punjab is a state, like many others, where a lot of people get their information on WhatsApp, on social media, on news. A lot of them are watching India Today, Aaj Tak, Punjab Tak. They're going to get all this information. And the fact that these questions are being posed to the police and the Bhagwant Mann government is obviously going to make people extremely angry. And I think what we heard behind that police officer, Polami, is the beginning of that rumbling of the public demanding answers from the government in Punjab.
And Shiv, not only was that confidential list of persons whose security cover had been withdrawn, put out there in the public domain, leaked to the media, so it was available for all to see, the AAP Punjab unit even publicized this withdrawal of security. So clearly they were very proud of this fact. Again, we're not questioning if due processes were followed or not and whether this is the right thing to do or not. Of course, a lot of people, in fact, enjoy security cover when they need not, in fact, get any sort of security cover. They do not have any sort of threat perception. But in the case of Sidhu Moosewala, not just in his own words to say a Mika thing, but everyone seemed to know that he seemed to, in fact, have some sort of threat to life. But despite that, that security cover was withdrawn. That is a huge question mark on the government at the moment, on Punjab Police at the moment. How did you allow for this without any sort of serious due process being followed in terms of threat perception assessment?
You
okay,
know,
Sidhu Moosewala's mother is speaking.
किस तरह की हालत है माता सिद्धू मूसे ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ
ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਲਾਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤਿੰਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਚੁੱਕਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ
ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਆ ਮਾਤਾ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਰ ਦਾ ਗੋਲੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭੱਜੂਗਾ ਹਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਖੜੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਵੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ
ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ 20 ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੇ ਲਾਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ 3 ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਏ ਆ मेरे बच्चा कितने हैं ना 3 बच्चे को पहला गांव से चुपड़ी थी दोनों कितने काल स्काउट के बाबू बच्चे आज मेरे पुत्र पे हमला हो के करवाया है जान के
माता तुसी
जान के करवाया है साल के बेटी करते हैं भी अच्छा तो मेरा फैसला देखो
किस तरह की हालत माता सिद्धू मूसे ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਰ ਦਾ ਗੋਲੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭੱਜੂਗਾ ਹਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਖੜੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਵੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ
ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ 20 ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੇ ਲਾਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ 3 ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਏ ਆ मेरे बच्चा कितने हैं ना 3 बच्चे को पहला गांव से चुपड़ी थी दोनों कितने काल स्काउट के बाबू बच्चे आज मेरे पुत्र पे हमला हो के करवाया है जान के
माता तुसी
जान के करवाया है साल के बेटी करते हैं भी अच्छा तो मेरा फैसला देखो
किस तरह की हालत माता सिद्धू मूसे ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਰ ਦਾ ਗੋਲੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭੱਜੂਗਾ ਹਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਖੜੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਵੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ
That is, of course, a very distraught mother of Sidhu Moosewala there expressing her anger, her anguish. She has lost her son today to a gruesome murder. The assailants are still on the run. The police are looking for them, but they suspect that this is a case of gang war, gang rivalry, of which Sidhu Moosewala has become a victim. Now, Punjabi singer Mika, in fact, has made a shocking revelation to India today. He says that Sidhu Moosewala had told Mika about the threats against his life just 1 week ago. Fearing for his safety, Mika had then suggested Moosewala shift to Mumbai. Listen in. Mika Singh singer is joining us on the phone line. Mika, how would you react to this absolutely tragic and shocking news that's come from Punjab? Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in cold blood in Mansa.
No, I'm feeling very sad and bad because it is like किसी एनिमल को मार दिया आपने, किसी जानवर को मार दिया राह चलते, जो हम 30 साल पहले 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे गैंगस्टर होते हैं, ऐसे कर देते हैं, and this is 2022, this is what happening. I'm surprised किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया, कोई डर नहीं रहा, nobody scared, they can kill anyone. अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी। एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है, लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी, जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने एक वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी।
तो आपका मानना है मीका,
और बहुत ही घटिया बात है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही शॉकिंग बात है। मीका, आपका मानना है कि ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर ही सवाल उठा देता है कि पंजाब में इस वक्त लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, देखिए अभी क्या है, अब क्या पॉलिटिक्स है, क्या पॉलिटिशियन का अपना है, मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि 3 साल अभी जस्ट 4 दिन पहले ही उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी हटाई उनकी। अगर सिक्योरिटी हटाई तो व्हाई दे टारगेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला? किसी और की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? सिंगर की ही डेथ क्यों हुई? कि ठीक है यार, एक सेलिब्रिटी को मारेंगे ताकि हम आपस में क्या पॉलिटिक्स का क्या चल रहा है वो हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा। बट सबको पता है कि ऐसे लोग गैंगस्टर हैं जो पैसा मांगते हैं, हर हफ्ते उनको पैसा जाता है, सिंगर्स बेचारे डर डर के दे रहे हैं। ऐसे बहुत बड़ी आम बात होगी पंजाब में, बट इसलिए हो रही क्योंकि वो गैंगस्टर जाते हैं और बाहर आ जाते हैं। जब बाहर आते हैं और फिर अपना कांड करके फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को आप कड़ी से कड़ी सख्त से सख्त सजा क्यों नहीं देते आप उसको?
मीका, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको? लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने बड़े स्टार थे वो, व्हाट अ यंग राइजिंग स्टार।
देखिए कि जस्ट 3 इयर्स के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम, इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया है। आई थिंक मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में, वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग। इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं, ही यूज्ड टू फॉलो सिद्धू मूसेवाला ऑन इंस्टाग्राम। तो जिस बंदे ने इतना बड़ा पंजाबी म्यूजिक को वर्ल्ड वाइड वो लेके गए हैं और अच्छे लेवल पे लेके गए हैं, बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिक लेके आए, पूरा यूथ उनको फॉलो करता है, बहुत सच्ची बातें अपने गानों में वो लिखते थे, ना कि सिंगर थे, बहुत अच्छे राइटर थे वो, और मेरे बहुत ही प्यारे दोस्त थे, भाइयों की तरह थे। और कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि उनके बारे में मैं उनके मुंह से किसी की बुराई या कोई किसी को वो किसी की बुराई करते हो या ऐसे चुगली करते हो। वो अपने काम में मस्त थे और विद इन 3 इयर्स उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा नाम कमाया। और एक लौता बेचारा बेटा है अपने पेरेंट्स का, पहले कनाडा में अच्छी खासी मेहनत करते थे, सब कुछ छोड़ के उन्होंने अपने गाँव में जाके उसी जगह पे जहाँ पे उनका छोटा सा घर था उसमें ही उन्होंने अपनी अच्छा घर बनाया अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए। तो क्या सक्सेसफुल होना, हिट होना जुर्म है? क्या उसने जुर्म करने के लिए इतना बड़ा अपना नाम बना लिया और यही उनकी जान ले लेगा? और ये आज उनकी जान ले रहा है, कल को किसी की भी जान ले लेगा।
मीका, when was the last time कि आपने सिद्धू मूसेवाला से बात की और कुछ मेमोरीज बताइए? आपने बताया कि he was your very close personal friend. Do you remember the last time you spoke to him? What was that conversation? What memories can you share with us?
अभी जो पिछले हफ्ते मुंबई आए थे एंड मुंबई में वो यही मुझे बता रहे थे और हमारी बात नहीं हो पाई बिकॉज मैं शूटिंग में था। तो मैंने उनको ये भी बोल दिया था कि यार तो जब भी तू आता तो मेरी गाड़ी यूज कर और मेरे घर पे रहा कर, क्योंकि मैं मजाक में बोल रहा था कि मैं छड़ा हूँ, शादीशुदा नहीं है, तो आप जब मर्जी मेरे घर पे आओ, रहो, चिल करो। एंड वो यही बात बोल रहा था कि पाजी मैं तो मुंबई में घूम रहा हूँ, यहाँ तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं यार, अकेला गाड़ी में घूमूं, कोई बॉडीगार्ड की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई बंदा घूर के नहीं आपको देख रहा। तो मैंने यही बोला था कि यार आने वाले टाइम में तो इधर ही रुक जाकर। मुझे क्या पता था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा उनके साथ होने वाला। और वो 4 साल पहले भी यही बातें करते थे कि यार मुझे ऐसे गैंगस्टर ने धमकी दी है, ये दी है, वो दी है। तो समझ नहीं आता
मीका जी, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के गाने में और लिरिक्स में समटाइम्स कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल चीजें थी, बंदूक एंड गन कल्चर और गैंगस्टर कल्चर ऐसा था। सो देयर आर सम पीपल हु से कि रियल लाइफ एंड हिज म्यूजिक लाइफ गॉट ब्लर्ड and he mixed up many things. What would you say about that? There are people who say that his music became his real life in some ways.
देखिए, मैं कहता हूँ अगर कोई बंदा अपने गानों में बयां करता है, आज मेरा गाना आया था गणपत बहुत पहले, वो मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ, मैंने गाना फिल्म के लिए बनाया, लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं। गणपत जल दारू ऐसे गाना एक आया था शूटर लोखंड वाला में, वो गाने का एक फिल्म का एक कॉन्सेप्ट था कि उनको ऐसा गाना चाहिए। इट डजंट मीन कि मैं ऐसा हूँ, पर अगर आदमी अपनी बातें लिख रहा है गाने के अंदर तो उसमें वो एक एटीट्यूड है। इट इज नॉट कि वो ऐसा है। यूथ सुनता है गाना, यूथ को अच्छा लगता है, उन्होंने गाने बना दिए। पर ये जरूर प्रॉब्लम है कि उनको किसी ने उनसे पैसे मांगे होंगे, उसने पैसे नहीं दिए होंगे। अब उसको जैसे किसी ने गोली मार दिया, वो कल को 4 और सिंगर्स को बोलेगा ठीक है उसको मैंने मार दिया, अब तेरी बारी। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
So you're saying that it could have been some kind of extortion by some gang, some attempt to extort from him, because reason we are asking, Mika, कि ये जो मर्डर जो हुआ है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का, इट हैज हैपेंड द डे आफ्टर हिज सिक्योरिटी वाज विथड्रॉन। इसका मतलब है कि जिसने भी सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा है, ही वाज अवेयर कि उनका सिक्योरिटी विथड्रॉ हो चुका है अभी।
वही है ना, जैसे सिक्योरिटी विथड्रॉ हुआ, आप दूसरे दिन ही तो हर न्यूज पे आ जाता है कि उस सिंगर की या उस पॉलिटिशियन की सिक्योरिटी हट गई है। बट मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बाकी की तो सिक्योरिटी हटी हुई है। अब इसमें जिसने भी गेम चालाकी से खेली होगी उसको यही लग रहा है कि ठीक है यार, मैं अपना काम कर देता हूँ, लोग बोलेंगे उसने करा होगा, और इसके जरिए मैं बाकी सिंगर्स को बोलूंगा कि ठीक है जी, कल मैंने उसको मारा है, अब तुझे मारेंगे, अब पैसा देना शुरू कर। बट एक बंदे की जान चलेगी। मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस को और सरकार को बहुत तगड़ा एक्शन लेना चाहिए। इट इज नॉट ओनली सिद्धू मूसेवाला, इट इज फॉर जो आम जनता बेचारी, वो क्या करे जाके।
मीका, रिसेंटली क्या
बिजनेसमैन को भी वो टारगेट करेंगे?
नहीं, रिसेंटली क्या सिद्धू मूसेवाला ने आपसे कोई बात कही थी किसी थ्रेट के बारे में? आप कह रहे 4 साल पहले किसी गैंगस्टर थ्रेट के बारे में बताया था रिसेंटली।
हाँ, उन्होंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया था, मुझे लंदन में मिले थे, उन्होंने मुझे बोला यार ये बहुत नया सिस्टम शुरू हो गया कि यार मैं हूँ, 2-4 और सिंगर्स हैं जिनको ऐसे कॉल आते हैं और हमें समझ नहीं आता कि हम उनके साथ कैसे डील करें। तो मैंने उनको वैसे ही बोला था कि यार तुम वहाँ रह रहे हो, तुम इधर ही आ जाओ, मुंबई में शिफ्ट हो जाओ, तो यहाँ पे अपना जितना मर्जी काम, यहाँ तो शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, अमिताभ बच्चन जैसे सुपरस्टार रहते हैं, उनको तो कभी कोई धमकी नहीं आती और अपना काम करते हैं, खूब पैसा कमाते हैं, बहुत बड़े स्टार हैं। मैं वहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ, मैंने बहुत नाम कमाया, सब कुछ है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फील वेरी सेफ इन मुंबई। तो बोलता नहीं, मुझे गाँव में रहना है, मुझे गाँव से प्यार है। दिस इज व्हाट वो लास्ट टाइम बोले थे।
पर वो डर महसूस करते थे पंजाब में?
100% करते। उनको
जान
और ये सब तभी कोई सरकार भी अलग थी, ऐसा नहीं मैं बोलूंगा कि आज की सरकार को मैं ब्लेम करूंगा, पिछली सरकार को करूँ। इसमें सरकार का दोष नहीं, इसमें एक ही चीज का है कि सरकार या पुलिस अगर इस चीज को सीरियसली ले ले कि हमने इसको ठीक करना है, तो वो 1 सेकंड का काम है। ये चीज दिल्ली या मुंबई में क्यों नहीं हो रही?
तो उनको महसूस होता था, जान को खतरा महसूस होता था उनको, ये उन्होंने आपसे कहा है?
100% होता था। उनके अलावा और भी सिंगर्स हैं, मेरा एक छोटा भाई है गिप्पी गरेवाल, उसके साथ भी हुआ है, उसको भी शायद सिक्योरिटी मिली थी पीछे, उसको भी यही प्रॉब्लम आई थी, उनको कॉल आ गया था, पहले वो पैसे मेरे ख्याल दे रहे थे, उसके बाद उन्होंने फिर कंप्लेन करी, शायद अभी बंद हुआ। तो ये जो भी गैंगस्टर आते हैं, ये अपना उनको जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं और जब वो पेरोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं, अपना फिर कांड करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं।
निका जी, जस्ट couple of last questions just for clarity, क्योंकि जो आप बोल रहे हैं, this takes the story to a very much more serious level, sir. So I just want to clarify this. You are saying that Sidhu Moosewala had spoken to you and said that he and some other people like him, pop stars जो हैं पंजाब में, they are facing threat. There is a threat to them. He said that to you personally.
4 साल पहले उन्होंने लंदन में मुझे बोला था कि यार ऐसी प्रॉब्लम आ गई है, पाजी आपके साथ कभी ऐसा होता है? मैं यार मैं शायद पंजाब में कम रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरे साथ ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं है, और जब कभी हुआ तो मैं सीधा कंप्लेन करता हूँ जाके, जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है। बट पंजाब में सिस्टम शायद ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि आप कंप्लेन करो, क्योंकि जैसे परमीश वर्मा पे भी गोली चली थी, आपको याद होगा
जी,
एक परमीश वर्मा का सिंगर है, उनको भी अभी 3 साल पहले उन पे भी गोली चली थी
जी।
तो उनका भी यही था कि गैंगस्टर आराम से अपने जेल से उसने फोन करा कि ऐसा कर दो, उसने नहीं करा तो उसको गोली पड़ेगी।
Mika ji, last week जब when Sidhu Moosewala was in Bombay and he met with you, क्या इसके बारे में कुछ भी हिंट था? Did he talk about any threat, any concern about life in Punjab, any threat to him? इसका कोई भी हिंट था क्या?
मुंबई में आए थे अभी जस्ट 4-5 दिन के लिए आए थे, तो मेरी जोधपुर में शूटिंग चल रही थी, तो मैंने उनको यही कहा था कि यार तुम मेरे घर पे रुका करो, और तुम सोचो कि तुम्हारा पंजाब यहीं पे है, और यही जो तुम्हें खाना पीना, जैसे हम पंजाबी लोग एक दूसरे की हेल्प करते हैं या सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो यही बात कर रहा था कि यार यहाँ तो कमाल है, हम आराम से घूम सकते हैं और इधर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई दिखता नहीं था, तो मतलब मैं अकेला ही गाड़ी में घूम रहा हूँ। ये ऐसी पूरी खुल के बात उसने नहीं करी, बट आई विश कि मैं उसको मिल पाता या उसकी बात समझ पाता।
क्या आप ये मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी कवर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कल ही बस विड्रॉ हुआ था, ये बात सामने आना, कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट का सामने आ जाना, सबको पता चल जाना कि किन किन लोगों का सिक्योरिटी कवर विड्रॉ हो रहा है, एक तरह से जो लोग बैठे हुए थे शायद उनको एक मौका मिल गया? बस
नहीं, मैं सिर्फ इतना बोलना चाहता हूँ, जिसको भी मौका मिला उसको मौका सिद्धू मूसेवाला को क्यों मिला? 400 लोगों की सिक्योरिटी हटी है, तो किसी के साथ भी होना चाहिए, ये हो सकता था। वाई सिंगर को टारगेट करो कि ठीक है यार इसको टारगेट करते हैं, सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इससे शोर भी मच जाएगा और कोई भरोसा भी किसी पे शक भी नहीं होगा, अपना हम काम कर लेंगे। कल को हम ऐसे लोगों को और परेशान करेंगे, उनसे पैसे मांगेंगे।
तो आपको लगता है कि और भी लोगों को, इस तरह के आर्टिस्ट को जान का खतरा हो सकता है?
मुझे लगता है कि 50% ऐसे चांसेस हैं कि बहुत सारे सिंगर्स बेचारे अभी जो भुगत रहे हैं वहाँ पे, तो शायद मुझे लगता है उनको सामने आना चाहिए, अपनी आवाज़ उठानी चाहिए, बताना चाहिए। पुलिस भी आपके हेल्प के लिए बैठी है। जब आप बताओगे नहीं, आप डरते रहोगे समवेयर। अब डरना जरूरी भी हो गया, क्योंकि अगर हम सिद्धू मूसेवाला को देखते हैं, उनके साथ इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ, तो हर आदमी डर जाएगा।
जी जी, Mika, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. And that was an exclusive conversation that we had earlier with singer Mika Singh, who in fact said that Sidhu Moosewala had confided in him that there was a threat to his life in Punjab. Now India Today has accessed exclusive CCTV images of Sidhu Moosewala's SUV before he was brutally murdered. Those pictures of the Thar on your screens right now, that vehicle on your screens right now. You can also see a Bolero vehicle. A Bolero vehicle was what was referred to by the SSP Mansa as well earlier. He did refer to 3 other vehicles in the vicinity of the Thar that Sidhu Moosewala was traveling in: a Bolero, a Scorpio and an Alto vehicle. We're of course trying to get more details about the registration number and who was in those vehicles and who exactly were the assailants who in fact opened fire on Sidhu Moosewala and shot him dead at the spot in Mansa, where he was in fact accompanied by 2 others who were also injured in this tragic incident. My colleagues Shivaroor and Harmeet Shah continue to be with me. Harmeet, how is Punjab receiving this news? We, in fact, when the SSP Mansa was speaking with the media, we could hear sloganeering. The sloganeering, in fact, behind him. In fact, Harmeet, just hold on. Let's listen in to the SSP Mansa.
ਜਦੋਂ ਜਵਾਹਰ ਕੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੈਗੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਗੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਜ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਵੀ ਸੀਗਾ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਫਟ ਟਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ, ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ 2 ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਲੇਰੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਨ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਵੂਨਡਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਥੀ ਹੈਗੇ
Okay, that is of course the SSP Mansa, who in fact was speaking with the media and giving them some of the preliminary details that have emerged from this tragic incident. Those CCTV images on your screen of earlier when in fact Sidhu Moosewala's car was in fact moving, his SUV was moving in Mansa before he was brutally murdered. Harmeet is with us on the phone line right now. Harmeet, how is this news being received in Punjab? Because we do hear that a lot of people are protesting. There were protests in fact happening and sloganeering happening right behind the SSP Mansa as he was speaking with the media.
Follow Me Punjab indeed has lost an icon who disrupted the Punjabi hip-hop scene in less than 5 or 6 years. He was in 2016, he went to Canada there, and there he started his first album, and he never looked back, and his was a spectacular rise in terms of, he gave, he was often called the Tupac Shakur of the Punjabi pop, being a rapper of his own style, in the sense he would rap about aggression. He would rap about competitors even. He would rap about narcissism. And yes, he was in a way sometimes accused of promoting violence and gun culture. At the same time, his poetry and his videos were highly produced, and they were not of low standard. And he maintained that standard. And being an artist, he was pretty liberal with his words, but they were very crisp, they were very sharp, and of course the rap style, it changed the Punjab hip hop scene forever. But he had a long way to go, but that long way to go was unfortunately cut short, and definitely Punjab is receiving this news pretty sadly, because it was something whose songs would play in every celebration. No celebration would be complete without a Moosewala song playing out there.
Absolutely. No celebration, as you say, would be complete without a Moosewala song playing out there. My colleague Shiv Arur also continues to be live with me at the moment. Shiv, clearly what the SSP Mansa in fact was saying is that there were at least a couple of vehicles that were in fact tailing, it appears, Sidhu Moosewala before they opened fire. The assailants who were travelling in these vehicles opened fire on Sidhu Moosewala, all in broad daylight, Shiv.
You know, Polami, even the untrained eye can tell, pretty plainly. It's very reasonable to say at this point of time that this was an inter-gang rivalry that has resulted in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. There is no question that, the gang element is clear and present in the style of the killing, in the atmosphere around which the killing has taken place. The fact that the killing has taken place, only hours after Sidhu Moosewala's security was withdrawn. The fact that Sidhu Moosewala has been linked in the past, to certain gangs in Punjab. The fact that he has faced threats from other gangs. The element that Arvind Ojha broke a short while ago about the Lawrence Bishnoi gang posing a threat to Sidhu Moosewala. All of these put together, plus the CCTV visuals, plus the suspicion that an AK-47 rifle was used in this particular murder, plus the sense we're getting from the police as well that this was a gang attack that took place is pretty plain to see. I don't think anyone requires any forensic expert of any kind to actually make that pronouncement. The big question now is what was the triggering issue that necessitated the killing? Let's be very clear about one thing. Even in the world of gangs and gang rivalries, Polami, as we know, blood is an expensive business. Gangs would much rather not have to, kill each other if they can conduct their business in a peaceful manner and make money and basically, transact their business that way. If they had to kill someone, and that too someone of the stature, popularity and celebrity level as Sidhu Moosewala, then it has to have been, for a reason that is clearly not apparent at this point of time. Because by, going out on a limb, making themselves visible and taking a shot at someone as high profile, someone as luminous and well-known and globally regarded as Sidhu Moosewala, whichever gang this is that has taken this hit, and there are lots of claims coming out of, certain gangs like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and their cells abroad taking credit for this murder, it would suggest that there is obviously more to it than meets the eye. Now, what are those layers? What are those specific details that we are not getting just yet? I'm guessing will only be part of an investigation. And each one of those details, when they come out, Polami, as you and I will both agree, will only add to the pressure on the Bhagwant Mann government when they come out with a clarification. It's one thing to say we condemn the murder, we'll investigate and no one will be spared. It's another to not talk about why the government did not know about what is clearly an obvious threat to this young singer's life. And now it's too late because he's dead.
Absolutely, absolutely. Some very uncomfortable questions there that the Bhagwant Mann-led AAP government of Punjab will have to answer, especially from the mother of Sidhu Moosewala. In fact, his bereaved mother has demanded justice for the gruesome murder of her son on Sunday, calling the AAP government incompetent. Moosewala's mother held the Mann government responsible for her son's murder a day after his security cover was withdrawn. Watch this.
ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੇ ਲਾਣਾ ਨੂੰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਤਿੰਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਸਕਾਊਟਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੇ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਪਾਪਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
किस तरह की हालत है माता सिद्धू मूसे नूं देख तीन कौन कौन ने जी
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਲਓ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੈ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਬੋਲੀ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭੱਜੂਗਾ ਹਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਖੜੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਵੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ
My colleagues Harmeet Singh Shah and Shiv Arur continue to be live with me. India Today has accessed the CCTV images before the murder in Mansa district of Punjab. Harmeet, earlier when we were speaking to singer Mika Singh, he was in fact talking about past threats as well, threats that are seemingly common in Punjab against artists, gangster threats and incidents that have happened as well where artists have come under actual attack as well. Harmeet.
You see, Bommai is a common knowledge that so far as these big singers are concerned, they do have their own, many of them do have their own private security. And as Mika mentioned that in 2018, singer Parmesh Verma was shot at. He was shot at in his knee and he survived that attack. But if we go back in time, I remember two big singers who actually succumbed to bullets. One of them was Chamkila. He was very popular and he was all as outspoken, perhaps more outspoken in his singing than Moosewala was. He was shot dead in 1988. And then there was a singer, Dilshad Akhtar. He was shot dead in 1996, and then most recently we had the case of Parmesh Verma, who was shot at and he survived that attack. So this thing that singers and entertainers, in Punjabi culture, we also have seen that most of these singers, which we see today, they were quite politically active as well in terms of when you see them, the way they mobilize the farmers. Almost all Punjabi singers, Moosewala included, they mobilize, they lend their sportive voice to the farmer agitation. They were very open about it. They played the role of activists during that time. That said, as Shiv rightly mentioned, that you don't need some forensic analysis to determine what all happened. Prima facie, it appears to be an act of, extortion or perhaps an act of gang rivalry. And I also mentioned there could be many other factors as well, because he was this man, he changed Punjab's music scene upside up, and he changed it completely. It was upside down. He disrupted the scene, and yes, he had his own share of rivals who were rather aggressive.
Okay, so that is of course a sense of how the culture in Punjab, in fact, singers in fact have been coming under threats, under attacks as well in the past, and now this incident which has happened in Mansa district of Punjab, this very tragic incident that has taken place. Shiv, the question is that this has been happening for a while. As Harmeet was describing, he went as far back as 1988 to describe an incident that had taken place, a fatal attack against a singer at that point of time in Punjab. And this has been going on for a while. Mika, in fact, was talking about the same as well, that this has been going on for far too long and someone needs to act now. Someone needs to stop this from happening.
You know, the fact that gun culture, gang rivalries, this kind of very aggressive real life persona of people in the music scene has been something that's been part of popular culture in Punjab for a very long time now, Bommai, and it has quite frequently spilled over into the real world. Harmeet is absolutely right when he gives that historical context, because it is extremely important. It's part of the of a kind of nightmare underbelly culture that has been part of the way of life in Punjab for a very long time. But what differentiates the killing of Sidhu Moosewala from the killing of either earlier singers or earlier prominent gang members is that Sidhu Moosewala was easily much more famous as a singer. Yes, he embraced the culture of gun culture and the gangster life, as it were. You had songs called Bandook and Dawood and the Big High and things like that. But at the end of the day, those were songs that appealed to vast numbers of people across the world. There are hip hop stars and rap stars who do sort of glorify a life of crime and the gangster life. It's not confined to Sidhu Moosewala. There are iconic singers across the world who do very much the same thing. But the fact that Sidhu Moosewala's existence, his life, the relationships he had, the linkages he perhaps had, were in many ways a mirror to some of the things that he actually sang about, is actually what is scary here. And Harmeet might actually be able to throw more light on that because Sidhu Moosewala was someone who is not a very old phenomenon, Pallavi. Let's remember that. Right. He was only 28 years old, relatively young, returned from Canada after working there for many years, came back, in his mid-20s, sometime around 2018, 2019, and became an explosive phenomenon, almost as soon as he came back here. Globally renowned, globally regarded phenomenon, especially for youngsters. And mind you, not just Punjabi youngsters, but youngsters from across languages across the board. He had huge appeal. He did duet hip-hop and rap songs with Western stars as well. All of his songs on Spotify and other apps have millions, if not billions of views. So this was not a small, gangster who was being bumped off for something. This was a big guy. This was a big target, a high-value target. And that's the reason why the questions behind who killed him and what the precise reasons were are going to be even more important than the usual kind of crossfire that takes place between all of these gangs.
Right. Harmeet, I'll take that question with you right now. Earlier as well, when Arvind Ojha, our colleague, was in fact informing us about what the agencies were telling him about the preliminary information that they'd gathered as far as this incident is concerned, they were talking about, of course, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang possibly being behind the attack on Sidhu Moosewala, but also because they believed that Sidhu Moosewala was hand in glove with another rival gang. Is that something which is common in terms of this gangster artist association?
I think I'm not too sure about it, but as Mika mentioned in his interview that there are, because he belongs to the industry and he has gone on the record to say that artists and singers do face threats. That's something to be really taken seriously, because Mika is no small singer. He has been there for almost 25, 30 years. And so far as, these things of gun culture, etc., are concerned. And Shiv is absolutely right.
Ask that, you to wait over there. Just hold your thought for 2 seconds. Tejinder Pal Bagga is speaking.
क्या दिल्ली में बैठे अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा जो राजेंद्र नगर में अभी बैठे हुए थे 2 महीने पहले तक, क्या वो फैसला करेंगे कि किसकी सिक्योरिटी? ये राजनीतिक फैसले नहीं होने चाहिए, और सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस से चुनाव लड़े थे, वो हमारी विचारधारा के नहीं थे, सिर्फ इसलिए किसी से सिक्योरिटी वापस ले ली जाए। मुझे लगता है कि राजनीति में इससे घटियापन हो नहीं सकता, और अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा इसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
That is, of course, BJP Youth Wing leader Tejinder Bagga, who, of course, claims that he is also a victim of Punjab police's high-handedness. He is, of course, in fact, charged with trying to defame the Punjab government as well as threat to life as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. My colleagues Harmeet and Shiv continue to be live with me. Harmeet, go on. I apologize for cutting you short over there, but you were telling us about the threat, of course, that Mika was talking about, that many singers, artists on the ground continue to face these threats. And obviously, coming from Mika, it's a hugely important statement that he's making, and something which needs to be looked at much more seriously by the police and the agencies that will investigate this murder.
Yes, because, Punjabi community is spread worldwide, and Punjabi music is no longer restricted to any language or geography. It's played everywhere. And these singers, they have international resonance. As I was talking to you and, speaking about Tupac Shakur, it's quite an irony of fate that Tupac Shakur, with whom Moosewala was compared to because of his style, because of his aggression, because of his rap, was also assassinated there. That happened in 1996. He was assassinated. He was shot and killed in Las Vegas. So this thing that, singers becoming targets of gangs, singers being shot at, singers being killed, this is absolutely flabbergasting, and you cannot provide us. I do in every sense it's pragmatic to assume that you cannot provide police security to each and every singer, but then again you have to have systems in place, you have to have a proper intelligence in place to ensure that no artist, big or small, is targeted the way it's happening now. And this Moosewala incident is an eye-opener for the entire law enforcement, for the government of Punjab, as well as for the central agencies, that these kinds of acts should not should never have happened in the first place. That they are happening, and they are happening since 1998. I think it's a matter of serious concern.
Absolutely, it's a matter of serious concern, and it better be an eye-opener for the law enforcement agencies on the ground. Harmeet and Shiv continue to be with us. Sidhu Moosewala's bereaved mother, in fact, has demanded justice for the gruesome murder of her son on Sunday, calling the AAP government incompetent. Moosewala's mother held the Maan government responsible for her son's murder a day after his security was withdrawn. Listen in.
किस तरह की हालत है माता सिद्धू मूसे नु देख ਤਿੰਨ कौन ने जी
हालात क्या है जने
किमें सिद्धू मूसे वाला ठीक है जी
Punjabi singer Mika, in fact, has made a shocking revelation to India today. He says that Sidhu Moosewala had told Mika about the threats against his life just 1 week ago. Fearing for his safety, Mika, in fact, had then suggested to Moosewala to shift to Mumbai. Listen in. Mika Singh singer is joining us on the phone line. Mika, how would you react to this absolutely tragic and shocking news that's come from Punjab? Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in cold blood in Mansa.
I'm feeling very sad and bad because it is like किसी एनिमल को मारते हैं आपने, किसी जानवर को मारे या राह चलते हैं, जो हम 30 साल पहले 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे गैंगस्टर होते हैं, ऐसे हम कर देते हैं. And this is 2022. This is what happening. I'm surprised. किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया, कोई डर नहीं रहा. Nobody scared. They can kill anyone. अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी. एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है, लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी, जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने एक वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी.
तो आपका मानना है मीका,
और बहुत ही घटिया बात है.
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही शॉकिंग बात है. मीका, आपका मानना है कि ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर ही सवाल उठा देता है कि पंजाब में इस वक्त लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, देखिए अभी क्या है, अब क्या पॉलिटिक्स है, क्या पॉलिटिशियन का अपना है, मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा. बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं जी 3 साल, अभी जस्ट 4 दिन पहले ही उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी हटाई उनकी. अगर सिक्योरिटी हटाई तो व्हाई दे टारगेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला? किसी और की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? सिंगर की ही डेथ क्यों हुई? कि ठीक है यार, एक सेलिब्रिटी को मारेंगे ताकि हम आपस में क्या पॉलिटिक्स का क्या चल रहा है वो हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा. बट सबको पता है कि ऐसे लोग गैंगस्टर हैं जो पैसा मांगते हैं, हर हफ्ते उनको पैसा जाता है, सिंगर्स बेचारे डर डर के दे रहे हैं. ऐसे बहुत बड़ी आम बात होगी पंजाब में. बट इसलिए हो रही क्योंकि वो गैंगस्टर जाते हैं और बाहर आ जाते हैं, जब बाहर आते हैं और फिर अपना कांड करके फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को आप कड़ी से कड़ी सख्त से सख्त सजा क्यों नहीं देते आप उसको?
मीका, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको? लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने बड़े स्टार थे वो, व्हाट अ यंग राइजिंग स्टार।
देखिए कि जस्ट 3 इयर्स के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम, इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया है। आई थिंक मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में, वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग। इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं, ही यूज्ड टू फॉलो सिद्धू मूसेवाला ऑन इंस्टाग्राम। तो जिस बंदे ने इतना बड़ा पंजाबी म्यूजिक को वर्ल्ड वाइड वो लेके गए हैं और अच्छे लेवल पे लेके गए हैं, बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिक लेके हैं, पूरा यूथ उनको फॉलो करता है, बहुत सच्ची बातें अपने गानों में वो लिखते थे, ना कि सिंगर थे, बहुत अच्छे राइटर थे वो, और मेरे बहुत ही प्यारे दोस्त थे, भाइयों की तरह थे। और कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि उनके बारे में मैं उनके मुंह से किसी की बुराई या कोई किसी को वो किसी की बुराई करते हो या ऐसे चुगली करते हो। वो अपने काम में मस्त थे और विद इन 3 इयर्स उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा नाम कमाया। और एक लौता बेचारा बेटा है अपने पेरेंट्स का, पहले कनाडा में अच्छी खासी मेहनत कर रहे थे, सब कुछ छोड़ के उन्होंने अपने गाँव में जाके उसी जगह पे जहाँ पे उनका छोटा सा घर था उसमें ही उन्होंने अपनी अच्छा घर बनाया अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए। तो क्या सक्सेसफुल होना, हिट होना जुल्म है? क्या उसने जुल्म करने के लिए इतना बड़ा अपना नाम बना लिया और यही उनकी जान ले लेगा? और ये आज उनकी जान ले रहा है, कल को किसी की भी जान ले लेगा।
मीका, when was the last time कि आपने सिद्धू मूसेवाला से बात की और कुछ मेमोरीज बताइए? आपने बताया कि he was your very close personal friend. Do you remember the last time you spoke to him? What was that conversation? What memories can you share with us?
अभी जो पिछले हफ्ते मुंबई आए थे एंड मुंबई में वो यही मुझे बता रहे थे और हमारी बात नहीं हो पाई बिकॉज मैं शूटिंग में था। तो मैंने उनको ये भी बोल दिया था कि यार तो जब भी तू आता तो मेरी गाड़ी यूज कर और मेरे घर पे रहा कर, क्योंकि मेरी भी मैं मजाक में बोल रहा था कि मैं छड़ा हूँ, शादीशुदा नहीं है, तो आप जब मर्जी मेरे घर पे आओ, रहो, चिल करो। एंड वो यही बात बोल रहा था कि पाजी मैं तो मुंबई में घूम रहा हूँ, यहाँ तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं यार, अकेला गाड़ी में घूमूं, कोई बॉडीगार्ड की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई बंदा घूर के नहीं आपको देख रहा। तो मैंने यही बोला था कि यार आने वाले टाइम में तो इधर ही रुक जाकर। मुझे क्या पता था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा उनके साथ होने वाला। और वो 4 साल पहले भी यही बातें करते थे कि यार मुझे ऐसे गैंगस्टर ने धमकी दी है, ये दी है, वो दी है। तो समझ नहीं आता
मीका जी, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के गाने में और लिरिक्स में समटाइम्स कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल चीजें थी, बंदूक एंड गन कल्चर और गैंगस्टर कल्चर ऐसा था। सो देयर आर सम पीपल हु से कि रियल लाइफ एंड हिज म्यूजिक लाइफ गॉट ब्लर्ड and he mixed up many things. What would you say about that? There are people who say that his music became his real life in some ways.
देखिए, मैं कहता हूँ अगर कोई बंदा अपने गानों में बयां करता है, आज मेरा गाना आया था गणपत बहुत पहले, वो मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ, मैंने गाना फिल्म के लिए बनाया, लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं। गणपत जलदारू ऐसे गाना एक आया था शूटर लोखंड वाला में, वो गाने का एक फिल्म का एक कॉन्सेप्ट था कि उनको ऐसा गाना चाहिए। इट डजंट मीन कि मैं ऐसा हूँ, पर अगर आदमी अपनी बातें लिख रहा है गाने के अंदर तो उसमें वो एक एटीट्यूड है। इट इज नॉट कि वो ऐसा है। यूथ सुनता है गाना, यूथ को अच्छा लगता है, उन्होंने गाने बना दिए। पर ये जरूर प्रॉब्लम है कि उनको किसी ने उनसे पैसे मांगे होंगे, उसने पैसे नहीं दिए होंगे। अब उसको जैसे किसी ने गोली मार दिया, वो कल को 4 और सिंगर्स को बोलेगा ठीक है उसको मैंने मार दिया, अब तेरी बारी। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
So you're saying that it could have been some kind of extortion by some gang, some attempt to extort from him? Because reason we are asking, Mika, कि ये जो murder जो हुआ है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का, it has happened the day after his security was withdrawn. इसका मतलब है कि जिसने भी सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा है, he was aware कि उनका सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ हो चुका है अभी।
वही है ना, जैसे सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ हुआ, आप दूसरे दिन ही तो हर न्यूज पे आ जाता है कि उस सिंगर की या उस पॉलिटिशियन की सिक्योरिटी हट गई है। बट मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बाकी की तो सिक्योरिटी हटी हुई है। अब इसमें जिसने भी गेम चलाकी से खेली होगी उसको यही लग रहा है कि ठीक है यार मैं अपना काम कर देता हूँ, लोग बोलेंगे उसने करा होगा, और इसके जरिए मैं बाकी सिंगर्स को बोलूंगा कि ठीक है जी कल मैंने उसको मारा है, अब तुझे मारेंगे, अब पैसा देना शुरू कर। बट एक बंदे की जान चल गई। मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस को और सरकार को बहुत तगड़ा एक्शन लेना चाहिए। इट इज नॉट ओनली सिद्धू मूसेवाला, इट इज फॉर जो आम जनता बेचारी वो क्या करे जाके।
मीका, रिसेंटली क्या
बिजनेसमैन को भी वो टारगेट करेंगे?
नहीं, रिसेंटली क्या सिद्धू मूसेवाला ने आपसे कोई बात कही थी किसी थ्रेट के बारे में? आप कह रहे 4 साल पहले किसी गैंगस्टर थ्रेट के बारे में बताया था रिसेंटली?
हाँ, उन्होंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया था, मुझे लंदन में मिले थे, उन्होंने मुझे बोला यार ये बहुत नया सिस्टम शुरू हो गया कि यार मैं हूँ, 2-4 और सिंगर्स हैं जिनको ऐसे कॉल आते हैं और हमें समझ नहीं आता कि हम उनके साथ कैसे डील करें। तो मैंने उनको वैसे ही बोला था कि यार तुम वहाँ रह रहे हो, तुम इधर ही आ जाओ, मुंबई में शिफ्ट हो जाओ, तो यहाँ पे अपना जितना मर्जी काम, यहाँ तो शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, अमिताभ बच्चन जैसे सुपरस्टार रहते हैं, उनको तो कभी कोई धमकी नहीं आती और अपना काम करते हैं, खूब पैसा कमाते हैं, बहुत बड़े स्टार हैं। मैं वहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ, मैंने बहुत नाम कमाया, सब कुछ है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फील वेरी सेफ इन मुंबई। तो बोलता नहीं मुझे गाँव में रहना है, मुझे गाँव से प्यार है, दिस इज व्हाट वो लास्ट टाइम बोले थे।
पर वो डर महसूस करते थे पंजाब में?
100% करते, 100% करते
उनको जान
और ये सब तभी कोई सरकार भी अलग थी, ऐसा नहीं मैं बोलूंगा कि आज की सरकार को मैं ब्लेम करूँ या पिछली सरकार को करूँ। इसमें सरकार का दोष नहीं, इसमें एक ही चीज का है कि सरकार या पुलिस अगर इस चीज को सीरियसली ले ले कि हमने इसको ठीक करना है, तो वो 1 सेकंड का काम है। ये चीज दिल्ली या मुंबई में क्यों नहीं हो रही?
तो उनको महसूस होता था, जान को खतरा महसूस होता था उनको, ये उन्होंने आपसे कहा है?
100% होता था। उनके अलावा और भी सिंगर्स हैं, मेरा एक छोटा भाई है गिप्पी गरेवाल, उसके साथ भी हुआ है, उसको भी शायद सिक्योरिटी मिली थी पीछे, उसको भी यही प्रॉब्लम आई थी, उनको कॉल आ गया था, पहले वो पैसे मेरे ख्याल दे रहे थे, उसके बाद उन्होंने फिर कंप्लेन करी, शायद अभी बंद हुआ। तो ये जो भी गैंगस्टर आते हैं ये अपना उनको जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं और जब वो प्रोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं अपना फिर कांड करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं।
निका जी, जस्ट couple of last questions just for clarity, क्योंकि जो आप बोल रहे हैं this takes the story to a very much more serious level, sir. So I just want to clarify this. You were saying that Sidhu Moosewala had spoken to you and said that he and some other people like him, pop stars जो हैं पंजाब में, they are facing threat. There is a threat to them. He said that to you personally.
4 साल पहले उन्होंने लंदन में मुझे बोला था कि यार ऐसी प्रॉब्लम आ गई, पाजी आपके साथ कभी ऐसा होता? मैं यार मैं शायद पंजाब में कम रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरे साथ ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं है और जब कभी हुआ तो मैं सीधा कंप्लेन करता हूँ जाके, जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है। बट पंजाब में सिस्टम शायद ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि आप कंप्लेन करो, क्योंकि जैसे परमीश वर्मा पे भी गोली चली थी, आपको याद होगा
जी।
एक परमीश वर्मा का सिंगर है, उनको भी अभी 3 साल पहले उन पे भी गोली चली थी
जी।
तो उनका भी यही था कि गैंगस्टर आराम से अपने जेल से उसने फोन करा कि ऐसा कर दो, उसने नहीं करा तो उसको गोली पड़ेगी।
निका जी, last week जब when Sidhu Moosewala was in Bombay and he met with you, क्या इसके बारे में कुछ भी हिंट था? Did he talk about any threat, any concern about life in Punjab, any threat to him? इसका कोई भी हिंट था क्या?
मुंबई में आए थे अभी जस्ट 4-5 दिन के लिए आए थे, तो मेरी जोधपुर में शूटिंग चल रही थी, तो मैंने उनको यही कहा था कि यार तुम मेरे घर पे रुका करो और तुम सोचो कि तुम्हारा पंजाब यहीं पे है और यही जो तुम्हें खाना पीना, जैसे हम पंजाबी लोग एक दूसरे की हेल्प करते हैं या सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो यही बात कर रहा था कि यार यहाँ से कमाल है, हम आराम से घूम सकते हैं और इधर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई दिखता नहीं था, तो मतलब मैं अकेला ही गाड़ी में घूम रहा हूँ। ये ऐसी पूरी खुल के बात उसने नहीं करी, बट आई विश कि मैं उसको मिल पाता या उसकी बात समझ पाता।
क्या आप ये मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी कवर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कल ही बस विड्रॉ हुआ था, ये बात सामने आना, कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट का सामने आ जाना, सबको पता चल जाना कि किन किन लोगों का सिक्योरिटी कवर विड्रॉ हो रहा है, एक तरह से जो लोग बैठे हुए थे शायद उनको एक मौका मिल गया? बस
नहीं, मैं सिर्फ इतना बोलना चाहता हूँ, जिसको भी मौका मिला उसको मौका सिद्धू मूसेवाला को क्यों मिला? 400 लोगों की सिक्योरिटी हटी है तो किसी के साथ भी होना चाहिए, ये हो सकता था। वाई सिंगर को टारगेट करो कि ठीक है यार इसको टारगेट करते हैं, सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इससे शोर भी मच जाएगा और कोई भरोसा भी, किसी पे शक भी नहीं होगा, अपना हम काम कर लेंगे, कल को हम ऐसे लोगों को और परेशान करेंगे, उनसे पैसे मांगेंगे।
तो आपको लगता है कि और भी लोगों को, इस तरह के आर्टिस्ट को जान का खतरा हो सकता है?
मुझे लगता है कि 50% ऐसे चांसेस हैं कि बहुत सारे सिंगर्स बेचारे अभी जो भुगत रहे हैं वहाँ पे, तो शायद मुझे लगता है उनको सामने आना चाहिए, अपनी आवाज उठानी चाहिए, बताना चाहिए। पुलिस भी आपकी हेल्प के लिए बैठी है, जब आप बताओगे नहीं, आप डरते रहोगे समवेयर। अब डरना जरूरी भी हो गया, क्योंकि अगर हम सिद्धू मूसेवाला को देखते हैं, उनके साथ इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ, तो हर आदमी डर जाएगा।
जी जी मीका, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू इंडिया टुडे।
जहां तक पंजाब की सरकार का सवाल है, मैंने आपको बताया बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी और 2 पुलिस के कमांडो, पंजाब पुलिस के, वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी की सुरक्षा में थे।
सर ये घटना,
लेकिन इस घटना के वक्त ना तो बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी, ना पंजाब पुलिस के कमांडो थे और ये क्यों नहीं थे, ये एक गंभीर जांच का विषय है।
क्या आपको नजदीकी लोगों के साजिश की बू इसमें आती है? दूसरा जो विपक्ष का आरोप है, इस आरोप को देखते हुए मान सरकार को आगे सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ पॉलिसी पर क्या रिथिंक करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी?
मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि अभी तो इन बिंदुओं की जांच करने की जरूरत है। अभी तुरंत किसी नतीजे पे पहुंचना गलत होगा। इन सारे बिंदुओं की जांच होना आवश्यक है कि कैसे इतनी बड़ी घटना हो गई। तो इसलिए अभी इसमें जल्दबाजी में कोई बयान देना या कोई बात कहना वो गलत होगा। अभी इसकी पूरी जांच होने दीजिए। मैं सिर्फ इतना कह सकता हूं कि भगवंत मान जी की सरकार, पंजाब की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है अपराधीकरण के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की, प्रतिबद्ध है पंजाब से गैंगवार का सफाया और खात्मा करने।
आप कह रहे हैं बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी, 2 सुरक्षा कर्मी उनको अभी भी अलॉट है, इसके बावजूद ये घटनाक्रम
जी बिल्कुल
आया, तो क्या किसी साजिश की बू है आपको इसमें?
अब इसमें क्या है ये तो जांच के बाद ही पता चलेगा। जब इसकी पूरी जांच होके सारा सच सामने आएगा तो पता चलेगा कि आखिर बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी होने के बावजूद, 2 पुलिस के कमांडो होने के बावजूद, इस घटना के वक्त ना तो गाड़ी थी ना पुलिस के कमांडो थे, तो क्यों नहीं थे? ये सच तो तभी सामने आएगा जब इसकी जांच होगी। इसलिए मैं अपने विपक्षी दल के मित्रों से हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन करूंगा कि ऐसी दुख की घड़ी में सियासत करने के बजाय इस पे संजीदगी और संवेदना दिखाने की जरूरत है।
From Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh, he in fact saying that why was the Sidhu Moosewala not in fact accompanied by his 2 gunmen provided to him by Punjab police and was not travelling in his bulletproof vehicle today? Those are questions that a thorough investigation only will answer. Manjeet Sehgal, my colleague, continues to be live with me. Manjeet, questions that are being raised by the AAP government now, counter questions as to why Sidhu Moosewala wasn't travelling with the 2 gunmen that had been provided to him, and why wasn't he travelling in the bulletproof vehicle that had been given to him. As of now, we're cutting across to the DGP of Punjab speaking.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला जो शुभदीप सिंह, ये जब अपने घर से निकले शाम को करीब 4:30 बजे, तो उसके बाद करीब 5:30 बजे करीब 5:30 PM ये अपनी गाड़ी में जा रहे थे। ये खुद ड्राइव कर रहे थे। इनके साथ 2 प्राइवेट लोग थे और इनके पीछे एक गाड़ी थी और 2 गाड़ियां सामने से आईं और उसमें फिर फायरिंग हुई और फायरिंग में इनको बुलेट इंजरी हुई और जब इनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, देन ही वाज डिक्लेयर्ड ब्रॉड डेड। तो ये जो इंसिडेंट है, ये एक इंटर गैंग राइवलरी का केस लगता है, क्योंकि इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। वो अभी विदेश में ऑस्ट्रेलिया में निकल गए हैं। तो उसका रिएक्शन में जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के कनाडा से। इसके बारे में 2-3 बातें मैं बताना चाहूँगा। अभी तक के जो उसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि इनके पास सिक्योरिटी के, पंजाब पुलिस के 4 कमांडो थे और अभी घल्लूघारा की वजह से हर साल पंजाब में सिक्योरिटी से थिन आउट करके फोर्स निकालते हैं जिससे घल्लूघारा के अरेंजमेंट फुल प्रूफ हों। उसमें इनके 2 कमांडो विड्रॉ किए गए थे। 2 कमांडो इनके पास थे, लेकिन जब ये गए तो दोनों कमांडो को साथ नहीं लेके गए थे, घर पर छोड़ के गए थे और रादर ये कह गए थे कि अब आपको आने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इनके पास एक प्राइवेट बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी थी, वो भी नहीं लेके गए थे। तो ये जो फैक्ट है ये मैं आपके ध्यान में लाना चाहूँगा। और केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। सीएम साहब के आदेश पर एक एसआईटी बनाने के लिए आईजी रेंज को मेरी तरफ से कह दिया गया है। इस मौके पर जो एम्प्टी केस बरामद हुए हैं 30 के करीब, उससे अलग अलग बोर के, जैसे 9mm है, 455 है, वो उससे लगता है कि अलग अलग बोर के तीन वेपन, कम से कम 3 वेपन इस्तेमाल हुए हैं। केस की तफ्तीश चल रही है। आईजी रेंज वहाँ पहुँच गए हैं, कैंप कर रहे हैं। एसएसपी मानसा के अलावा एसएसपी बठिंडा भी पहुँच गए हैं। ऑपरेशंस पूरे इलाके में चल रहे हैं और पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से एडीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जितनी फोर्स एडिशनल मोबिलाइज होनी है वो कर चुके हैं। और हमारी पूरी कोशिश है कि इस केस को हम जल्दी से जल्दी सॉल्व करें। धन्यवाद।
That is, of course, the DGP of Punjab. They're giving details about the incident that took place in Mansa district of Punjab earlier this evening, where popular Punjab singer and Neta Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead at point blank range by unknown assailants. DGP Punjab, they're saying that Sidhu Moosewala's SUV, his Thar vehicle, in fact, was being tailed by one vehicle at the time that he left from his residence at 5:30 p.m. this evening. 2 vehicles then intercepted him from the front. It looks like a case of inter-gang rivalry. His manager, he refers to Sidhu Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had emerged in the Vicky Midhukheda murder. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang could possibly be behind the murder, is what the DGP of Punjab has had to say in that very brief press conference that he in fact just addressed right now. My colleague Shiv Arur is joining me live at the moment. Shiv, the DGP Punjab, they're giving out the first few details about what possibly was in fact what possibly happened this evening in Mansa district, saying that this could be an act of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, possibly a case of inter-gang rivalry. Many sort of empty cases of different bores that have been found at the crime scene. It looks like at least 3 different weapons seem to have been used in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Shiv.
Pretty clear from what the Director General of Police of Punjab has just said, Polami, that this was a gang rivalry and a gangster-style assassination of Sidhu Moosewala. 2 basic points that the Punjab Police Chief has basically said. A, he's given some additional details that we didn't know before about the circumstances around which it happened. A, he says Moosewala left the house at 4:30 p.m. There were 2 private individuals with him, and he was driving the car by himself. There were 2 cars in front that came from the front. There was 1 car behind him. There were 2 cars that arrived from the front, fired at him, and then he was taken to the hospital and he was brought there dead. Secondly, he's talked about the Lawrence Bishnoi gang taking responsibility. Goldie Bras, who runs Lawrence Bishnoi's gang from Canada, his name has also come forward, as Arvind Ojha broke a short while ago. As many as 30 bullet casings of at least 3 different 9mm and others have all been recovered from the site of the crime, which again suggests pretty clearly that this was a gangster-style murder. They have access to all different kinds of weapons. Very importantly, as the Punjab Police Chief says, he's created a case for why the withdrawal of security has taken place at this time. Annually, during Operation Blue Star's anniversary, given the security threat perceptions that take place in Punjab, there is a thinning out of VIP security across the board, and these security forces are redeployed for state security. But basically, of the 4 Punjab police commandos who were supposed to be with Sidhu Moosewala, 2 were withdrawn. He still had 2, but mysteriously, He did not take those 2 existing commandos with him, and he was not in his private bulletproof car. 2 glaring pieces of information that have been put out right now by the Punjab Police.
And those are those pieces of information that the Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, relying on as well, as they come under attack from all quarters because of this absolutely shocking lapse in the security of Sidhu Moosewala, which claimed his life. The fact that Sidhu Moosewala did not take his 2 gunmen with him today, they were not accompanying him. He told them to stay back at home when he left from his, wherever he was, the residence, of course, being 5 kilometers from where he was killed. He, having left from there without his 2 gunmen, and he was not travelling in the bulletproof vehicle that had been given to him. 2 important points that the Aam Aadmi Party now is stressing on and relying on, and saying that that is also going to be a matter of investigation, Shiv.
Absolutely. And the other details that he actually provided to us, saying that apart from the IG range, you've got the SSP of Mansa, the SP of Mansa, the SSP of Bathinda also coming in and mobilizing more law and order forces. ADG Law and Order has made available even more security assets if required at this point of time. Make no mistake, Polami, this is going to become a huge issue. This is not just another crime in Punjab. The person who has been murdered is a global icon, not just a Punjab icon, but a global icon. There are going to be questions that go way, way beyond just Sidhu Moosewala's family. The Congress party, has expressed outrage, but it's interesting to see how the BJP is the party that has held this press conference and not the Congress party. That's a separate topic altogether. But the investigation itself, the CCTV video footage that has come out, all points to a gangland murder. Lawrence Bishnoi, Goldie Brar have taken responsibility, credit for this. But what was the compelling factor that led to the killing of Sidhu Moosewala is a question that we will need to answer. Was it the involvement in the Middu Khera murder, in which a manager of Sidhu Moosewala, his name came up in the murder, of Middu Khera a few days ago? Was it a case of extortion? Was it some other, a facet of this inter-gang rivalry that was taking place? We don't know that just yet. But there are layers within layers, wheels within wheels that turn when it comes to gangs and gangsters. Many of these gangs have linkages and nexuses with political parties, as you have most definitely seen in your coverage of politics as well, Polami. So it's going to be, we're going to have to take many of the claims and counterclaims that come out over the next few hours and days with a pinch of salt. And on India Today, of course, we always separate the fact from fiction. This is a very tense drama that's unfolding in Punjab.
And also the fact is, Shiv, that the AAP government is feeling the heat because the sentiments are running high, emotions are running high in Punjab after this very tragic killing of a Punjabi singing sensation. Because now, as the DGP of Punjab was in fact informing the media over there, an SIT will be formed under the IG range as well, Shiv.
No, and you're absolutely right. The questions from the AAP government are going to be front and center. You had Sanjay Singh come out, and try and kind of disarm the many questions that are already exploding around, this entire this crime, especially pointed at the Bhagwant Mann government. But the fact is, the withdrawal of that security is going to be the core issue, Polami. I don't think, why didn't he take the commandos with him? Why was he not in a bulletproof car? Those are legitimate questions by any stretch. But those questions will have to be asked far after why the Punjab government withdrew security for someone who, it seems pretty obvious that there was a threat perception around him. Now, you've got the Congress party, the BJP, talking about the irresponsibility, the venality, the murderous negligence, or otherwise, or even vendetta of the Aam Aadmi Party government. We'll leave that to the realm of politics. The fact is, there are professional security agencies that are involved in decisions of this kind. It's not just about politics. Were these security agencies actually clueless about Sidhu Moosewala's, the danger to Moosewala, or was it something more insidious? We cannot conjecture on that. We can only ask the questions, and that's what we're doing right now. We are waiting on the first official on-camera reaction, not on Twitter, not on Facebook, not on Instagram, on-camera reaction with questions to Bhagwant Mann, the Punjab Chief Minister.
Bhagwant Mann, the Punjab Chief Minister and one who is in charge of the Home Department. The Home Department, of course, responsible for taking that decision to withdraw the security of Sidhu Moosewala and 423 other persons whose security was withdrawn only yesterday, and more so, details, confidential information about these individuals, their names being out in the public domain, having been leaked to the media. How did such sensitive information come out in the open is another question that Bhagwant Mann will have to respond to. Shiv, also for the benefit of our viewers, could you please explain as to how the DGP tried to explain the withdrawal of security?
Well, see, Operation Blue Star's anniversary that takes place every year involves a heightening of security, especially along the borders in Amritsar, etc. Pallavi, this is the routine security arrangement that takes place every year, and to make available this additional security requirement, there is a thinning out of VIP security that is given to many netas. So this is part of a review process. Now, in keeping with this process, they start withdrawing security. What the critics of the Bhagwant Mann government are saying is, why did you publicize the list of the 400 odd, netas, sportspersons, celebrities, well-known people whose security you withdrew? Wasn't that privileged information? Wasn't that information that clearly, practically endangered the lives of people from whom the security was being withdrawn? And in the case of Sidhu Moosewala, clearly that has proven to be the case in the most nightmarish manner. Less than 24 hours after that security was withdrawn, and the Aam Aadmi Party obviously announced the withdrawal of security because it was projected to be a people-friendly move, an act against VIP culture, the ongoing war against entitlement in the political class. But the result is the dead body of a 28-year-old global Punjabi singer and icon, and a huge explosion of questions that remain unanswered at this time.
Absolutely. A huge explosion of questions that remain unanswered at this point of time. My colleague Lalit Sharma is also joining me live from Chandigarh on this. Lalit, how is the government explaining the decision to have withdrawn security to Sidhu Moosewala, who clearly had a very serious threat to life? Unfortunately, he lost his life because of withdrawal of that security cover.
Definitely, Paul. If we just overall talk about this whole incident now the Aam Aadmi Party is just trying to protect itself. But the way the DGP of Punjab, V.K. Bhamra, just held a press conference and very clearly said that it was a gang war. And already, if you talk about the security cover which has been given to Sidhu Moosewala, he was already given 2 armed police personnel, but and already a bulletproof car. But when this whole incident happened, neither he had those 2 armed personnel and the security cover. But if we overall talk about now the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is being targeted by the opposition. It's a big issue, and the way Shiv has said that now it's going to be a big issue in the upcoming days, as the way Aam Aadmi Party in the past 24 hours has removed security of 424 big leaders, big personalities of Punjab. Now they were trying to just give it a call that it was a public-friendly call why the VIP culture is going to end. But the way it has happened in the next 24 hours, a global Punjabi singer is now shot dead. Now big questions are arising on the Bhagwant Mann government. And looking into this, right now, let me show you the visual here in the highways now. After this whole incident that happened now, you can see that tight security vigil could be seen in the national highways. Now, you can see that police personnel could be guarding, looking after each and every car which is passing from the highways. Other than that, right now, what we are also learning that already now the SP of Mansa, SSP of Bathinda and IG, SIT has been formed to look after the whole case. But if we overall talk about, it's a gang war, as in 2021, Vicky Middu Kheda, the person who was shot dead in the broad daylight in Mohali, and after that whole rivalry happened, and that murder, already the name of Sidhu Moosewala has appeared.
Okay,
But
Lalit, just hold on to your thoughts over there. DGP Punjab, who just addressed the media a short while ago, let's play out that bite again. Okay, we'll try and play out that bite for you in a short while from now. Mr. Anil Sareen, Chief Spokesperson of BJP Punjab, is also joining us this evening. Mr. Sareen, your first reaction to this incident where a young life, a budding star, his life has been cut short.
It's very most unfortunate incident, and BJP strongly condemns the attack on Sidhu Moosewala and his untimely demise. We firmly believe that it is a failure of the Bhagwant Mann government and he should resign immediately. He has failed to maintain law and order in these so-called 70 days. More than 70 murders have taken place. Kabaddi player playing in the field was killed, shot dead. Even not only this, the intelligence headquarters rocket was launched. Rocket attack was made. They hit there in their own house. And now, today we lost Sidhu Moosewala. Not only this, the biggest problem is this government doesn't know how to function. They have failed in each and every field. Now, they have withdrawn the security yesterday. Okay. Security was provided only after the threat perception of a person. Have you reviewed that threat perception? If you have withdrawn it yesterday and then made it public, it is a confidential that who person is having how many security persons. This is a confidential matter. And you made it public, not only to the media. Your leaders shouted here and there, making it a point to point out that we have withdrawn the security of so and so and so and so. Is this a procedure to maintain law and order? You have exposed all these persons who were under security threat, and the government provided them security to expose them to the security threat. Okay, now they are not having their security, come and kill them. Is this the way the government runs? This is a childish act of the government. And Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann owns answer to the public of Punjab and the India. They have promised.
Right. Mr. Sareen, the DJP who just addressed a press conference, in fact, was trying to explain the withdrawal of that security cover. He, of course, talking about the Operation Blue Star anniversary and security preparations around that, because of which he said there were 4 commandos who were part of the security cover that was given to Sidhu Moosewala. 2 of them were withdrawn. But today, of course, when Sidhu Moosewala left from where he was in Mansa district, he did not take those 2 gunmen with him, and he also did not travel in a bulletproof vehicle. So the explanation for the withdrawal of security cover, and then, of course, some question marks on why Mr. Sidhu Moosewala was not travelling in the vehicle, the bulletproof vehicle that was provided to him, or accompanied by the 2 gunmen who were given to him.
No, I asked DGP. You say that security persons were withdrawn because of Gallugada.
Yeah.
Every year Gallugada comes. And you have withdrawn the security of the Kal Tak Jathedar also. Takht Keshtar Sahab also. Gallugada is a so-called extremist elements जो हैं, they make it a point to enter the Kal Takht on that day, and you have withdrawn the security of Kal Takht. What is this, the mockery of security? What are you doing? You have failed in each and every field. You have failed to maintain law and order. Anybody can come and kill anybody anywhere. This is the situation in Punjab today. Is this a Kejriwal promise? Law and order in Punjab? Peace and harmony? Is this a Bhagwant Mann promised people of Punjab peace and harmony? Each and every individual who had a security threat is now feeling insecure in Punjab. Anybody can come, anybody can kill, and Bhagwant Mann say, okay, we are constituting the SIT and they will look into the matter. Can you tell me in these 17 days how many SITs was constituted and what is the result of those SITs? They're just playing with the life and liberty of the people of Punjab. They're making mockery of law and order. They are running the government. Is this the government? Is this the way the government functions? This is a big question mark on this government, and Bhagwant Mann should resign immediately, owning the moral responsibility and his failure to maintain law and order and providing peaceful life to the people of Punjab. He's just Kutmutli in the hands of the Kejriwal.
Right. Mr. Vikram Sandhu, spokesperson of the Congress Party, is also joining us this evening. The Congress, of course, bearing this loss, a budding politician of the party, unfortunately dying in a very tragic incident that took place in Mansa district of Punjab. Mr. Sandhu, who do you hold responsible for this?
I will just say, I can't say it's a good evening, I'll just say a terrible evening. And who else is responsible but the current government in Punjab? Here you have a young man, a young life, which has been stuffed out just because Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his stooge Bhagwant Mann had a rally in Kurukshetra today and they wanted to make some brownie points there. So yesterday, some rally without any analysis, without any intelligence input, security of 434 people was withdrawn and it was advertised. It was advertised, and today in the rally, they tom-tommed this decision of theirs. Now, under the RTI Act, there's a clause that any information which can lead to bodily harm to anybody cannot be shared. That is RTI. And here these people are openly advertising that these are 430 odd people and their security has been withdrawn and anything and everything goes. It's fair games with them. And in 24 hours, a 28-year-old has lost his life, a wonderful singer, a great human being whom I knew personally, a mother, a widow who just had one son, has lost her son. And this government, even today through its DGP, is doing event management. That he had two guys left and they didn't go with him. Do you know something? If somebody has a security cover, the person who has the security cover has no say in whether he has to take his security men with him. They have to go with him. But when you just have two guys, now I don't know what will come of it, but they must be saying that we were with you in the morning, so we need rest. That is the reason that multiple security guards are given. That two people cannot give you security cover for 24 hours. So why did he have four? That two will give him security cover for 12 hours. And then if he has to go somewhere else, the other two will do it. So it is just, the blood is on the hand of Arvind Kejriwal. The blood is on the hand of Mr. Bhagwant Mann, who's not only the chief minister, but also the home minister of Punjab. This 28-year-old young man has lost his life. Congress has lost a leader. But above all, a poor widow has lost her only son because these two men wanted to make some brownie points in a rally that they had in Kurukshetra today. That's the bottom line.
So what you're saying, Mr. Sandhu, is that the Aam Aadmi Party not only withdrew cover, security cover for 424 persons, including Sidhu Moosewala, they also went ahead and tom-tommed about it and publicized it in a way almost jeopardizing their lives.
Absolutely. What are the headlines today? I'll just show it to you. This is Times of India. Just read the headlines. Akal Takht Jathedar security halved. Do you know who the Jathedar of the Akal Takht is? He's the temporal head of the Sikhs. He's like the Pope of the Sikhs. And the explanation they are doing is that we are doing it for Ghalu Ghara week, which is next week. And Mr. Sareen was absolutely right. The fringe element, this is 1 week in which they have the maximum nuisance value. Imagine, just think of it, I shudder to think of it, if something happens to the Akal Takht Jathedar.
Okay. That's a very serious sort of a question that you're raising, Mr. Sandhu. Actually, the Aam Aadmi Party, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Ravinder Singh is joining us. Let him take some of those questions that are being raised by both the Congress Party and the BJP. Mr. Singh, this evening, the BJP and the Congress both are asking the Aam Aadmi Party, what was the need to withdraw security cover to a young man who, in fact, had this threat on him? It was evident he had spoken about it. It was known to people around him, and today, of course, it is there for everyone to see that indeed Sidhu Moosewala had a threat to life. He has lost his life, Mr. Singh.
Primarily, what happened was very unfortunate. Nobody wants it to be like this. What happened with Sidhu Moosewala, he was a son of Punjab. That is very unfortunate.
the way opposition is playing politics over the death of the son of Punjab. See, the security cover has not been withdrawn. Temporarily, two of his security personnel have been removed or withdrawn just for other security purposes. As
if this was Mr. Ravinder Singh, if this was temporary, why was the Aam Aadmi Party publicizing the list of 424 persons whose security cover had been withdrawn? You are removing them temporarily, two gunmen. You're going to put them back in a security cover. What was the need to go ahead and tom-tom about it, as the BJP says, in a rally as well?
So see, what happened with the Punjab is, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Punjab is very, Punjab में जो पुलिस की जरूरत है उससे बहुत कम है, बिकॉज पिछले 20 सालों में सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3000 पुलिसकर्मी जो हैं पंजाब की गवर्नमेंट ने रखे हैं। उस वजह से पंजाब में पुलिस की भारी कमी है। और जो ये वीवीआईपी कल्चर जो लीडर्स ने चला रखा था, यू वॉन्ट बिलीव, ओपी सोनी जी से और बहुत सारे ऐसे लीडर्स हैं जिनको पंजाब का बच्चा भी नहीं जानता, और उनकी सिक्योरिटी में 48% तीन सिक्योरिटी व्हीकल्स, और इतनी बड़ा लाम लश्कर जो लेकर चलते थे, उससे होता क्या था कि पंजाब के वो पुलिसकर्मी जिन्होंने पुलिस स्टेशन में ड्यूटी देनी है, वो पुलिसकर्मी जिन्होंने लोगों की सुरक्षा में काम करना है, वो पुलिसकर्मी।
पर ये तो हम सबकी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम मानने को राजी हैं, हम मानने को तैयार है कि कुछ लोगों का ऐसा रहा होगा कि सिक्योरिटी कवर उनके लिए एक स्टेटस सिंबल रहा होगा, थ्रेट परसेप्शन कुछ नहीं होगा। पर इस केस में सिद्धू मूसेवाला पर थ्रेट था कि नहीं था?
That is the only reason is not the security has not been withdrawn totally.
अरे सर, 2 गनमैन विड्रॉ कर लिए।
2 गनमैन किस लिए विड्रॉ किए गए थे? नेक्स्ट वीक जो घल्लूगारा वाला इवेंट आ रहा है उसमें बहुत ज्यादा
Okay, Mr. Sandhu. Okay, Mr. Sareen, 1 minute, sir. Ravinder ji, 1 minute रुक जाइए. Mr. Sareen, go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Ravinder, can you tell me how many persons have been withdrawn from Arvind Kejriwal's security sent by the Punjab? If you are dire need of police personnel in Punjab, you have sent 92 commandos to Arvind Kejriwal. What for? What he has to do with the Punjab? He is Chief Minister of Delhi. Then secondly, who is Raghav Chadha? He is a simple MP, and that too an outsider for Punjab. And you have provided him 45 security personnels. 20 personnels have been provided to the Bhagwant Man's sister. Who is Bhagwant Man's sister? Listen, Ravinder, just listen here. Ravinder, just listen, then answer. Just listen and then answer.
Ravinder, just hold on. Let him make his point, because there are questions that need to be answered. The AAP government today needs to answer. A 28-year-old man, sir, has lost his life. Questions will be asked, sir. Ravinder ji, please be patient. Let them ask the question.
Let me complete my words. Let me complete my words.
Each and every question. I'm here to give.
Okay. Ravinder ji,
let me complete.
Yeah.
Just tell me how many persons you have withdrawn out of the 92 commandos provided to the Arvind Kejriwal? How many persons have been withdrawn from the Raghav Chadda security? 45 persons you have provided to Raghav Chadda. How many persons you have withdrawn from their security? 20 persons have been allotted to the Bhagwant Man's sister. How many police personnel you have withdrawn? You are saying you need a police personnel. Okay, we agree. But you should also know that as this week of Gallugada makes some threat to the prominent persons also. This is a period when the threat perception is peak for the persons who are having threat to from their life and liberty. Instead of providing them, you are withdrawing their security and providing to your own persons who have nothing to do with Punjab. And you are just making a mockery of the system.
Ravinder ji, go ahead, answer the question. Have you withdrawn security to the Delhi Chief Minister, Raghav Chadda, Bhagwant Man's family?
That is very unfortunate. These all 2 and 3 names which have been given by my learned friend all came into the protocol of the security governed by the
Arvind Kejriwal. What is the protocol of Arvind Kejriwal? What is the threat perception to Raghav Chadda? Just tell me, what is the threat perception to Raghav Chadda? He's simple member of parliament, that too an outsider. He's a Delhi man.
There are some set of protocols which has to be followed by the government. and that has been followed by the Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab government, and that is very unfortunate that the opposition, instead of giving the strength to the party or to the government, that you should act very straight and very strong against the gang. 56 active gangs in Punjab and Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab
that is your
government.
responsibility. That is your responsibility. Law and order is your responsibility. A young man lost his life, sir, today. That is the question we are asking.
People have given you a mandate to run the government.
I'm answering, ma'am.
To provide
This
life
is
and
what
liberty
I'm
to the people of Punjab.
Full-fledged.
Peace to the Punjab. It is your responsibility. You have been given powers by the government, by the people of Punjab.
At least listen if you have some patience.
Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
This is not the way the debate should, carried out. This is very unfortunate. The opposition and the spokesperson are so restless and so impatient. This is not the way.
You call it impatient? But your government is ruining the life of liberty of the people of Punjab.
You guys are ruining the same instead of giving strength to the government and appealing or giving strength to the government to act very strong against these all 56 gangs. You guys are creating nuisance and chaos in the state.
You call it a nuisance? How do Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann publicize this withdrawal of security and putting risk to all the persons whose
government is carrying out a very full-fledged operation against the gangs in Punjab? No,
you people are encouraging them. You have failed to perform your duty.
It is an open secret that the gangs, Mr. Lakha
and you have failed totally in maintaining Punjab law and order in Punjab. You have totally failed.
At least either you speak or let me allow to speak. Either you speak or let me allow to speak. What kind of
Mr. Sareen, just hold on. Mr. Singh, respond, and after that I'll get Vikram Sandhu in as well.
He's not even allowing me to respond.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So my question is, there are more than 56 gangs are active in Punjab. In Aam Aadmi Party's government, Sardar Bhagwant Mann's government is taking very serious and strong action against all these more than 56 gangs which are acting right now in Punjab. And I don't know whether you guys are aware or not, that all the conventional parties and the former governments being accused for the supporting all these governments. Mr. Lakha Sadana, who recently for the legislative election, वो directly अकालीस को target करते थे कि सिकंदर सिंह मलूका जी हैं, उनको use किया है, पंजाब की gang को अकाली leaders ने use किया है, उनके booth capturing करवाते रही हैं, कांग्रेस leaders के जो municipal committee के elections होती थी, वो gangs उनके booth capturing करवाते रहे हैं, और straightforwardly on record है, Lakha Sadana, who was then a gangster, recently fought the legislative elections in पंजाब. तो वो ये क्या नेक्सस था? इन सभी कांग्रेस का, अकालीस का, पंजाब की गैंग्स को यूज किया है इन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है, उनको बढ़ाया है. आम आदमी पार्टी बिल्कुल भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी, और इट्स अ वेरी फुल फ्लेज एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्शन हैज बीन टेकन बाय द मिस्टर सीएम भगवंत सिंह मान एंड ऑल द 56 गैंग व्हिच आर राइट नाउ एक्टिव इन पंजाब. आम आदमी पार्टी विल टेक वेरी सीरियस एक्शन.
Right. Mr. Singh, Mr. Sareen, I'll come back to you. Gaurang Doshi, filmmaker, is joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Doshi, you are, of course, in fact, joining us live at the moment. Mr. Doshi, thank you so much for joining us this evening. But it's a very unfortunate incident that we are reporting to our viewers this evening, of course, of a young singer who has been killed, murdered in broad daylight in Punjab this evening, sir. You, of course, we believe, were about to work with him as well, possibly make a video, is what we hear, sir.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, it's very sad that such a big legend has gone away. And yes, a month back he was with us. In fact, he was in the studio, but he was in a lot of tensions, and he was not in that zone. And in fact, he told me that, Gaurang, can we do it maybe after 15-20 days once I come back, because he had come for an expo show also. So yes, we were going to record the song with him, and this very unfortunate incident has happened, which is actually brutal, I should say, because this would have been his first collaboration with Rick Ross, Swali and Sidhu Moosewala, and we were looking forward for that. But this incident has really taken us back. That what is happening in Punjab, this is not done.
Mr. Doshi, you speak of something that happened a month ago where you say that he was in some sort of tension. Did he share with you what was on his mind, sir?
No, he didn't share, but he was quite a bit on the phone itself. And, he just told me, Gaurang, ki kuch Punjab ka masla hai, I'm not in the correct zone. And he was quite a bit in tension. So he told कि हम आगे कर ले. मैंने कहा कोई problem नहीं है. So, but he didn't mention anything. But yes, he was in a lot of tension. There is no doubt, because he didn't record the song because he was not in that frame of mind. Even in the show also, when he went, he just sang 4 songs and he left.
Okay. Did he share with anyone that you might have conversed with later, sir? Did you find out what exactly was on his mind? Why was he unable to perform? Why was he unable to sing, sir?
No, nothing sort of that, because usually we don't get into, people's personal life or inquisitive unless he wants to talk about it. But it was obvious that he was in a lot of tensions because he is a lover of music, and it was a very big collaboration for which he was very excited. And if a singer is not able to sing, or if he is not in that frame of mind, obviously, and we were basically seeing that he was going in and out for the calls and everything. So there was a tension, no doubt about that. He was. And he had come over here, not only for show also, but he wanted to take, he wanted to rejuvenate, because 100% there was something which he was going through.
Okay, because, earlier we were speaking with singer Mika Singh as well, and he did in fact mention the fact that at least 4 years ago, in an instance where he met him in London, he did in fact mention about the situation on the ground in Punjab, about threats, in fact, that singers like him were in fact receiving, and continue to in fact express that factor. Even when he spoke with him just a week ago, where he felt that, Punjab was unsafe really. The environment was quite unsafe, and he felt that while he was visiting him in Mumbai, the environment seemed much more safer as well. So, can you tell us a little bit about Sidhu Moosewala and your collaboration with him and the person that you knew, Sidhu Moosewala, sir?
Honestly, people, I don't know what people think, but he is a very nice guy, very enthusiastic. He loves, and he's so confident about his work that, it is so sad that a person and an icon like him, who has given such big hits, and when we spoke to him, he was so excited about the collaboration, and that is why he came over here. And in fact, he came and he told us also that he wanted, because he was feeling so safe over here. Because Dubai, India, Bombay, everywhere it's safe. He doesn't have to move with his bullet cars or his bodyguards or anything. He was really chilled out. But he was continuously on the phone.
So you do believe that something was definitely playing on his mind, something was bothering him as much as for him to not
100%.
sing, perform, things that he loved to do?
100%. Why wouldn't he sing with such a big collaboration? You tell me. It's an international collaboration. Rick Ross is a legend. Swali is the youth, an icon, and it was his first collaboration with Hollywood rappers. So he was genuinely excited, but we could genuinely see that he was in a lot of tensions and something was going on, for which he had come to Dubai also because of that. That was one of the reasons which he told us that, kuch tensions hai Punjab mein, so I have come over here. So he was here for not less than a week.
So he traveled to Dubai, you're saying this was about a month ago, because he was feeling a little tensed in Punjab, sir? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what he told, that yes, I wanted to rejuvenate and kuch tensions hai meri Punjab mein. So for which he came to, so that's why he picked up the Expo show also, and he told us that we'll record. So in fact, in the night we were at the H studio recording. We were sitting for not less than 2.5 hours. But after that he left because he was in not that zone, that frame of mind. Even in Expo he went late. But there was definitely something was going on, because no one would be in so much of tension, and especially after coming to Dubai. You know, why
Right.
would he only sing 4 songs in Expo? Why wouldn't he record? Even the next day, he was very uncomfortable. So he told Gaurang, yaar, 15-20 din ruk jate hain. Once I come back, we'll do it. So we said that that's not a problem at all.
Mr.
But
Doshi,
there was something which was playing on and which was ugly, I feel.
which was ugly, you say?
Yeah, definitely. Because Sidhu Moosewala wouldn't be, in so much of tension. He's a loving guy. If people know him, he's very cool. He doesn't have that up in airs. He's so simple. Means like simplicity means he wanted to have dinner. He told yaar Gaurang burger hi manga de. Nahin to you know how these celebrities are. So
Yeah.
he was that simple kind of a guy.
Mr. Doshi, before I let you go, just in your own words, could you sort of tell our viewers what sort of a loss this is for the music world, sir?
It's a huge loss because you can imagine on Instagram, Drake used to follow him. He was not following him. He had great fan followings and people were genuinely crazy about what he used to rap, what he used to sing. And people say that, he uses guns and all that. But that is just what youth like. He was exactly doing what youth liked. And can you believe Drake, who doesn't follow anybody in this world, was following Sidhu Moosewala? So obviously he had a great fan following and we really lost a great icon who was a legend, I believe. And everybody loved him.
Right. Mr. Doshi, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. So Gaurang Doshi there, of course, describing Sidhu Moosewala as a legend and icon who was loved by everyone across Punjab, his fan following abroad, overseas as well. Everyone today in mourning as a result of what happened, that very shocking incident that happened this evening in Punjab's Mansa district. Mr. Doshi, thank you so much for joining us. The Congress's spokesperson continues to be with us, Mr. Sandhu, as well as Mr. Serene of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Of course, we seem to have lost that line with the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, Mr. Ravinder Singh, who, of course, was defending the government's decision to, in fact, withdraw that security cover and saying that the government of Punjab is quite steadfast in its intent to act against the gangs of Punjab. Mr. Serene, how do you respond to that? He, of course, was pointing towards the many gangs that operate in Punjab and saying that the Bhagwant Mann-led government is determined to act against them. But unfortunately, those gangs blatantly operated on Punjab's soil today and killed a young man.
What I would like, my friend has gone, otherwise I would have asked him, can you tell me in these 70 days what actions you have taken against the gangsters? People have voted for Bhagwant Mann as a chief minister. They have not voted for a puppet chief minister or a Katputli chief minister or a non-performing chief minister or a remote-controlled chief minister. They have voted for Bhagwant Mann as chief minister of Punjab to act on his own strength. But it is a missing. They say gangsters are working. Whose responsibility it is? Who is to control the gangsters? Nobody from outside. It is duty of the Punjab government, run by the Aam Aadmi Party, Bhagwant Mann, remote controlled by the Arvind Kejriwal, to run the government. They have to control the gang war. Every day, in and out, people are being killed in the broad daylight, in the grounds, playgrounds, publicly. Even our intelligence headquarters was attacked. And they say, we are doing a very good job. You have publicly exposed all those persons who were provided security and made it public and made it a trump card. And you even played it very high spirit in Kurukshetra. Arvind Kejriwal lauded that we have withdrawn the security persons. You have put the danger in life and liberty of all those peoples in danger by giving their names to the media openly.
Mr. Sandhu, how do you, of course, respond to what Ravinder Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party was saying earlier, that withdrawing the security cover was a temporary decision? It was a necessity of the hour. It wasn't something that was permanent. But the fact also is that that confidential list of persons and individuals whose security cover had been withdrawn was out there in the public, and the Aam Aadmi Party government seems to be publicizing it as well.
Follow me. Their explanation is hollow. Their action is hollow. It's just a hollow party. Number one, Ghalu Ghara, this year it will be the 38th anniversary of the Ghalu Ghara week. Tell me in 1 year out of these 38, any government, it might be our government, it could have even been the Akali BJP government, took this excuse to settle brownie points with their opposition to withdraw their security because of this reason of Ghalu Ghara. It never happened. We never did it. Even the Akalis never did it. Because somebody's life is much more important than just scoring a political point here or there. That is what the AAP has done here. Just to make a point, they did it.
So you're basically, that's a very serious charge that you're making, Mr. Sandhu. What you're basically saying is the Aam Aadmi Party government withdrew security, Sidhu Moosewala's security, because he belonged to the Congress party.
Absolutely. Who are the people whose security has been withdrawn? All those people who are not aligned with the AAP. It's plain and simple as that. You have ex-legislators, you have ex-ministers, you have somebody like Sidhu Moosewala who had a threat perception. Gangsters were targeting him. He knew he had a threat perception. Nothing was done on that, just to show it that, yes, we are taking action. We are a government with a difference. They took this harebrained action, without realizing what the consequences could be. And it is such a harebrained government that today, how are they defending him? They're defending it with the reason he did not take his security guard with him. His friends who were with him could have been involved. They gave this information. Those other two friends who were with him have themselves been shot. One of them has died. Were they on a suicide mission? That they themselves gave away their life to, belittle the AAP party? How bereft of any intelligence can a political party be to give such kind of explanations? And none of them has one word of condolences for the poor lady who has lost her only son. A widow who just has one son is today a widow who has to tomorrow take the burden of a dead corpse of her son on her shoulder. Nothing to say for that. Their talk is he did not take his armored vehicle, which was his own private armored vehicle. He did not take his security men with him. So in effect saying he himself was responsible for his death. How insensitive can you be? Forget politics. I have lost a friend, it's a different thing. Therefore, it's really coming out with me. But if it was anybody else also, at least have the decency to condone something like this. A 28-year-old has lost his life. Condone that. A mother has lost her son. Condone that. You are finding faults with opposition. The Congress and the Akalis, because of them, the gangsters are there, and therefore we are responsible. What were you doing? At least while we were in power, something like this was not happening brazenly. Somebody wasn't getting killed brazenly. We were not giving lists of people whose securities were pruned so that they were sitting ducks for somebody to target. There is a responsibility which comes with power. That responsibility is that you are everybody's chief minister. You're not the chief minister only for AAP. You are a chief minister for even Congress supporters. You are the chief minister for Congress leaders. You are the chief minister for BJP supporters. You are the chief minister for Akali supporters. You have to protect all of them. Just not think about the next election in Himachal Pradesh, the next election in Gujarat, an election which 2 years down the line will be in Haryana, so that you can see, wow, Arvind Kejriwal is a revolutionary leader who takes revolutionary decision. That revolutionary decision has today cost us Sidhu Moosewala's life. It is a shame, a blot. This is a dark chapter. And the worst thing is, there is just no paschatap as far as AAP is concerned. They just want to brazen it out and blame somebody else. Shame,
Can
shame,
AAP
shame.
get away with just brazening it out? Because there are several questions that need to be answered still. You can't just simply say that Sidhu Moosewala left his house without his two gunmen, not in his bulletproof vehicle, and he, in fact, almost had it coming. That's not how you explain the loss of life. A young 28-year-old man, a budding star, in fact, is no more amongst us, and the questions will be asked. The Congress and the BJP there, of course, posing some of those questions to the Aam Aadmi Party-led Punjab government. Mr. Ikram Sindhu and Mr. Serene, thank you so much for joining us this evening on India Today. In fact, earlier, Punjab singer Mika made a shocking revelation to India Today. In fact, pictures on your screen right now of Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar, who in fact has come out and said that he takes responsibility for the brutal killing of Sidhu Moosewala this evening in Punjab's Mansa district. Those are images of Goldie Brar on your screens right now. Remember that earlier when the DGP of Punjab was in fact addressing the media a short while ago, he did in fact refer to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and saying in fact that members of the gang had in fact claimed responsibility for the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Those are pictures of Goldie Brar, who in fact has put out a social media post claiming responsibility for the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. The DGP of Punjab alluding to an inter-gang rivalry which may have been the motive behind Sidhu Moosewala's killing. Now, earlier Punjabi singer Mika made a shocking revelation to India Today. He said that Sidhu Moosewala had told Mika about the threats against his life just 1 week ago. Fearing for his safety at that point of time, Mika then had suggested to Moosewala that he shift to Mumbai. Listen in. Mika Singh singer is joining us on the phone line. Mika, how would you react to this absolutely tragic and shocking news that's come from Punjab? Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in cold blood in Mansa.
No, I'm feeling very sad and bad because it is like a, किसी animal को मारते हैं आपने, किसी जानवर को मारे या राह चलते हैं, जो हम 30 साल पहले, 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे gangster होते हैं, ऐसे कर देते हैं. And this is 2022. This is what happening. I'm surprised. किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया, कोई डर नहीं रहा. Nobody scared. They can kill anyone. अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी. एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है, लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी, जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने एक वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी.
तो आपका मानना है मीका,
और बहुत ही घटिया बात है.
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही शॉकिंग बात है. मीका, आपका मानना है कि ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर ही सवाल उठा देता है कि पंजाब में इस वक्त लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, देखिए अभी क्या है, अब क्या पॉलिटिक्स है, क्या पॉलिटिशियन का अपना है, मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा. बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं जी 3 साल, अभी जस्ट 4 दिन पहले ही उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी हटाई उनकी. अगर सिक्योरिटी हटाई तो व्हाई दे टारगेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला? किसी और की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? सिंगर की ही डेथ क्यों हुई? कि ठीक है यार, एक सेलिब्रिटी को मारेंगे ताकि हम आपस में क्या पॉलिटिक्स का क्या चल रहा है वो हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा. बट सबको पता है कि ऐसे लोग गैंगस्टर हैं जो पैसा मांगते हैं, हर हफ्ते उनको पैसा जाता है, सिंगर्स बेचारे डर डर के दे रहे हैं. ऐसे बहुत बड़ी एक आम बात होगी पंजाब में. बट इसलिए हो रही क्योंकि वो गैंगस्टर जाते हैं और बाहर आ जाते हैं. जब बाहर आते हैं और फिर अपना कांड करके फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं. ऐसे लोगों को आप कड़ी से कड़ी सख्त से सख्त सजा क्यों नहीं देते आप?
मीका, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको? लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने बड़े स्टार थे वो. व्हाट अ यंग राइजिंग स्टार.
देखिए कि जस्ट 3 years के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम, इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया है. मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में, वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग. इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं, ही यूज्ड टू फॉलो सिद्धू मूसेवाला ऑन इंस्टाग्राम. तो जिस बंदे ने इतना बड़ा पंजाबी म्यूजिक को वर्ल्ड वाइड वो लेके गए हैं और अच्छे लेवल पे लेके गए हैं, बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिक लेके आए हैं, पूरा यूथ उनको फॉलो करता है. बहुत सच्ची बातें अपने गानों में वो लिखते थे, ना कि सिंगर थे, बहुत अच्छे राइटर थे वो. और मेरे बहुत ही प्यारे दोस्त थे, भाइयों की तरह थे. और कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि उनके बारे में मैं उनके मुंह से किसी की बुराई या कोई किसी को वो किसी की बुराई करते हो या ऐसे चुगली करते हो. वो अपने काम में मस्त थे और विद इन 3 years उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा नाम कमाया. और एक लौता बेचारा बेटा है अपने पेरेंट्स का, पहले कनाडा में अच्छी खासी मेहनत कर रहे थे, सब कुछ छोड़ के उन्होंने अपने गांव में जाके उसी जगह पे जहाँ पे उनका छोटा सा घर था उसमें ही उन्होंने अपनी अच्छा घर बनाया अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए। तो क्या सक्सेसफुल होना, हिट होना जुल्म है? क्या उसने जुल्म करने के लिए इतना बड़ा अपना नाम बना लिया और यही उनकी जान ले लेगा? और ये आज उनकी जान ले रहा है, कल को किसी की भी जान ले लेगा।
मीका, when was the last time कि आपने सिद्धू मूसेवाला से बात की, और कुछ मेमोरीज बताइए। आपने बताया कि he was your very close personal friend. Do you remember the last time you spoke to him? What was that conversation? What memories can you share with us?
अभी जो पिछले हफ्ते मुंबई आए थे एंड मुंबई में वो यही मुझे बता रहे थे और हमारी बात नहीं हो पाई बिकॉज मैं शूटिंग में था। तो मैंने उनको ये भी बोल दिया था कि यार तो जब भी तू आता तो मेरी गाड़ी यूज कर और मेरे घर पे रहा कर, क्योंकि मेरी भी मैं मजाक में बोल रहा था कि मैं छड़ा हूँ, शादीशुदा नहीं है, तो आप जब मर्जी मेरे घर पे आओ, रहो, चिल करो। एंड वो यही बात बोल रहा था कि पाजी मैं तो मुंबई में घूम रहा हूँ, यहाँ तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं यार, अकेला गाड़ी में घूमूं, कोई बॉडीगार्ड की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई बंदा घूर के नहीं आपको देख रहा। तो मैंने यही बोला था कि यार आने वाले टाइम में तो इधर ही रुक जाकर। मुझे क्या पता था कि इतना बड़ा हादसा उनके साथ होने वाला। और वो 4 साल पहले भी यही बातें करते थे कि यार मुझे ऐसे गैंगस्टर ने धमकी दी है, ये दी है, वो दी है। तो समझ नहीं आता
मीका जी, सिद्धू मूसेवाला के गाने में और लिरिक्स में समटाइम्स कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल चीजें थी, बंदूक एंड गन कल्चर और गैंगस्टर कल्चर ऐसा था। सो देयर आर सम पीपल हु से कि रियल लाइफ एंड हिज म्यूजिक लाइफ गॉट ब्लर्ड and he mixed up many things. What would you say about that? There are people who say that his music became his real life in some ways.
देखिए, मैं कहता हूँ अगर कोई बंदा अपने गानों में बयां करता है, आज मेरा गाना आया था गणपत बहुत पहले, वो मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ, मैंने गाना फिल्म के लिए बनाया, लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं। गणपत जलदारू ऐसे गाना आया था शूटर लोखंड वाला में, वो गाने का एक फिल्म का एक कॉन्सेप्ट था कि उनको ऐसा गाना चाहिए। इट डजंट मीन कि मैं ऐसा हूँ, पर अगर आदमी अपनी बातें लिख रहा है गाने के अंदर तो उसमें वो एक एटीट्यूड है। इट इज नॉट कि वो ऐसा है। यूथ सुनता है गाना, यूथ को अच्छा लगता है, उन्होंने गाने बना दिए। पर ये जरूर प्रॉब्लम है कि उनको किसी ने उनसे पैसे मांगे होंगे, उसने पैसे नहीं दिए होंगे। अब उसको जैसे किसी ने गोली मार दिया, वो कल को 4 और सिंगर्स को बोलेगा ठीक है उसको मैंने मार दिया, अब तेरी बारी। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
So you're saying that it could have been some kind of extortion by some gang, some attempt to extort from him, because reason we are asking Mika कि ये जो murder जो हुआ है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का, it has happened the day after his security was withdrawn. इसका मतलब है कि जिसने भी सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा है, he was aware कि उनका security withdraw हो चुका है अभी।
वही है ना, जैसे सिक्योरिटी विथड्रॉ हुआ, आप दूसरे दिन ही तो हर न्यूज पे आ जाता है कि उस सिंगर की या उस पॉलिटिशियन की सिक्योरिटी हट गई है। बट मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बाकी की तो सिक्योरिटी हटी हुई है। अब इसमें जिसने भी गेम चलाकी से खेली होगी उसको यही लग रहा है कि ठीक है यार मैं अपना काम कर देता हूँ, लोग बोलेंगे उसने करा होगा, और इसके जरिए मैं बाकी सिंगर्स को बोलूंगा कि ठीक है जी कल मैंने उसको मारा है, अब तुझे मारेंगे, अब पैसा देना शुरू कर। बट एक बंदे की जान चल गई। मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस को और सरकार को बहुत तगड़ा एक्शन लेना चाहिए। इट इज नॉट ओनली सिद्धू मूसेवाला, इट इज फॉर जो आम जनता बेचारी वो क्या करे जाके।
मीका, रिसेंटली क्या
बिजनेसमैन को भी वो टारगेट करेंगे?
नहीं, रिसेंटली क्या सिद्धू मूसेवाला ने आपसे कोई बात कही थी किसी थ्रेट के बारे में? आप कह रहे 4 साल पहले किसी गैंगस्टर थ्रेट के बारे में बताया था रिसेंटली।
हाँ, उन्होंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया था, मुझे लंदन में मिले थे, उन्होंने भी बोला यार ये बहुत नया सिस्टम शुरू हो गया कि यार मैं हूँ, 2-4 और सिंगर्स हैं जिनको ऐसे कॉल आते हैं और हमें समझ नहीं आता कि हम उनके साथ कैसे डील करें। तो मैंने उनको वैसे ही बोला था कि यार तुम वहाँ रह रहे हो, तुम इधर ही आ जाओ, मुंबई में शिफ्ट हो जाओ, तो यहाँ पे अपना जितना मर्जी काम। यहाँ तो शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, अमिताभ बच्चन जैसे सुपरस्टार रहते हैं, उनको तो कभी कोई धमकी नहीं आती और अपना काम करते हैं, खूब पैसा कमाते हैं, बहुत बड़े स्टार हैं। मैं वहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ, मैंने बहुत नाम कमाया, सब कुछ है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फील वेरी सेफ इन मुंबई। तो बोलता नहीं मुझे गाँव में रहना है, मुझे गाँव से प्यार है। दिस इज व्हाट वो लास्ट टाइम बोले थे।
पर वो डर महसूस करते थे पंजाब में? 100%
करते
उनको जान
और ये सब तभी कोई सरकार भी अलग थी। ऐसा नहीं मैं बोलूंगा कि आज की सरकार को मैं ब्लेम करूँ या पिछली सरकार को करूँ। इसमें सरकार का दोष नहीं, इसमें एक ही चीज का है कि सरकार या पुलिस अगर इस चीज को सीरियसली ले ले कि हमने इसको ठीक करना है तो वो 1 सेकंड का काम है। ये चीज दिल्ली या मुंबई में क्यों नहीं हो रही?
तो उनको महसूस होता था, जान को खतरा महसूस होता था उनको? ये उन्होंने आपसे कहा है?
100% होता था। उनके अलावा और भी सिंगर्स हैं, मेरा एक छोटा भाई है गिप्पी गरेवाल, उसके साथ भी हुआ है कि उसको भी शायद सिक्योरिटी मिली थी पीछे, उसको भी यही प्रॉब्लम आई थी, उनको कॉल आ गया था, पहले वो पैसे मेरे ख्याल दे रहे थे, उसके बाद उन्होंने फिर कंप्लेन करी, शायद अभी बंद हुआ। तो ये जो भी गैंगस्टर आते हैं ये अपना उनको जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं, और जब वो प्रोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं अपना फिर कांड करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं।
निका जी, just couple of last questions just for clarity, क्योंकि जो आप बोल रहे हैं this takes the story to a very much more serious level, sir. So I just want to clarify this. You were saying that Sidhu Moosewala had spoken to you and said that he and some other people like him, pop stars जो हैं पंजाब में, they are facing threat. There is a threat to them. He said that to you personally.
4 साल पहले उन्होंने लंदन में मुझे बोला था कि यार ऐसी प्रॉब्लम आ गई है पाजी, आपके साथ कभी ऐसा होता है? मैं यार मैं शायद पंजाब में कम रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरे साथ ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं है, और जब कभी हुआ तो मैं सीधा कंप्लेन करता हूँ जाके, जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है। बट पंजाब में सिस्टम शायद ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि आप कंप्लेन करो, क्योंकि जैसे परमीश वर्मा पे भी गोली चली थी, आपको याद होगा
जी।
एक परमीश वर्मा का सिंगर है, उनको भी अभी 3 साल पहले उन पे भी गोली चली थी
जी।
तो उनका भी यही था कि गैंगस्टर राम से अपने जेल से उसने फोन करा कि ऐसा कर दो, उसने नहीं करा तो उसको गोली पड़ेगी।
Nika ji, last week जब when Sidhu Moosewala was in Bombay and he met with you, क्या इसके बारे में कुछ भी hint था? Did he talk about any threat, any concern about life in Punjab, any threat to him? इसका कोई भी hint था क्या?
मुंबई में आए थे अभी जस्ट 4-5 दिन के लिए आए थे, तो मेरी जोधपुर में शूटिंग चल रही थी, तो मैंने उनको यही कहा था कि यार तुम मेरे घर पे रुका करो, और तुम सोचो कि तुम्हारा पंजाब यहीं पे है, और यही जो तुम्हें खाना पीना, जैसे हम पंजाबी लोग एक दूसरे की हेल्प करते हैं या सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो वो यही बात कर रहा था कि यार यहाँ से कमाल है, हम आराम से घूम सकते हैं और इधर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई दिखता नहीं था, तो मतलब मैं अकेला ही गाड़ी में घूम रहा हूँ। ये ऐसी पूरी खुल के बात उसने नहीं करी, बट आई विश कि मैं उसको मिल पाता या उसकी बात समझ पाता।
क्या आप ये मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी कवर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कल ही बस विड्रॉ हुआ था, ये बात सामने आना, कॉन्फिडेंशियल लिस्ट का सामने आ जाना, सबको पता चल जाना कि किन किन लोगों का सिक्योरिटी कवर विड्रॉ हो रहा है, एक तरह से जो लोग बैठे हुए थे शायद उनको एक मौका मिल गया? बस
नहीं, मैं सर इतना बोलना चाहता हूँ, जिसको भी मौका मिला उसको मौका सिद्धू मूसेवाला को क्यों मिला? 400 लोगों की सिक्योरिटी हटी है, तो किसी के साथ भी होना चाहिए, ये हो सकता था। वाई सिंगर को टारगेट करो कि ठीक है यार इसको टारगेट करते हैं, सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इससे शोर भी मच जाएगा और कोई भरोसा भी, किसी पे शक भी नहीं होगा, अपना हम काम कर लेंगे, कल को हम ऐसे लोगों को और परेशान करेंगे, उनसे पैसे मांगेंगे।
तो आपको लगता है कि और भी लोगों को, इस तरह के आर्टिस्ट को जान का खतरा हो सकता है?
मुझे लगता है कि 50% ऐसे चांसेस हैं कि बहुत सारे सिंगर्स बेचारे अभी जो भुगत रहे हैं वहाँ पे, तो शायद मुझे लगता है उनको सामने आना चाहिए, अपनी आवाज उठानी चाहिए, बताना चाहिए। पुलिस भी आपके हेल्प के लिए बैठी है, जब आप बताओगे नहीं, आप डरते रहोगे समवेयर। अब डरना जरूरी भी हो गया, क्योंकि अगर हम सिद्धू मूसेवाला को देखते हैं, उनके साथ इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ, तो हर आदमी डर जाएगा।
जी जी, Mika, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Sidhu Moosewala's bereaved mother has also demanded justice for the gruesome murder of her son on Sunday, calling the AAP government incompetent. Moosewala's mother held the Maan government responsible for her son's murder a day after his security cover was withdrawn. Listen in.
भगवंत मान ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾ, ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੇਰੇ 3 ਬੱਚੇ ਪਏ ਆ, ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ? 3 ਬੱਚੇ ਹੋ ਪਏ ਆ, ਮੇਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਦੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਚੁੱਕਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਚਾਹਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਣ ਕੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ, ਜਾਨ ਕੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਾਪਾ ਜਾਨ ਕੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ, ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਸੀ, ਮਾੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ।
किस तरह की हालत है माता सिद्धू मूसे ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ?
हालात क्या है जने?
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ?
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਮਾਰ ਦਾ ਗੋਲੀ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭਰ
We're slipping into a very short break now. Our continuous coverage of this very tragic story from Punjab continues on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
You are watching India Today.
Mr. Anil Sareen, Chief Spokesperson of BJP Punjab, is also joining us this evening. Mr. Sareen, your first reaction to this incident where a young life, a budding star, his life has been cut short.
It's very most unfortunate incident, and BJP strongly condemns the attack on Sidhu Moosewala and his untimely demise. We firmly believe that it is a failure of the Bhagwant Mann government and he should resign immediately. He has failed to maintain law and order. In these so-called 70 days, more than 70 murders have taken place. kabaddi player playing in the field was killed, shot dead. Even not only this, the intelligence headquarters rocket was launched. Rocket attack was made. They hit there in their own house. And now, today we lost Sidhu Moosewala. Not only this, the biggest problem is this government doesn't know how to function. They have failed in each and every field. No, they have withdrawn the security yesterday. Okay. Security was provided only after the threat perception of a person. Have you reviewed that threat perception? If you have withdrawn it yesterday and then made it public, it is a confidential that who person is having how many security persons. This is a confidential matter. And you made it public, not only to the media. Your leaders shouted here and there, making it a point to point out that we have withdrawn the security of so and so and so and so. Is this a procedure to maintain law and order? You exposed all these persons who were under security threat, and the government provided them security to expose them to the security threat. Okay, now they are not having their security, come and kill them. Is this the way the government runs? This is a childish act of the government. And Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann owns answer to the public of Punjab and the India. They have promised.
Right. Mr. Sareen, the DJP, who just addressed a press conference, in fact, was trying to explain the withdrawal of that security cover. He, of course, talking about the Operation Blue Star anniversary and security preparations around that, because of which he said there were 4 commandos who were part of the security cover that was given to Sidhu Moosewala. 2 of them were withdrawn. But today, of course, when Sidhu Moosewala left from where he was in Mansa district, he did not take those 2 gunmen with him, and he also did not travel in a bulletproof vehicle. So the explanation for the withdrawal of security cover, and then, of course, some question marks on why Mr. Sidhu Moosewala was not travelling in the vehicle, the bulletproof vehicle that was provided to him, or accompanied by the 2 gunmen who were given to him.
No, I ask DGP. You say that security persons were withdrawn because of Gallugada.
Yeah.
Every year Gallugada comes. And you have withdrawn the security of the Kal Tak Jathedar also. Takht Keshtar Sahab also. Gallugada is a so-called extremist elements जो हैं, they make it a point to enter the Kal Takht on that day, and you have withdrawn the security of Kal Takht. What is this, a mockery of security? What are you doing? You have failed in each and every field. You have failed to maintain law and order. Anybody can come and kill anybody anywhere. This is the situation in Punjab today. Is this a Kejriwal promise? Law and order in Punjab, peace and harmony. Is this a Bhagwant Mann promised people of Punjab peace and harmony? Each and every individual who had a security threat is now feeling insecure in Punjab. Anybody can come, anybody can kill, and Bhagwant Mann say, okay, we are constituting the SIT and they will look into the matter. Can you tell me in these 17 days how many SITs was constituted and what is the result of those SITs? They're just playing with the life and liberty of the people of Punjab. They're making mockery of law and order. They are running the government. Is this the government? Is this the way the government functions? This is a big question mark on this government. And Bhagwant Mann should resign immediately, owning the moral responsibility and his failure to maintain law and order and providing peaceful life to the people of Punjab. He's just a Kutputli in the hands of the Kejriwal.
Right. Mr. Vikram Sandhu, spokesperson of the Congress party, is also joining us this evening. The Congress, of course, bearing this loss, a budding politician of the party, unfortunately dying in a very tragic incident that took place in Mansa district of Punjab. Mr. Sandhu, who do you hold responsible for this?
I will just say, I can't say it's a good evening, I'll just say a terrible evening. And who else is responsible but the current government in Punjab? Here you have a young man, a young life, which has been stuffed out just because Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his stooge Bhagwant Mann had a rally in Kurukshetra today and they wanted to make some brownie points there. So yesterday, some rally without any analysis, without any intelligence input, security of 434 people was withdrawn, and it was advertised. It was advertised, and today in the rally, they tom-tommed this decision of theirs. Now, under the RTI Act, there's a clause that any information which can lead to bodily harm to anybody cannot be shared. That is RTI. And here these people are openly advertising that these are 430 odd people and their security has been withdrawn and anything and everything goes. It's fair games with them. And in 24 hours, a 28-year-old has lost his life, a wonderful singer, a great human being whom I knew personally, a mother, a widow who just had one son, has lost her son. And this government, even today through its DGP, is doing event management. That he had 2 guys left and they didn't go with him. Do you know something? If somebody has a security cover, the person who has the security cover has no say in whether he has to take his security men with him. They have to go with him. But when you just have 2 guys, now I don't know what will come of it, but they must be saying that we were with you in the morning, so we need rest. That is the reason that multiple security guards are given. That 2 people cannot give you security cover for 24 hours. So why did he have 4? That 2 will give him security cover for 12 hours. And then if he has to go somewhere else, the other 2 will do it. So it is just, the blood is on the hand of Arvind Kejriwal. The blood is on the hand of Mr. Bhagwant Mann, who's not only the Chief Minister, but also the Home Minister of Punjab. This 28-year-old young man has lost his life. Congress has lost a leader. But above all, a poor widow has lost her only son because these 2 men wanted to make some brownie points in a rally that they had in Kurukshetra today. That's the bottom line.
So what you're saying, Mr. Sandhu, is that the Aam Aadmi Party not only withdrew security cover for 424 persons, including Sidhu Moosewala, they also went ahead and tom-tommed about it and publicized it in a way almost jeopardizing their lives.
Absolutely. What are the headlines today? I'll just show it to you. This is Times of India. Just read the headlines. Akal Takht Jathedar security halved. Do you know who the Jathedar of the Akal Takht is? He's the temporal head of the Sikhs. He's like the Pope of the Sikhs. And the explanation they are doing is that we are doing it for Ghalu Ghara week, which is next week. And Mr. Sareen was absolutely right. The fringe element, this is 1 week in which they have the maximum nuisance value. Imagine, just think of it, I shudder to think of it, if something happens to the Akal Takht Jathedar.
Okay. That's a very serious sort of a question that you're raising, Mr. Sandhu. Actually, the Aam Aadmi Party, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Ravinder Singh is joining us. Let him take some of those questions that are being raised by both the Congress Party and the BJP. Mr. Singh, this evening, the BJP and the Congress both are asking the Aam Aadmi Party, what was the need to withdraw security cover to a young man who, in fact, had this threat on him? It was evident, he had spoken about it, it was known to people around him, and today, of course, it is there for everyone to see that indeed Sidhu Moosewala had a threat to life. He has lost his life, Mr. Singh.
The way opposition is playing politics over the death of the son of Punjab. See, the security cover has not been withdrawn. Temporarily, 2 of his security personnel have been removed or withdrawn just for other security purposes. As
if this was Mr. Ravinder Singh, if this was temporary, why was the Aam Aadmi Party publicizing the list of 424 persons whose security cover had been withdrawn? You are removing them temporarily, 2 gunmen. You're going to put them back in a security cover. What was the need to go ahead and tom-tom about it, as the BJP says, in a rally as well?
So see, what happened with the Punjab is, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Punjab is very, Punjab में जो पुलिस की जरूरत है उससे बहुत कम है, बिकॉज पिछले 20 सालों में सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3000 पुलिसकर्मी जो हैं पंजाब की गवर्नमेंट ने रखे हैं। उस वजह से पंजाब में पुलिस की भारी कमी है। और जो ये वीवीआईपी कल्चर जो लीडर्स ने चला रखा था, यू वॉन्ट बिलीव, ओपी सोनी जी से और बहुत सारे ऐसे लीडर्स हैं जिनको पंजाब का बच्चा भी नहीं जानता, और उनकी सिक्योरिटी में 48% तीन सिक्योरिटी व्हीकल्स, और इतनी बड़ा लाम लश्कर जो लेकर चलते थे, उससे होता क्या था कि पंजाब के वो पुलिसकर्मी जिन्होंने पुलिस स्टेशन में ड्यूटी देनी है, वो पुलिसकर्मी जिन्होंने लोगों की सुरक्षा में काम करना है, वो पुलिसकर्मी
पर ये तो हम सबकी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम मानने को राजी हैं, हम मानने को तैयार है कि कुछ लोगों का ऐसा रहा होगा कि सिक्योरिटी कवर उनके लिए एक स्टेटस सिंबल रहा होगा, थ्रेट परसेप्शन कुछ नहीं होगा। पर इस केस में सिद्धू मूसेवाला पर थ्रेट था कि नहीं था?
That is the only reason is not the security has not been withdrawn totally.
अरे सर, 2 गनमैन विड्रॉ कर लिए।
2 गनमैन किस लिए विड्रॉ किए गए थे? नेक्स्ट वीक जो घल्लूगारा वाला इवेंट आ रहा है उसमें बहुत ज्यादा
Okay, Mr. Sandhu, okay, Mr. Sareen, 1 minute, sir. Ravinder ji, 1 minute रुक जाइए. Mr. Sareen, go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Ravinder, can you tell me how many persons have been withdrawn from Arvind Kejriwal's security sent by the Punjab? If you are dire need of police personnel in Punjab, you have sent 92 commandos to Arvind Kejriwal. What for? What he has to do with the Punjab? He is Chief Minister of Delhi. Then secondly, who is Raghav Chadha? He is a simple MP, and that too an outsider for Punjab. And you have provided him 45 security personnel. 20 personnel have been provided to the Bhagwant Man's sister. Who is Bhagwant Man's sister? Listen, Ravinder, just listen here. Ravinder, just listen, then answer. Just listen and then answer.
Ravinder ji, just hold on. Let him make his point, because there are questions that need to be answered. The AAP government today needs to answer. A 28-year-old man, sir, has lost his life. Questions will be asked, sir. Ravinder ji, please be patient. Let them ask the question.
Let me complete my words. Let me complete my words.
Answer of each and every question. I'm here to give.
Okay. Ravinder ji,
let me complete.
Yeah.
Just tell me how many persons you have withdrawn out of the 92 commandos provided to the Arvind Kejriwal? How many persons have been withdrawn from the Raghav Chadda's security? 45 persons you have provided to Raghav Chadda. How many persons you have withdrawn from their security? 20 persons have been allotted to the Bhagwant Man's sister. How many police personnel you have withdrawn? You are saying you need a police personnel. Okay, we agree. But you should also know that as this week of Gallugada makes some threat to the prominent persons also. This is a period when the threat perception is peak for the persons who are having threat to from their life and liberty. Instead of providing them, you are withdrawing their security and providing to your own persons who have nothing to do with Punjab. And you are just making a mockery of the system.
Ravinder ji, go ahead, answer the question. Have you withdrawn security to the Delhi Chief Minister, Raghav Chadda, Bhagwant Man's family?
That is very unfortunate. These all 2 and 3 names which have been given by my learned friend all came into the protocol of the security governed by the
Arvind Kejriwal. What is the protocol of Arvind Kejriwal? What is the threat perception to Raghav Chadda? Just tell me, what is the threat perception to Raghav Chadda? He's a simple member of parliament, that too an outsider. He's a Delhi man.
There are some set of protocols which has to be followed by the government, and that has been followed by the Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab government. And that is very unfortunate that the opposition, instead of giving the strength to the party or to the government, that you should act very straight and very strong against the gap. 56 active gangs in Punjab and Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab government.
So that is your responsibility. That is your responsibility. Law and order is your responsibility. A young man lost his life, sir, today. That is the question we are asking.
People have given you a mandate to run the government.
I'm answering, ma'am.
To provide life and liberty to the people of Punjab. Peace to the Punjab. It is your responsibility. You have been given powers by the government, by the people of Punjab.
Please listen if you have some patience.
Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
This is not the way the debate should, carried out. This is very unfortunate. The opposition and the spokesperson are so restless and so impatient. This is not the way.
You call it impatient? But your government is ruining the life of liberty of the people of Punjab.
You guys are ruining the same instead of giving strength to the government and appealing or giving strength to the government to act very strong against these all 56 gangs. You guys are creating nuisance and chaos in the state.
You call it a nuisance? How do Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann publicize this withdrawal of security and putting risk to all the persons whose security has been withdrawn?
Is carrying out a very full-fledged operation against the gangs in Punjab. No,
you people are encouraging them. You have failed to
It is an open secret that the gangs, Mr. Lakha Sidana,
and you have failed totally in maintaining law and order in Punjab. You have totally failed.
At least either you speak or let me allow to speak. Either you speak or let me allow to speak. What kind of nuisance is this?
Mr. Sareen, just hold on. Mr. Singh, respond, and after that I'll get Vikram Sandhu in as well.
He's not even allowing me to respond.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So my question is, there are more than 56 gangs are active in Punjab. In Aam Aadmi Party's government, Sardar Bhagwant Mann's government is taking very serious and strong action against all these more than 56 gangs which are acting right now in Punjab. And I don't know whether you guys are aware or not that all the conventional parties and the former governments being accused for the supporting all these governments. Mr. Lakha Sidana, who recently fought the legislative election, वो directly अकालीस को target करते थे कि सिकंदर सिंह मलूका जी हैं, उनको use किया है, पंजाब की gang को अकाली leaders ने use किया है, उनके booth capturing करवाते रही हैं, कांग्रेस leaders के जो municipal committee के elections होती थी, वो gangs उनके booth capturing करवाते रहे हैं, और straightforwardly on record है, Lakha Sidana, who was then a gangster, recently fought the legislative elections in पंजाब. तो वो ये क्या नेक्सस था इन सभी कांग्रेस का, अकालीस का, पंजाब की गैंग्स को यूज किया है, इन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है, उनको बढ़ाया है. आम आदमी पार्टी बिल्कुल भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी और इट्स अ वेरी फुल फ्लेज्ड एंड स्ट्रांग एक्शन हैज बीन टेकन बाय द मिस्टर सीएम भगवंत सिंह मान एंड ऑल द 56 गैंग व्हिच आर राइट नाउ एक्टिव इन पंजाब. आम आदमी पार्टी विल टेक वेरी सीरियस एक्शन.
Right. Mr. Singh, Mr. Sareen, I'll come back to you. Gaurang Doshi, filmmaker, is joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Doshi, you are, of course, in fact, joining us live at the moment. Mr. Doshi, thank you so much for joining us this evening. But it's a very unfortunate incident that we're reporting to our viewers this evening, of course, of a young singer who has been killed, murdered in broad daylight in Punjab this evening, sir. You, of course, we believe, were about to work with him as well, possibly make a video, is what we hear, sir.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, it's very sad that such a big legend has gone away. And yes, a month back he was with us. In fact, he was in the studio, but he was in a lot of tensions and he was not in that zone. And in fact, he told me that, Gaurang, can we do it maybe after 15, 20 days once I come back? Because he had come for an expo show also. So yes, we were going to record the song with him. And this very unfortunate incident has happened, which is actually brutal, I should say, because this would have been his first collaboration with Rick Ross, Swali and Sidhu Moosewala. And we were looking forward for that. But this incident has really, really taken us back. That what is happening in Punjab, this is not done.
Mr. Doshi, you speak of something that happened a month ago where you say that he was in some sort of tension. Did he share with you what was on his mind, sir?
No, he didn't share, but he was quite a bit on the phone itself. And, he just told me, Gaurang, kuch Punjab ka masla hai, I'm not in the correct zone. And he was quite a bit in tension. So he told me, hum aage kar le. Maine kaha, koi problem nahi hai. So, but he didn't mention anything. But yes, he was in a lot of tension. There is no doubt, because he didn't record the song. Because he was not in that frame of mind, Even in the show also, when he went, he just sang 4 songs and he left.
Okay, did he share with anyone that you might have conversed with later, sir? Did you find out what exactly was on his mind? Why was he unable to perform? Why was he unable to sing, sir?
No, nothing sort of that, because usually we don't get into, people's personal life or inquisitive unless he wants to talk about it. But it was obvious that he was in a lot of tensions because he is a lover of music, and it was a very, very big collaboration for which he was very excited. And if a singer is not able to sing, or if he's not in that frame of mind, obviously, and we were basically seeing that he was going in and out for the calls and everything. So there was a tension, no doubt about that. He was. And he had, in fact, he had come over here not only for show also, but he wanted to take, he wanted to rejuvenate, because 100% there was something which he was going through.
Okay, because, earlier we were speaking with singer Mika Singh as well, and he did, in fact, mention the fact that at least 4 years ago, in an instance where he met him in London, he did, in fact, mention about the situation on the ground in Punjab, about threats, in fact, that singers like him were, in fact, receiving, and continued to, in fact, express that factor. Even when he spoke with him just a week ago, where he felt that, Punjab was unsafe really. The environment was quite unsafe, and he felt that while he was visiting him in Mumbai, the environment seemed much more safer as well. So, can you tell us a little bit about Sidhu Moosewala and your collaboration with him and the person that you knew, Sidhu Moosewala, sir?
Honestly, people, I don't know what people think, but he's a very, very nice guy, very enthusiastic. He loves, and he's so confident about his work that, it is so sad that a person and an icon like him, who has given such big hits, and when we spoke to him, he was so excited about the collaboration, and that is why he came over here. And in fact, he came and he told us also that he wanted, because he was feeling so safe over here. Because Dubai, India, Bombay, everywhere it's safe. He doesn't have to move with his bullet cars or his bodyguards or anything. He was really chilled out. But he was continuously on the phone.
Can AAP get away with just brazening it out? Because there are several questions that need to be answered still. You can't just simply say that Sidhu Moosewala left his house without his 2 gunmen, not in his bulletproof vehicle, and he, in fact, almost had it coming. That's not how you explain the loss of life. A young 28-year-old man, a budding star, in fact, is no more amongst us, and the questions will be asked. The Congress and the BJP there, of course, posing some of those questions to the Aam Aadmi Party-led Punjab government. Mr. Ikram Sindhu and Mr. Sareen, thank you so much for joining us this evening on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancherghat Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Bommai Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Punjabi pop star turned singer murdered in cold blood a day after his security was reduced by Punjab government. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi claim responsibility for murder. Cops say it is a case of inter-gang rivalry. Star singer Mika Singh's shocking revelations to India Today claims that Moosewala revealed threat to his life when they spoke. Second day of Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind's key meet in UP's Deoband concludes. The Muslim outfit warns centre and the BJP over Gyanwapi and Uniform Civil Code says go to Pakistan if you don't like us.
तुमको अगर बर्दाश्त नहीं है हमारा मजहब तो तुम कहीं और चले जाओ। हम नहीं जाएंगे, जिसको भेजने का शौक है वो चला जाए।
Locals report wreckage of missing plane in Mustang. Nepal army yet to reach wreckage spot. Say they've located, in fact, the area and the site, but adverse weather stalls army's search operation. Oasis AIMIM to enter the poll fray in Gujarat holds a public meeting in Porbandar. Oasis says the move after AIMIM reaped benefits in local body polls. Popular Punjabi rap star and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead on Sunday after his security was withdrawn by the Bhagwant Mann government. Moosewala was gunned down by assailants in Mansa. 2 others with him are injured as well. The Punjabi singer was attacked at Jawahar village near Mansa. After receiving multiple bullet injuries, he was pronounced dead on arrival at Mansa's civil hospital. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann condemned this gruesome murder, saying no one will be spared. Moosewala's bereaved mother blamed the AAP government for her son's gruesome murder. Punjab police will form an SIT to probe the murder. The assailants are still on the run and the hunt is on.
केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। सीएम साहब के आदेश पर एक SIT बनाने के लिए IG रेंज को मेरी तरफ से कह दिया गया है। इस मौके पर जो एम्प्टी केस बरामद हुए हैं 30 के करीब, उससे अलग अलग बोर के, जैसे 9mm है, 455 है, वो उससे लगता है कि अलग अलग बोर के तीन वेपन, कम से कम 3 वेपन इस्तेमाल हुए हैं। केस की तफ्तीश चल रही है। IG रेंज वहाँ पहुँच गए हैं, कैंप कर रहे हैं। SSP मानसा के अलावा SSP बठिंडा भी पहुँच गए हैं। ऑपरेशंस पूरे इलाके में चल रहे हैं और पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से ADG लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जितनी फोर्स एडिशनल मोबिलाइज होनी है वो कर चुके हैं।
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ 3 ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੁਭਦ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰੋਡਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ। 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੇ, 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਡਰੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਹਾਇਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਨੇ, ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੀ।
Sidhu Moosewala's bereaved mother has demanded justice for the gruesome murder of her son on Sunday, calling the AAP government incompetent. Moosewala's mother has held the Mann government responsible for her son's murder a day after his security was withdrawn. Listen in.
मेरे बच्चा कितने हैं ना, तेरे बच्चे को पाया तेरे पुत्र ने गांव से चुगली थी तन्नू तुम्हें काल गांव के बात करते हैं मेरे पुत्र पे हमला हो के करवाया है। जान के
माता तुसी
जान के करवाया है, जान के बेइज्जती करते हैं। अच्छा तो मेरा फैसला देखो,
किस तरह की हालत है माता सिद्धू मूसे ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਜੀ?
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ?
ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ?
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀ ਕਿ ਕੁਮਾਰ ਦਾ ਗੋਲੀ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭੱਜੂਗਾ। ਹਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਖੜੇ ਜੀ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਕਮੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਕੱਟੇ ਹੋਏ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ।
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ
India Today has accessed the exclusive CCTV footage of singer Moosewala's SUV before his murder. In the footage, the suspected SUV of the killers can be seen tailing the singer's car. There was one white Bolero too at the scene of crime. Both vehicles used in the crime were abandoned later, and the weapon used in the crime is suspected to be an AK-47. A white-coloured Alto, in fact, was snatched at gunpoint after the incident. SSP Mansa Gaurav Tura said Moosewala was in his Thar vehicle with his friends, and in fact he was with his friend and a cousin when his car came under attack from the killers.
ਜਵਾਹਰ ਦੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਗੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਜ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਵੀ ਸੀਗਾ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਫਟ ਟਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੋ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਲੇਰੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਨ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਵੂਨਡਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਥੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਨ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਵੂਨਡਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ।
Singer Mika Singh has put out a video of him and Sidhu Moosewala requesting the Punjab government to take stern action against the culprits. Mika in fact pays tribute to the 28-year-old singer who was brutally murdered in Punjab on Sunday.
Very popular handsome man Bobby ji बैठे ने नाल सारे सिद्धू साहब दे दोस्त ने इधर ਇਹ ਭਾਈ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਦੇਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਅਵਾਰਡ So best singer, the best male singer, one and only my brother, Sidhu Moosewala. Thank you. उस दिन भाई अवार्ड तुम कितने आने पाए थे? आज ये अवार्ड पीटर भाई ने लिया सी आज आप नहीं दे रहे। Thank you. Especially local वाले दे रहे हैं। British Asia अवार्ड का भी thanks था। Oh thank you सर जिन्होंने वोट किया था now you understand। Thank you. Okay, सत श्री अकाल दोस्तों मैं मीका सिंह with the superstar the newcomer the very popular one and only सिद्धू मूसेवाला साढ़े पीठ भाई बैठे ने the king of London मेरे बड़े वीर very popular handsome man बॉबी जी बैठे ने नाल सारे सिद्धू साहब दे दोस्त ने इधर ਇਹ ਭਾਈ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਸੁਣਿਆ।
Punjabi singer Mika has made a shocking revelation to India today. He says that Sidhu Moosewala had told Mika about the threats against his life just 1 week ago. Fearing for his safety, Mika then had suggested to Moosewala that he shift to Mumbai. Listen in. Mika Singh singer is joining us on the phone line. Mika, how would you react to this absolutely tragic and shocking news that's come from Punjab? Sidhu Moosewala shot dead in cold blood in Mansa.
No, I'm feeling very sad and bad because it is like a, किसी एनिमल को मारते हैं आपने, किसी जानवर को मारे या राह चलते हैं जो हम 30 साल पहले 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे गैंगस्टर होते हैं ऐसे कर देते हैं and this is 2022 this is what happening I'm surprised किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया कोई डर नहीं रहा nobody scared they can kill anyone अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी
तो आपका मानना है मीका
और बहुत ही घटिया बात है
बिल्कुल बहुत ही शॉकिंग बात है मीका आपका मानना है कि ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर ही सवाल उठा देता है कि पंजाब में इस वक्त लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की क्या स्थिति है
नहीं देखिए अभी क्या है अब क्या पॉलिटिक्स है क्या पॉलिटिशियन का अपना है मैं उनके बारे में नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं जी 3 साल अभी जस्ट 4 दिन पहले ही उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी हटाई उनकी अगर सिक्योरिटी हटाई है तो वाई दे टारगेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला किसी और की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई सिंगर की ही डेथ क्यों हुई कि ठीक है यार एक सेलिब्रिटी को मारेंगे ताकि हम आपस में क्या पॉलिटिक्स का क्या चल रहा है वो हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा बट सबको पता है कि ऐसे लोग गैंगस्टर हैं जो पैसा मांगते हैं हर हफ्ते उनको पैसा जाता है सिंगर्स बेचारे डर के दे रहे हैं ऐसे बहुत बड़ी आम बात होगी पंजाब में बट इसलिए हो रही क्योंकि वो गैंगस्टर जाते हैं और बाहर आ जाते हैं जब बाहर आते हैं और फिर अपना कांड करके फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं ऐसे लोगों को आप कड़ी से कड़ी सख्त से सख्त सजा क्यों नहीं देते आप उसको
मीका सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि कितने बड़े स्टार थे वो व्हाट अ यंग राइजिंग स्टार
देखिए कि जस्ट 3 इयर्स के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया आई थिंक मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं ही यूज्ड टू फॉलो सिद्धू मूसेवाला ऑन इंस्टाग्राम तो जिस बंदे ने इतना बड़ा पंजाबी म्यूजिक को वर्ल्ड वाइड वो लेके गए हैं और अच्छे लेवल पे लेके गए हैं बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिक लेके हैं पूरा यूथ उनको फॉलो करता है बहुत सच्ची बातें अपने गानों में वो लिखते थे ना कि सिंगर थे बहुत अच्छे राइटर थे वो और मेरे बहुत ही प्यारे दोस्त थे भाइयों की तरह थे और कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि उनके बारे में मैं उनके मुंह से किसी की बुराई या कोई किसी को वो किसी की बुराई करते हो या ऐसे चुगली करते हो वो अपने काम में मस्त थे और विद इन 3 इयर्स उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा नाम कमाया और एक लौता बेचारा बेटा है अपने पेरेंट्स का पहले कनाडा में अच्छी खासी मेहनत कर रहे थे सब कुछ छोड़ के उन्होंने अपने गांव में जाके उसी जगह पे जहाँ पे उनका छोटा सा घर था उसमें ही उन्होंने अपनी अच्छा घर बनाया अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए तो क्या सक्सेसफुल होना हिट होना जुर्म है उसने जुल्म करने के लिए इतना बड़ा अपना नाम बना लिया और यही उनकी जान ले लेगा और ये आज उनकी जान ले रहा है कल को किसी की भी जान ले लेगा
मीका, when was the last time कि आपने सिद्धू मूसेवाला से बात की, और कुछ मेमोरीज बताइए। आपने बताया कि he was your very close personal friend. Do you remember the last time you spoke to him? What was that conversation?